And we are live! Hello everyone! Let me know as per usual if anything is wrong with the audio. Let's look who's in chat. It is Jellybean! Hey Jellybean, good to see you, glad to have you. Hey Professor, good to see you, glad to have you. Hello me, good to see me, glad to have me. Indeed. Jolly, good love to see you, good to have you. And Josh the Barbecue, the Brick. I always read your names in the barbecue. I'm sorry, I apologize. I see it in the Patreon every week and I'm just reading the barbecue. Anyways, thank you, good for being here. Good to see you, glad to have you. Brotherhood, good to see you, glad to have you. And also Brotherhood, thank you very much for your ideas for the first 4 episodes of the MSQ live stream. Some of them I toyed around with or played a little differently, but they were all really good starting places for those I didn't directly use. So thank you so much for those ideas. Good to see everyone. How's everyone doing? Well, that's okay. It's my handle pretty much everywhere else. Good, good, good. As long as it's not upsetting. Let's get everything all set up here. Sub-vanilla. Sayrene comes in only to do the digs. Good to see you too, Sayrene. Good to see you too. Should I start calling you Chocolate? Is that weird? Who knows? That's what they were for. No P. Awesome. Thanks, Brotherhood. Hang on. Where's my stream announcement? Oh! Hey, Ray, are you here? If you're here. Ray. I'm letting you know I forgot to do the stream announcement. In the meantime, oh, I guess I'll just do a couple quick announcements while that gets done. One, you'll see over the top of the chat on the stream that I'm doing the next $7 that are given to stream go towards getting Elio a tea emote, because I went to go start doing the, to have like the opening of the stream be him drinking tea, and I realized that as much as we may have raised money and given away 10 plus more tea emotes to everybody else, I never actually got one for Elio, and I don't have it in the budget to justify it. So let that be said. On top of that, we're in the middle of getting all of the End Talkers and Lore Talk up on Podbean and other podcast platforms. So if you'd like to listen to them in podcast form, that will be up very, very soon. I drink strawberry milkshakes, thank you very much. Okay, Strawberry. Hey, Power, good to see you, glad to have you. Shout out Brotherhood for the names of the first couple episodes. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and then get started. I'm sure that Ray probably... Oh, yeah, Ray's getting it handled. Okay. So, let's get this party started, shall we? Also, how's everybody's week going? What day even is it? It's Thursday, right? Yeah, because we released a video yesterday, so it's Thursday. Also, if you haven't seen our latest video, you should go check it out. It's very useful and a little bit funny. At least I hope so. Elio, there is much we must discuss, but now is not the time. You surely recall my mention of the hunt for the bloodthirsty creatures terrorizing the small folk. I've just received word that the selfsame monsters have been sighted near Wineport. What is more, according to those who managed to escape the carnage, the creature appeared more man than beast. If this is true, then our quarry could be far more dangerous than any wild animal. We must find a way to stop it. I must find a way to stop it. This is my chance to prove the people of Wineport, nay, the world, that my tribe and my art have been wrongly judged. Perhaps then my ancestors will deem me worthy. I think even my brother would, too. Foreshadowing. There is no time to lose. We must arrive in the hamlet before any of the villagers fall prey to the beast. Let us leave at once. God, I really want to go to the Far Reach. Give me a dungeon. Give me, like, the Criterion dungeons. I don't care. Like, give me, I don't care what it is, but I want to go to the Far Reach so bad. And the thing is that because we didn't use, like, the Far Reach as a launching point to, like, go to Sharlayan, which, I mean, wouldn't have made any sense anyways, but, like, I don't know, like, when the justification to go there is. Other than maybe... I guess maybe if we do something with Eorzean, you could justify, because then you do the Far Reach and Eorzean. That's you have both dealing with Seawolves and Hellsguard, and it's a very Rogadin-y thing, whatever you're doing. Especially if you do, like, Eorzean for, like, a relic. You could then, like, have Eorzean and the Far Reach as part of that. Could be really cool. Like, Far Reach could be the Gangus for, like, Baja. Why am I walking? I can teleport. What year is it? Literally. Thank you, Ray Ray. You're always great. Croterize. Hey, good to have you. Glad to have you. Good to have you. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Glad to have you. There we go. Are we gonna do Lancer stuff today, or is it just MSQ? We're doing Warrior. Once we get Warrior to 50, so this is gonna be the final one, we're gonna do Lancer, and then if we finish Lancer before we get done with 2.x, I'm gonna start a Monk, because we'll need Monk for Stormblood, and also having context for Wittergelt and Alamigo will end up making the events of 2.x and 3.x and 4.0 more resonant. Hey, Brooke! Good to see you. Glad to have you. Also, thank you for your kind comments on the community post. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that the video made you laugh. Hey, Eden! Good to see you. Glad to have you. Monk. Return to Monk. Hey, Issa! Good to see you. Glad to have you. Also, Cal, good to see you. Glad to have you. I also saw you, like, 30 minutes ago. There are all kinds of tech things waiting for you after stream. Of course. I have to tell you guys, I spent, like... So I started working on a video last night, a script for a video, and then I was like, okay, I've got like 6 hours off that I can actually just put towards working on this stuff. And then I realized I had so many backlog things to take care of that were on the technical side. Look, I love doing this work, don't get me wrong, but there's so much that goes on into making the videos and making all of this work that isn't like writing scripts, editing videos, or actually making lore content, I swear. Glad to be here. Good, good, good. Professor, I finished my book of 9 for Warrior Relic lesson. Damn, Professor, making good time. I got a problem, and the only solution is more relics. Look, you're making me want to go back to it, but then I remember how bad the books are, and I'm like, never again. Although maybe we could do like a community night for making sure everyone could get like a relic they want. Like we'd split up into a group of people who wanted different relics, or we could do multiple community nights over the course of a couple months, all working towards different relics. Yeah, that could be fun. It could be really fun. Such as life of an archivist. If only you had someone whose whole point for their existence is to work these things. Okay, Issa, I'll ask. I know you're busy too. I don't want to, like, you have so many responsibilities as well. By the way, actually, Issa, thanks for pointing this, because I want to say, both Naniri, Ray, Issa, all of you guys are such wonderful support, and I am so used to every project that I ever do having to wear all the hats. Having you guys as backup and to just like help take care of so many things has been invaluable, and just thank you. So claps for Issa, Ray, and Naniri, who's not here, but who can feel your claps all the way across the sea. Thank the gods for your presence. Wineport is in your debt once more. Fellow creatures bear down upon our village in hordes, as if drawn by that great hairy beast. You must stop them. Elio, you fiend, you fend off these creatures. I almost thought he was calling us a fiend. I will see to the beast that this battle is mine to fight. I love the broken and like. Claps. I'm just gonna start messaging you every day to do a tech to-do list, as otherwise it'll keep you all the fun to yourself. To be fair, I have the list. Like I make lists every morning of the things that I have to do, so I can definitely do that, Issa. We can definitely. I just didn't want to put more on your plate. So I know you already have tons, which is sincerely the reason. But yeah. Don't forget, if you'd like to see Elio start with the T emote at the beginning of every stream, the next $7 super chatted to us will be going towards that. And I'm sorry that I have to be such a shill, but if I don't point it out, people don't notice. And I hate that that's how it works, but it is. Let's get some mountain. It's the monster! It's the beast! Run for your lives! That's definitely what they sounded like. Look out, a mountain's behind you. Stop, these people are not your enemies. The enemies lies within. Words to live by. You are stronger than this. Take control of the beast. Do not let it consume you. Brother. Look what you are doing. You're destroying all that I've worked to restore. The fate of our people rests in our hands, brother. Your weakness could cost us everything. Be a shill. I cannot let that happen! I will not! Our ancestors have chosen me to lead our people to glory, and no one shall stop me! He's losing himself to the rage, so. Get that bread. Get that bread. No one. No one. No one. No. It was I who unlocked the secrets of the Chronicles. I who trained in their ways. I who uncovered the locations of the legendary artifacts. Okay, Gollum. I who defeated my tribe's greatest warrior. I am the master now. I am the master. Return to me what is rightfully mine. Give me the armor. Give me the armor. I am the knight. I am Curious Gorge, or I shall tear it from your bloody corpse! Brotherhood, the sentiment is taken, and yes, I agree. I appreciate the sentiment all the same. I genuinely do. Your strength is no match for mine, Elio. Ray ask us for money. Elio feels bad asking. It's so true. I literally was like, last night falling asleep, I was like, I think I talk about money too often on the streams. It's like literally one of my anxiety thoughts is like, oh no, do I turn people off because of that? Ah, the peace rages within me. I can fight no longer. It's funny, the only real purpose for the hard mode dungeons is AR other than gives them bonus lore is for those relic weapons. Yeah, I mean, the world building and relic stuff, the world building is so good that, like, I don't mind. And, like, honestly, the cadence and idea behind it all has changed so much, it's not surprising that it's happened. But yeah, at this point, in a way. I love the contrast between your glam and the warrior shot. I mean, hey, we still got the colors going on, for the most part, you know? Oh, Brooke, thank you so much. I like fancy Allison. Also, don't forget, if you ever donate money and you want me to do a voice line in a certain voice, feel free to add that in, and I will gladly do it. And if you donated money and didn't know that you could do that, you can say so now, and I'll do it. I have failed. Oh. Failure the best teacher is. I have failed you. I have failed my people, failed my ancestors, and I failed my own kin. I found out long ago what I had become of my brother, but did everything I could to deny it. I thought that if only I could prove myself stronger than he, the people would see his madness as the product of a weak mind. They wouldn't believe the problem lay in him, not in our tribe. Yet, all the while, my own soul was growing weaker and weaker. The inner beast had taken hold, and it would not let go. It drove me as it drove my ancestors, the keeper of the armor, and my brother. Our tribe had lost sight of who we were. In seeking ever more strength, we allowed ourselves to fall victim to that which we had long scorned in others as weakness. Instead of learning to harden our wills with resolve, we steeled them with anger, and therein lay our folly. Like a bonfire, anger burns hot and bright. When the fuel that feeds it is spent, all that remains is ash. By accepting anger as our guide, we left our wills at the mercy of the inner beast. But not you. Your will is more akin to lava which coursed through the mountains of my homeland. It burns as strong, nay, stronger than any bonfire, and when it cools, it becomes hard and firm, unbreakable. This quality will allow you to keep your inner beast at bay. My people were once as you are now, Elio, and I believe that is why my ancestors chose to speak to you. They sensed true strength within you, such strength as I could rightly represent our people and our art. Had I but realized that myself, none of this need have happened. Well, what's done is done. If I am to have any hope of restoring my people's names, I must start over from the beginning. And this time, I must try to do it alone. I mustn't try to do it alone. It may take time, but together my brother and I will restore our village to its former glory. And when we have, I shall remember Elio, my friend and fellow warrior, and how he saved me from myself, that my dream might become a reality. Nod. 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 Let's catch up on you guys. Curious Gorge has gone trippy. Must knock sense into him. Are you cutting his bread with that axe? I'm definitely going to be cutting some bread. It's not going to be in this stream. It's probably going to be in either episode 13 or 14, but I'm going to be cutting some bread with this axe, that's for sure. I'll chill. Thanks, Issa. Brooke coming in clutch. Yes, again, thank you, Brooke, so much. Seriously, appreciate it a lot, and I'll actually try to see if I can find a good spot to grab that while we're on stream. That way we can have fun with that right up while on stream. Give us money to make Elio say weird shit. It's true. I'll say weird shit with weird voices for money. I'll do it. Join Milkshake Mechanized Infantry. Help fuel bad dietary decisions today. Okay, now, so I'm working on all that merch stuff still. Milkshake Mechanized Infantry would be amazing. Hey, Knockout! Glad to have you. Glad to see you. Glad you could be here with us. When is Elio going to become an Omnicrafter? Well, remember that we're going to do all like jobs and stuff stories during these streams, so we just have to find the right pace and cadence to put them in. We'll probably be taking like a break period in between 2.0 and 2.x to do a bunch of like side quests and stuff. Maybe do a bunch of blue quests. We'll see. We're going to figure that out. It's going to go a great level. Black Mage and watching Elio look elegant as fuck. Look at that man. Look at that man. Well, look at that, Allison. Your will is made of thicker crust than his. I mean, true. My will is made of stuffed cheesy crust. That's what my will's made of. You know that shilling works. I just became a patron. Thank you, Croterize. Thanks for the support. And to all of you who are patrons, thank you so much. And all of you who want to be patrons but are either like me and typically broke or just don't have a good way to pay for it, I appreciate you as well. I really do. There's always the liking, the comment, subscribing, yada, yada, yada on the YouTube's videos. Those are always super helpful. Speaking of which, like, comment, and subscribe on this video. It helps push it. I just became a Patreon, overdue, but since I'm financially comfortable for a few more months, I can at least support you guys. I really appreciate Croterize. I really do. And to all of those who can offer a couple. I also have some fun Patreon changes that I think will be very exciting for some of you coming up in the near future. You can just pay us to Omnicraft Guild for his stuff. I mean, that's true, Power, but we still have to do the stories, so we're gonna have to hit those up. Or just get us the mats, we can craft them. That's true. If I needed something in a pinch, I could do that. However, I don't want to take advantage too much of people, and on top of that, we have to make sure that I'm high enough level that I can do the quests. The need to drink tea with Elio while I drink my coffee IRL was too strong. Thanks, Brooke. His breading was too thin to handle the inner yeast. Oh, AC, that was a good one. Woo, side quests. Woo, side quests indeed. Since this is a YouTube video, we are contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe regularly. And luckily, I have the benefit of my lovely moderator Ray Ray and fellow Archon Isidorel to help do that. Wineport is in your debt once more, Elio. And what is more, we've seen the truth with our own eyes. Pray, tell Curious Gorge as much, and that we'll be relying on him for his protection. He is a true warrior, and our humble hamlet would be lost without his strength. That, like, I'm gonna be honest, that, like, no, it's not Scottish, it's not Irish, but that, like, faux accent I do for the limp synths is weirdly easy to do. It's, like, almost more comfortable than my regular talking voice. It's kind of like doing this. It's like, this is easier than normal talking, and, Elio, and okay, now I can't do it without a line to read. I'm so used to having a line to read. I'm trying to like do it without lines to read. It's actually hard. That's weird. Oh God, let me read the chat with it. I actually just remembered to like the video. This like comment, subscribe thing really works. Hive mind moment. It's true, Brooke. Like if you think about it, it's sad, but it's true. Even people who are really passionate and love your stuff, just forget about it. The amount of videos that I watch that I don't like that I totally forget about until someone says it is insane. And there's many that I just adore and adore more than other ones where I'm told to do it and do like it, but because I forget to do it for the ones I like and I'm not told to, I don't. It's crazy. Inner yeast, I'm crying. Yeah. Don't forget to drink your grape juice to contain the hangry. Oh, good reminder. I just have stacks and stacks of grape juice because it was the cheapest thing on the market board for XP bonus. Sadly, I do not have grape juice. Oh, I did have grape juice. I was drinking grape juice earlier. Oh, I'm mad. Okay, but I do have Dr. Pepper. Hey, DD, good to see you. Glad to have you. Good afternoon, all. I'm glad to see you're feeling better. Yes, I am feeling much better. I'm it's probably really good that I took stream off because I ended up having to also do work and a bunch of other stuff on Wednesday while also still being kind of under the weather. But I'm feeling much, much better now. And I finally got at least a decent amount of sleep on top of it. So, thank you for the well wishes. Thank you, everyone. Bread and wine do go well together. Well, okay, but you have to have brie. Like, if you're gonna do bread and wine, you have to have brie to go with the bread. I mean, I'm of that mind, anyways. Welcome back, Elio. Despite all that transpired, the captain at Wineport could entrust his village's defense to me. I know not what to say. It has been a long road, but thanks to you, I've rediscovered what I lost so many years ago. I will see to my brother's wounds, and once he is well, we will embark on the path of the warrior again, engraving the lesson we have learned in our souls, never to be forgotten. Curiously, the moment I did avow this to myself, my soul crystal began to shimmer anew. I see yours too, grows stronger than ever. It would seem my ancestors have once bestowed their knowledge upon you. This power. Why, this power that I have only read about in the tomes. Nay, a power entirely beyond my comprehension. To think that I once doubted your resolve. No, you've truly conquered your inner beast and become a truer warrior than I could have ever hoped to be. I know that you stand before me, the equal of my tribe's greatest heroes. Ever steel your resolve, Elio, and go forth into the realm and protect those who need your strength. With you representing us, the redemption of my people, the new era I seek, is surely close at hand. Okay, guys. Fancy Eorzean boy. The time of Fancy Eorzean boy is coming to a close. Time for Warrior Eorzean boy is here. Oh, I had a thought. This concludes the warrior quest for Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must have completed the main scenario quest before the dawn. Once you have done so, the next warrior quest will be available from Curious Gorge. Also, okay, so there's two things I want to point out there. One is that it's really important to remember we tend to treat everything mechanically because we see the things mechanically because of our experience of the game. But it's worth remembering that it's not only do you have to have a baseline level of knowledge to use a soul crystal, but the amount of experience and depth of power that a soul crystal has within it, it can reveal itself more and more as you become stronger and better and more attuned to understanding it. So it's not just, oh, I'm a marauder, I pick up the warrior soul crystal, I have the power of a warrior. It's more like, oh, there's this aspect of it I can now understand, and as you get better and better and better at it, that then propagates out and becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. So it's very easy to fall into the sense of A equals B, but it's more like A equals an infinite continuum of letters that grow over a period of time. On top of that, I had a thought while I was walking to go grab this Dr. Pepper, which is, well, I guess, what is the I in eye level stand for? Wrong answers only. Nothing more refreshing than downing a whole jug of grape juice after splitting some heads with your comically oversized axe. That is true. I mean, that's what I live for. I don't know about you guys. Oh man, we're gonna have to do at least the beginning. We're gonna have to do the relic. Okay, so you know what? Every time we do the job 2, I think what we're gonna have to do the relic grind to get to the, it doesn't even have to, it's not glowy Bavaria, but just regular Bavaria. So I think that next episode may be that, because I want to have the final gear before the climax of the 2.0, and the same with 3.0 and onwards. Although I guess getting the Dragoon Spear is going to be pretty easy ahead of time. But, so, because it's just not complete without it. Oh, right, here's the Armor's Coffer. Let's just use that. Yeah. And that'll give me the 50 gear, I believe. Oh, interesting. I totally didn't realize. I've totally never actually equipped this. I want the good shit. I want my Arbird shit. I know it's suboptimal stats. Forgive me. And yes, we're gonna do glam stuff. We're gonna get the glam stuff unlocked. So, you know, that's what we're gonna do when we get finished 2.0s. We're gonna do a bunch of blue quests. But for now, I'm just gonna do it suboptimally because I always try to do things optimally, and maybe it's time to relax a little bit. Oh my god, you guys went ham. Okay. Eye level stands for illegal. Eye level stands for intelligence. Eye level stands for intimacy. I like that. It's your intimacy level. Is it your intimacy with your fellows, or is it your intimacy with your armor? I mean, maybe that's just soulbind. Insecurity level? Must have 600 or I'm not good enough. I level is impetuousness level. I level stands for interest level. You guys are just saying I's now. You're not even making sense. I level stands for illustrious level. I level stands for Apple's ownership of all portable leveling devices. That's pretty fucking good, Cal. That's pretty fucking good. Do you guys remember the episode of Powerpuff Girls where Mojo Jojo was hitting people with hard French bread? He actually knocked out a robot with it. Hard bread of all things. AC, I remember everything about Powerpuff Girls, including that time that they were playing Ocarina of Time with an N64 controller that had about 5 times as many buttons as an N64 controller has. Illumination level. It's why the ultimate weapons are so shiny. Oh, no, there's an idea. Hey, Coca-Cola. I don't know if I said hi earlier. I don't know if I saw you, but good to see you. Glad to have you. Isolation level. Gotta work hard to get bis. Oh, that's true. Never are you more isolated than when you have bis. Man, I'm so excited for the relics. I haven't bothered doing P4S just because I haven't had time and like memorizing it and getting good at it. So I don't have best in slot sword or my weapons for my main. I do have best in slot everything else though. Do the up to the Atma, that way you get the bloodstained look. Yeah, exactly, Professor. I think that's exactly what we're gonna do. And that's easy to do. So I'm not worried about that. So yeah, Professor, I think we'll do that. Interrogation level. Irritation level? That's fair. Irrigation level? It just... Okay, easy, you're just saying shit. Instigation level. We're ready and waiting. I give you one positive feedback about your bread puns, and now you just go crazy, AC. There's only 2 options with you, AC. You either present me interesting, thought-provoking questions about the lore, or puns, and there's no in-between. I will say, it's so easy to overlook the amount of effort and time that goes into, like, the Waking Sands and the Rising Stones between quests. Between every major patch content, there's always big shifts and changes in them, and yet, people can so easily not notice. They call me him. Ice Sherrod level. Felt like a boomer having my real name on YouTube. Oh, no worries. I level is the sequel to iRobot. Now you're all just saying shit. Hey, Demins. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Impudence level. Impudence level. There's a possibility that's true. Hey, Florian. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Hey, thank you for your content. I'm loving Final Fantasy 14 even more with your videos. Oh, thank you so much. I know it's easy to seem like it's a platitude, but seriously, thank you. I really appreciate to all of you guys. I appreciate your kind words. It helps combat any times that there's not fair criticism. When there's fair criticism, that's fine. But like when there's just like you have the humor of a middle schooler, and it's like okay. I mean, that's fine. You feel that way. Did you have to comment it? Anyways, my point being, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I hope the content continues to be entertaining to you and helpful. DD, Elio, see how much we missed you. Thanks, D. For Lala, I think it's itty bitty level. Impotence level. Now that you said it, yeah. I'm a Lala, can confirm. Let's get going. I had no idea, Elio. I can only imagine how you felt when you returned that day. The fact that he says that day implies to me that it's been at least a couple days to a couple weeks since. But that's... Tell me, Elio, does aught here strike you as odd? I see signs of recent habitation. Could it be that we have trespassers? Mayhap it's just my imagination. Come, let us proceed to the solar. Oh, does anyone have any arguments for why the Minfilia is named the Antecedent? Like, other than the fact that she came before the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and was because of the Wait! We'll get to that in a second. Who goes there? Now, Yuda. Is that any way to greet a friend? Alfino! Elio! Sid! Wait, is this a dream? No, not that I'm aware of. It's been a while, Yuda. It's the second time she's lost everything in her life. I don't believe it. I was sure you'd been... This place has seen better days. You know, I wasn't actually here when I was still in talks at the Adder's Nest. The first I knew about it was when I came back and I saw... Yida. The church is taking care of the bodies, but that still left the stain. But that still left
the stains. It was hard to know where to start if Y'shtola hadn't been here to help me. Y'shtola is here too? Yes, but she's not here right now. She's gone to Ul'dah to meet a man who might know what happened to the others. Papa Limo and Minfilia weren't among the dead, according to the church. Y'shtola thinks they were taken somewhere else. Upon the orders of the Black Wolf, no doubt. Why would he want them? Because they possess something he desires. Knowledge of another power that can be brought to bear against the primals. One that Gaius has yet to harness. The Echo. Echo. Gaius will be aware of the existence, as well as the immunity it grants the gifted to the primal's influence. Powerful though his elegant weapon may be, he would doubtless desire such protection. He means to use Minfilia to gain an understanding of the Echo. None of which explains how the Empire came to know the location of the Waking Sands in the first place. No matter. The Empire has shown its hand, and now we must act as it is up to us to rebuild the Scions and save Eorzea. Can I count on you, Yida? What? Oh, yes, of course! Whatever you need. We can discuss our next move upon Y'shtola's return. For now, I say we rest. What, Elio the gentleman taken asleep on the floor?
Hear, feel, think.
And for those of you who know why that's what she's saying, oof. Hey, it's the memory of... Well, I guess we've already talked a little bit about it. It's the memory of the final days! Remember, the Star Shower is one of the most powerful ways to awaken the Echo within people.
Bringer of light.
I totally forgot she talked to you here.
Brave gatherer of the crystals, thy soul burneth bright.
I gotta remember this when I need a shot of Hydaelyn. I totally forgot this was in here.
I am Hydaelyn, all made one.
Really good shot of her too.
Me,
oh, that's a great shot. Oh,
for the
fuck! I wish I knew that shot was there.
Wear thee the bearer of the crimson brand, for he is the avatar of shadow, whom death attendeth always.
I see y'all talking. I'll get to you in a second.
Crystals
Sorry.
shall be thy salvation, thy blade and shield both. Steel thyself, for at the appointed hour thou shalt stare into the heart of darkness.
You know what? I just had a good idea for a theory
Go with
video.
caution, my child, but fear not, for I am ever with thee.
Y'shtola! Elio, I see you and Alphino are safe, and Sid. That we five should meet each other thus defies a simple explanation. As if the benevolent hand of Master Louis Soir guides us still. Excuse me. He would not see us undone so easily. Not now when the need is so great. For those of you who do not recall, the reason that it's panning to this shot is over there in the corner. It's Louis Soir's staff, Tip Samadhi. I know where Minfilia and the others are being held. Except when we stare into the heart of the darkness that you said we do. To be fair, she is there with us. She's referring more specifically to the appointed hour of us dealing with La Habrea, in which case she does literally shield us from Ultima, so... But I take your point in what you're getting at further on, but yes. I know where Minfilia is. Where? Where? An imperial stronghold in the heart of Moldona. Castrum Century. Century. Because, no, you. Let's get that Castrum. Okay, let's read all you guys. Oh my god, you guys went ham. Okay. Finally caught up on all the videos on demand. Caught you just as you started today. Awesome! Well, I'm super glad to have you. Sorry that it took me so long to get back to you there. Love from Brooke. Don't worry, I was laughing my ass off the whole time while watching that last video. Good, Corner Eyes. This actually made me sad for Yida. Yeah, Yida's been through a lot. Okay, one of the things I'm really excited to get to with this is that a lot of people do not like Lise. I'm really excited to get to Stormblood and explain exactly why I think Lise is a great character and why, while she is not as good as some of other characters, I think she is woefully misrepresented, and I think also people misunderstand the whole idea of character arcs and journeys, and if you laud Elfino, you should also laud Lise, because they deal with similar things. She just doesn't get as much time and isn't quite as interesting as some of the other Scions. But I'm excited to get to that. He has a wife, you know. Do you know what she's called? She's called Incontentia. Thank you, Ray Ray. Might be a vague allusion to the Echo, seeing things that came before. No, so the Echo awakens if you witness the Star Shower. Like, we find that out in 5.3. Hydaelyn shows you showed the Warrior of the Star, like the Star Shower, both in 2.0 and 1.0, and that is what awakens the Echo within us. And it is because. So actually, sorry, I didn't mean to disagree. I'm trying to just clarify. The events of previous souls' lives can be so scarring and so emotional or powerful, they can leave an indelible imprint upon the soul. Effectively, what happens is, even though the memory is gone, the negative space the memory left effectively makes an imprint of that memory. If you have a soul of an uncentered being, the recollections of the final days are so powerful and so horrific, and that they can connect you basically back to the full power, parts of the full power of the unsundered world, of your soul, because effectively you're not using the totality of your soul, basically. So that's why the memory of the final days can awaken the Echo in people, and that's why the Star Shower is the symbol of that thing. Not to out you. Hey, Will, good to see you. Glad to have you. Not to out you, but is it possible to G-Shade today? It looks way better than mine. Yeah, I totally will. I think someone said it already, but yeah, we have it in our Discord. If I need to re-up it, I'm pretty sure it's pinned. But just for context, for those of you who don't know, this is probably not a great place to show it off, but this is the difference between regular and my G-Shade. Basically, just boosting contrast, a small amount of anti-aliasing, and shadows is the main thing. Going to get a milkshake. Be back soon. I'm sure I miss you, Professor. However, I'll be excited when you get back. And now I want a milkshake. God damn it. Where's Serene when you need her? As antecedent, she might have come after the circle and the path, or being the linchpin before they joined together to become sons. Well, we know that's the case, AC. So I think you're right. I think it's because she is was part of the path of the 12. She preceded. She preceded the Scions, and I think that's what they're getting at. I don't remember if they refer to as the antecedent in 1.0 though, because if they do, that makes things also weird. I feel like actually there is a line where they do refer to her that way, so that might be a little weird. But I'll do some research on that. Carter Eyes, hey, how much time do you think has passed between AR and Endwalker? 2 years is my theory. At least 1 year for sure, no question, beyond a doubt, at least one. Personally, my justification is 2 years. It's definitely not 4 years because, well, it's not definitely. I would suggest it is not 4 years because we learn about the fact that Eorzean children usually have their growth spurt sometime in their late teens, so like before 20, and we know that specifically Eorzean was like made fun of or was the odd man out because he did not have his growth spurt until his 20th summer, which to me indicates that Alphino and Alisaie cannot be 20. We know they're 16 at the time of Realm Reborn, which places them that it's been between 1 and 3 years in my mind. Now, label that together with a lot of the events that happens, the amount of times that we're told months have passed, some amount of time or months have passed between different events, and I think the most realistic expectation is that it has been about a year. I think the events of A Realm Reborn and Heavensward happen roughly over the course of the year, and roughly, I mean, it could be more or less, and I think Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalkers collectively also take over the place over a course of about a year. So I think it's that is my headcanon, effectively, based on the limited evidence that we have. The correct answer is don't worry about it, But yeah, I would go with 2 years because it is safe and also makes it feel like enough of time has passed. Because if only 1 year has passed and all of this has happened in only 1 year, that just feels wrong to me. Trying to catch up. Minfilia is part of the path of 12 1.0. Yep, power, yep. By the way, the coming bread is the whole pain instead of the whole... Jesus, AC. I'm so glad Alfino's voice changed after AR. It made such a difference. Agreed, I'll say the thing that is funny is that the AR voice being so snooty actually enhances him supposed to going on his arc. So while I appreciate the voice later, in some ways, the AR voice ends up being appropriate. That sounded ominous. Yes, craft a good depression sandwich with some whole plain bread. What, they alluded to the final days in AR? I totally forgot that. Yeah, that's the Star Shower. I'm sure that was from a while ago when I first mentioned that. How did that line go? My Mama Crystal, what weird voice? My Mama Crystal, what a weird voice you have. Warriors can do barehanded attacks that could probably serve a serious knuckle sandwich. I am forever with the... Got back to that. Hear the song of creation, feel the sorrow. Yep. Think, find it. Hear the song of creation's end. Feel the sorrow at hope's demise. Think and find your way in the darkness. So pretty much the Archons in the Scions, Y'shtola, Thancred, Papalymo, Althea, they were too young at the time, were in the circle. No, they were in the path. Oh, yeah, sorry. The circle, no. Sorry, yeah, I flipped that for a second. Yes, that is correct, Power. Who doesn't like Lys? A lot of people don't like Lys. A lot of people. Yes, I'm here for the least love. People at the Echo, Minfilia, and Word of Light were in the path of 12. At the very least, I don't hate Lys. Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not here to convince you to love Lys. I'm just saying that I do not think Lys deserves even a fraction of the amount of derision she gets. Guilty as charged. Lys is a decent character, but I feel Papalymo was far more interesting of a character over her. I think there's a chance that can be true, but I don't actually know how much more interesting Papalymo is. I think Papalymo had we get a little bit of intrigue with him and then he's gone, so we never know what could have gone. But there's not like an arc to go with him. He's kind of already fully formed in some ways. But Eden, I don't completely disagree. I think there's merit to that point, definitely. Both are founded by Louis Soir. Found it, thanks guys. From the main Scion, she's my least favorite. I mean, for the main Scion, she's probably my least favorite too, but that doesn't mean I still like her a lot. Time flows weirdly in JRPGs anyways. Yep. If you simp Y'shtola but don't like Lys, we have nothing in common. Yeah, Yugiri came after the failed rebellion. Doman Enclave was someone say the rebellion failure was a year ago. Yeah, exactly. So we know by the time of Stormblood it's been at least a year. 2 years doesn't feel near long enough for me either. Yeah, 2 years doesn't feel long enough, but I think for me it's the safe bet. That's my argument. You could say 3. I would argue against 4. I think there's a lot of implicit evidence that has definitely not been 4. But 2 to 3, with my bet being on 2. I was surprised Papalymo was one of the older members of Scions, as well. I thought always looked so young. I miss Papalymo, wish we could have a bigger role, but I still liked the story. That's the thing I'll say too, and we'll get back to this in the MSQ as we go along. I think some people I don't think some people miss, that's unfair. I think people misrepresent someone being gone too soon, being different, it's treating that the same as wasted. Because I think there are some really meaningful and powerful moments for characters who aren't around particularly long or don't get a bunch, and yet their legacy looms long and large over the entirety of the story, even onto Endwalker. And I think that's in some ways way more resonant than just keeping a bunch of people around and letting nothing happen to them and let nothing change. That is my argument. We'll talk about that more later. I also say if you haven't done the quest in Sharlayan, you should do all the quests in Sharlayan because one of them is talking to Papalymo's father. Papalymo was Louis Soir's #1 pupil. There was so much they could have used him for. Well, to be fair, Papalymo is the one who says that more so than anyone. And not could he be used? Was he smart enough? Was he capable? But what is interesting? What role does he fulfill that's interesting that isn't already served by everyone else? You already have Eorzean for a scholar. You already have Y'shtola for her magical capabilities. You already have other people who fill those slots in the Scions, and that creates a dynamic, and that more strongly lean to one side or the other, thus, filling in for the other people's weak spots. It's not that he couldn't be used. It's not that at all. In fact, he could have been incredibly competent. I just think that there's less of the character as presented to us at that moment that requires exploration or delving further into, in contrast to some of the other Scions and their flaws. Why do you think there's so much Elise? Is it just writing issue, the way they direct the voice actress? I like the voice actress, so I could be. But I think part of it is that people get annoyed with Elise in the first part of Stormblood, not realizing that she's going on an alpha node journey, but instead of going on an alpha node journey over the course of... I mean, it's not an alpha node journey, because she's not stuck up. She's just idealistic and desperately wants to help, and then needs to learn how to actually help, rather than just acting. She needs to learn when to... She's going on a Jedi story, a Luke Skywalker story in some ways, about learning the right time for inaction and action. And I think people don't notice that, and by the time you get to the end of Stormblood, people have already had their opinions made. And on top of that, so many other characters are getting good development in Stormblood that, like, her story just becomes one of a tapestry rather than, like, a major element. And especially because Stormblood has a larger ensemble cast in contrast to Heavensward, you get to spend less time with her. So I think there's a bunch of reasons, and I think there are also other critical reasons that I'm sure people could point out that maybe I don't have as much umbrage with or are completely fair, but that's where I'm coming from currently. It'll be fun to replay and look at it. Yeah, it seems likely that if they liked her the least, I'll show myself out. Jesus, Issa. If Theros is an awful place to live, everything we've done in the MSQ race series all took place in 2 to 3 years. Poor bastards can't catch a break. It's also worth knowing that the 7th Astral Era is when everything is coming to a head. Like, if you look at the other prior timelines, but also, I mean, hell, Theros might not be a great place to live just because of the calamities alone. Bruce Lee is another example. Yeah, the quest got me. Yep, Steve Irwin. Yep. Many others taken for their time. Yep. Actually laughing out loud. Crowd position feels like it could have been given to Papalymo in the Heavensward at least. But like, yeah, but Kryle's more interesting to me than Papalymo by a lot because of her background, her being young and still formative, the fact that she has the Echo, which means that she can be part and parcel to a lot more things. Like, there's a bunch of reasons that Kryle ends up being a better tool to facilitate new and other interesting stories. So, for instance, like, if you don't have Kryle, you can't really do what you end up doing in Stormblood, which isn't to say that everything needs to end up being the same way, so you have to do the resonant stuff in Stormblood, but I do think that because of her youth, because of her background as the daughter of Galif, as being a student of Baldesion rather than a student of Louis Sois, I think Kryle ends up being way more compelling and interesting to me in terms of being able to develop them in a long... And not compelling, but there's more things to dive into. Whereas Papalymo is a relic of 1.0, and his story in a way has already been told, and his legacy is already... Like, his path has come to an end. Not because of his sacrifice, but like, there isn't a thing left to explore. He is wise, he is powerful, he is these things, he knows things, but he's not, he doesn't need there to be, doesn't need him to admonish her and be her guide. He doesn't, Louis Sois is gone. There are already Y'shtola and Urianger to fulfill those roles in terms of scholar and aetherologist. And so he no longer has a place, so instead to give his utmost, to do something of the utmost importance to save those that he loves and to stand in the way of doom, to me is more resonant because of it. A little off topic, mustard and mayonnaise on my sandwich. I don't like mustard or mayonnaise. I like Dijon mustard, so if you have Dijon, go with that, but I think they're both garbage and taste disgusting. Hate me. Papalymo was pretty potent thaumaturge. Yeah, definitely strong, no question, super competent. I like the voice actress too. I think she's a great fit, but what I hear from a lot of my friends, I have no idea what they're talking about. Yeah. The thing is, if you just hate her and you don't want to have a conversation about it, okay, that's fine. I'm not like, I will pitch my case, but also another thing, if I ever say I don't like something, that does not mean I don't want to hear your thoughts or hear why your articulations of why you think it's good or why. I want to change my mind, typically. I want to appreciate and enjoy everything. So please feel free to present them. I may not agree with you right away, but know that I am listening and definitely taking that in and trying to but it seems I've been outvoted. Yeah. You guys did see the art for Flo. So many old new friends, new old friends. Yeah. Yep. I always forgot she has the Echo. True enough, she does hold certain qualities that are replaceable. Yeah. By the way, now that we're talking about it, who's your favorite Scion? Oh, we'll talk about that in a bit. Sandwich reminds me of Papalymo and Endwalker. Yes. Oh God, I forgot about the Ali say no mustard or mayo. I'm tilted. Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know what to give you. Are involved. Yeah, I guess everyone say what your favorite Scion is. I will get back to that in a second, but we've been on this diatribe for a bit of a second, so let's go ahead and get going, shall we? The rescue of our allies will be no small undertaking, Elio. Even under normal circumstances, breaching the defenses of our Imperial castrum would be a highly dangerous proposition. But now that the castrum sentry houses prisoners whom the Garleans deem valuable, we may be confident that they have taken additional measures to ensure the stronghold's security. If we are to free our friends, we will require an effective strategy, and if we are to formulate the effective strategy, we will require intelligence. I believe I know a man who may be able to assist us in this. Lord Portelaine of House Durandare. He is stationed at the observatorium in Kurthus. Let us go to him and beseech his aid. Like, that's the other thing about ARRSA is for all its pacing issues sometimes, it's already interweaving all these different things you've done. Like, you're not just going to Kurthus for the first time here. You've had this relation to it. Like, they're already interweaving all the different cultures and worlds. As for my favorite Scion, I have a top 3. Which is, and this is no particular order, but Eorzean, Grahati, and Estinian are probably my top 3. But I adore all of them for very different reasons at different moments, and the heights of all their moments are so powerful to me. You know, I think the most controversial opinion, I have 2 controversial opinions, I think, around 14, and one of which is that Y'shtola is like one of my, again, very keyword here, least favorite Scions. I adore Y'shtola, but she's one of my least favorite Scions, personally. As of now, she hasn't had as many moments that, like, I feel catharsis or connect with. Like, yes, she's really powerful. Yes, she's really cool. Yes, she's really sassy. Yes, she's really confident. Like, all those things are true, but she's not, there aren't the moments that you have with Eorzean during Shadowbringers and Endwalker with her. You don't have all the moments you have with Grahatia. You don't have Estinian's narrative around the dragons and all of that struggle. If anything, like, to me, I'm far more compelled by Thancred than Y'shtola often. Like, I really do really like Thancred. Like, Thancred might, but I also really love Alphino and Alicey. I love all of them. Having a favorite is not a thing I do very well. I don't tend to have favorites. Cometa, good to see you, glad to have you, and I have noticed you. Cheers. Let's read everyone's favorites. Alicey's, you're adorable. Arnvald, I love Arnvald. I do love Arnvald a lot. Twins, I'm more partial to Alphino. I'm personally more partial to Alphino than Alicey too as well. You see, however, like, only barely. And again, it's the thing, it's like, it's not even that, I like Alphino better than Alicey. It's really not a good way to put it. There's just more moments I've had that I deeply resonate with me, but not by a lot. I'm a fan of very light mayo, mustard is the base, Moonbreeda. Does Moonbreeda count as a Scion? I forget what the actual dialogue you get with her. Is she officially inducted during 2.4? I forget, but if so, she's definitely one of my favorites. She's and in my mind, then I would count Moonbreeda and Eorzean almost as one. Having just beat AR, Y'shtola Sass brings her to number 1. I mean, there you go, Brotherhood. For some people, that is what brings her to number 1 for a lot of people, and that is what makes them love her. So I totally get it. Different things are going to appeal to different individuals. Which is why whenever I say an adoration or a love for something, that doesn't no mean to diminish another's characters, what they excel at. You know, it's just what appeals to us. Alicey's absolute goal. Mine is woo. Can't decide between Eorzean and the twins and Tataru. Yeah. I played it in JP, so my dislike of Lise is character based, not on voice actor. My dislike of Lise is character based, not voice actor based. Okay, well that's good. I think it just feels like she was given her position by the dead, by her sister. I mean, but her sister, she took her mantle of the sister to survive. Her dad didn't really proffer a position to her other than, not even an edict, other than like an idea, ideals. And then for the leader, that's somewhat true, but we also know that at that point he's lost Minfred, he's lost, like, there aren't that many other capable leaders other than someone like Monago at that point, and that's not something the type of responsibility Monago would have any interest in, as we find out in World Quest and other stuff. So, like, I do think there's a certain amount of it that there aren't that many other capable people. Raoban is still is in the service of Nanamo, and so I do think that she did work for it, and she also occupies that position. I don't think it's just handed to her, though I do agree that there's a lot you could definitely choose to read it that way, or think that it is too much in that direction. So I absolutely understand and don't fully reject your point, Eden. However, I think that there is enough to suggest that is not as strong as she has just granted it or just given it. The resistance, very little what she does is earned. She's a great group player, but being given any position of power just feels wrong and unearned. Yeah, and I'm not, I don't mean to, and I probably won't convince you with that, and it'll be fun to go back through Stormblood and talk to you about as we go, Eden. She's hot though. Okay, Crotorize. Yeah, also, is X character hot will never affect my opinion on as if they're my number 1 in something. I'll tell you that straight out. And it's not because I'm not a horny fucker. It's just because, like, I don't know, like, they're just two different worlds for me. I guess the one place that isn't true is that's why Merlwyb Bluefusfin is the best leader, because, I mean, have you seen her? No, I actually like Merlwyb for a lot of other reasons. I like how flawed all the leaders are, but I like how flawed Merlwyb is and her arc. Like, that's the thing, is I tend to not look at characters at a single point in their journey as much as, like, the totality of their characterization. You still are from meaning completely infected. Do you guys think Tataru could someday match any of the Syndicate members in terms of wealth? Effectively, we've seen a lot of jokes towards this, but I think there's a lot to suggest, AC. Yeah, like, I think emphatically in lore, yes. Like, Y'shtola, for example, talking over the tribe in Shadowbringers felt natural, was explained very quickly. Meanwhile, Elise was, well, I mean, but like, also, Y'shtola, for example, taking over that tribe is literally done through, hey, she was here for years and don't worry about it. So, like, I don't agree that it does feel natural. We come in years after she's already been in that position. We don't get to witness her journey on doing it. So I don't think those are comparable at all. It'd be like, say, like, because she's been there at that point 2 to 3 years. Meanwhile, Elise was with us throughout Stormblood and still felt unearned, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't even want to say, like, I don't agree, because it's not that I don't think it could have been done stronger. It's not that I don't think it would be done better. I just, I think that there is enough to suggest it. But again, it'll be fun to go back through. Grahatia, love the Raha. Love the Raha boy. I love the Raha boy well before he's a Scion. Like, Crystal Tower Raha, it's like, yeah, I like him. He's cool. But, like, Shadowbringers, like, people who embody and desire hope and fight for a better world in spite of the world fighting back against them always inspire me. And not just inspire me, just make, like, which is part of the reason why Endwalker is probably my favorite expansion. But also, you don't get Endwalker without having the prior expansions. But again, I also say favorite. I adore Shadowbringers almost just as much, as just for very different reasons. Stinian's best. Can't wait to experience more of him in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Stinian is wonderful. I'd say Stinian's personal story arc has been beautiful. It's just so beautiful. It really is, Brooke. It was so wonderful to watch him slowly open his heart to others again. Yeah, I thought he was mean at first. He's just very soon today. Yeah, and I think that's the thing, right, is that you also understand his life, his experience, his backstory, and understand why he's cold, and also why he's a realist. But you also get the beauty of seeing a realist hope. And that's why I love Estinian, because you get to, because it's growth, but it's not just growth out of who they were. It is a growth of who they are. None save these can satisfy this need, and when Lee dropped in that scene, mouth wide open. Yeah, I was thinking she's on her way there. Hello. Hello! Hey, Atelier! Good to see you. Glad to have you. It's not because I'm not a horny fucker t-shirt. I guess make a note of that, someone. Yes, but Hilda is awesome and hot. Hilda is yeah, I won't argue with that. Mommy Bluefusfin. You know, it's funny, I don't, like, it's not a mommy thing at all. It's like a, just like, I don't see her as that, but I totally get why people would see her as that. You know, why Ro, like, for me, like, Ro women, it's not like, ooh, I want a big, strong woman. It's like, no, I just, like, co-equal attraction to you. But I'm also not that much shorter than a Ro woman. And actually am as tall as some Ro women. Also, the Admiral can crush me anytime. You bring, like, half of the horny to chat. Graha's husband material so adorable. I also adore how much, not just implicitly, but basically explicitly, Graha is made to be bi-coded. I mean, part of that being just like their affection for the Warrior of Light and the Warrior of Light being able to be anything, but I really do appreciate that as a byproduct of Grahatia and Alice and Yugiri and other characters having affection for the Warrior of Light that can be, read as romantic, that effectively can code them as bi, which is, I think really maybe unintentional representation, but I'll take it. Thought occurred, do you think Hydaelyn met all the deceased friends on our journey? Yes, I think if you watch my video on Flow, which you should, go watch my song Lyrical Lore Flow. If you watch that video, you'll know exactly my feelings on that. I think we'll be directly helping Tataru become syndicate level wealthy soon. Yeah, totally agree. Basin is high, Graha is best Raha. Yeah. Yes. Yes, agreed. Thought occurred, do you think Hydaelyn met all the... Oh, no, we already got that. Bro, you're gonna make me cry talking about Estinian like that. Stop. I will... If you want... So this is an old video, but Brooke, I recommend you should go check out, what is it? The Dragon and Dragoon. It's a lyrical lore video from a couple months back before Endwalker launch. I guess over 6 months back at this point. But it is about why that moment in the Endwalker trailer is so powerful and what it will end up meaning for Endwalker. And I fucking called it. I nailed it. So, just saying. Only half? I gotta pump that up! Those are rookie numbers. Let's get back to the story, shall we? Ah, Elio, the man who unmasked the heretic in our midst. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? You're an associate of Y'shtola, but of course, Lord Drillmond has confided to me that you are a scion of the Seventh Dawn. There's that moment in Endwalker where Gra had his voice go deep again. Yeah.
I will not lose them! Not a one!
There's a couple moments, but... Castrum Sentry, what interest have you in all the Imperials? They hold several of our number, whom we intend to free. Any information you can provide would be greatly appreciated. I see. Then that might explain our scouts' reports. They observed 4 prisoners being led into the castrum, a Eorzean woman, an Eorzean man, and 2 Lalafels, 1 male, 1 female. It's them! It has to be Minfilia, Uriange, Papalimo, and Tataru. If the scant morsel is of use to you, you may also be interested to hear about a more recent incident. Incident? An Imperial airship made an emergency landing here in Kurthis not long ago. 2 men believed prisoners, a Rogadin and a Lalafel, were seen fleeing the craft. What did you say? A Rogadin and Lalafel, Master Garland. Neither wore Imperial dress, and both seemed disinclined to wait for rescue, hence our assumption that they were prisoners. Well, I'll be damned. It's Biggs and Wedge. Trust those 2 rascals to escape. We must find them, Elio, and soon. The Imperials will not rest until they are captured or killed, and if Biggs were given the choice, I'd fear he'd take the latter. Freeing those held in Castrum Centauri will require substantial planning and preparation. As such, it is an endeavor that will admit some slight delay. The matter of the escapees, by contrast, will not. Shortly after the prisoners vacated the airship, our scouts observed Imperial troops setting off in pursuit. It is likely only a matter of time before they catch them. If you wish to see your comrades again, you had best act now. If, as had been suggested, the Garleans took our fellow Scions prisoner in hopes of understanding the Echo, it seems reasonable to assume that they will not be executed until such time as the study is complete. But Biggs and Wedge are not Scions, nor do they know naught of the Echo. As Lord Portalaine said, this may prove our only chance to rescue them. I say we seize it. Thank you, everyone. You won't regret this. I'm pretty sure Ugiri is only romantically attracted to Honor. Oh, ain't that some truth? Hey, discount Darth Vader. I'm only going to be making those jokes during ARR. I actually really adore Gaius as a character. Not like as in like I'm sympathetic to many of his stated goals or anything, but I think he's actually a really well crafted character, and I think it gets overshadowed by so much of ARR, but gets expounded upon and grown later. Final preparations are almost complete, my lord. There stands the culmination of 5 long years of painstaking work, but all our efforts will be vindicated when the Empire's vision becomes reality. At last we have the power to purge the lands of its false gods. We shall give the ignorant children of Eorzea the security and stability they so desperately crave, and which their spineless leaders have so palpably failed to provide. As you say, my lord, rest assured our engineers will not rest until the weapon is fully armed and operational. What about the battle station? Are they going to make sure that's fully armed and operational? Speaking of discount Darth Vader. Rataten, you will depart for Castrum Occidens at midnight. You will command the Western Front in Vilbrand. The Eorzeans will not attempt to interfere with our plans. You will see that they do not. My lord, if this is by your will, I shall carry it out to the best of my ability. I live only to serve the Empire. Interesting. And I don't know why I haven't noticed this before, but I think I noticed this a couple days ago as well. Rataten has the same last name as Greenwatt. Which makes me wonder if they're related, or if at the very least there's some correlation with the band of Hellsguard that existed in the central Ilsbardian mountain range that ended up joining with the Empire, or if like it's because their naming conventions doesn't follow Hellsguard or Seawolf naming, so I have to wonder.
Yet forgive my impudence, but it is improper to give a command to half of our forces to a... I have given you nothing, Prefectus. You have earned it. This will be all dismissed.
Like that is another, yes, my lord. That is another key point right there, understanding that Gaius is an actual meritocrat. My quarters, 1 hour. Like, he believes sincerely in meritocracy. Ooh, that's a good shot with the focal length blur. I think there'll be ample opportunity for you still development in the moments of the coming MSQ. MSQ, hopefully no spoil. Yeah, no worries, Corduroy, and I totally agree. My devout hope is that we're gonna get some really great Y'shtola moments in 6.x. I think you're right, and I don't think it's even that she's had bad development or not enough development. Just like her greatest moments are mostly sassy or hyper competency, and those are just not super interesting to me. But she's had many great moments. And I'm generalizing. It's not like as if she hasn't had many other wonderful moments. Making those moments seem by interpreted also makes sense, since it also removes the need for programming surrounding species of sex from character. Yeah, exactly, Brotherhood. Like, that's part of my point, which is maybe a byproduct of just like simplicity rather than a intended design. But regardless, that ends up being the implicit thing. Do they ever say what the name of Estinian's younger brother is? Let's pull up Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1. Because I don't remember it offhand. And I didn't play 1.0, so some certain things like that aren't. Holy Pursuit of Revenge, from the age of 12, he was raped by Alberic, then current edge worship. Well, why don't I go ahead and read this? Ever since Nidhogg raised his village, murdering his parents and younger brother, Estinian devoted himself wholly to the pursuit of revenge. Orphaned at the age of 12, he was raised by Alberic, and then the then current Azure Dragoon. However, Estinian's relationship with his foster father was complicated. While he respected him greatly as a soldier, he could not help but resent him for failing to protect the village. As of his 32nd year, Estinian has no hobbies, and he concerns himself only with honing his skills, and occasionally eating anything passably delicious, that he might one day exact his retribution. It was with his single-minded dedication that he overcame every trial set before him and earned the title of Azure Dragoon. Gaelbalg in the Eye of Nidhogg. The Holy See bestowed the legendary spear Gaelbalg upon Estinian after he was awarded with the title Azure Dragoon. However, when he was possessed by the Shade of Nidhogg, the spear was twisted and transformed by the Great Worm's magics. Upon Estinian's disappearance from the infirmary, it was discovered that Gaelbalg too had vanished. So, it doesn't look like it here. That doesn't mean it's not in 1.0 text anywhere, or elsewhere. But I don't know it off the top of my head. But also, like, for instance, Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1 uses Estinian Wormblood instead of Estinian Valerno. Valerno? So, like, it doesn't always have all the best information. Good, Brooke. I hope you enjoy it. I just got Stormblood initial main story, but I haven't really seen the signs that Eugiddy is romantically interested. And so, Demins, it is literally like a couple of specific lines if you choose certain dialogue options throughout Stormblood. There's not a lot to suggest it earlier on, and you can literally choose dialogue options that do not get you those scenes. So it's not like, oh, she's super into you and the MSQ is all about it. It's just a thing that can happen. And also through some of the short stories. Then again, I've been told I'm the most oblivious man in history when it comes to romance. Yeah, it is a very background element that is technically even optional. It's a shame Tataru can't fight, but I think she could be a decent combat healer if needed. I mean, have you played the Four Lords? That didn't go so well. I'm pretty sure Eugiddy is only romantic. Eugiddy has some emotional issues of her own. I don't think she really has time to devote to love. Yeah, she's a shinobi of Doma after all. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair, AC. Eugiddy is an Apollo with honor and duty. That's fair. I still want Nero's armor. Yeah, kind of me too, but also because of the symbol, what Garlean armor symbolizes, I don't think we'll ever get to have it in that. Like, there's a reason that even the armor that you get in Stormblood is, like, very specifically not the Garlean-ass Garlean armor. Just because of... I tell a lie in that I don't think we could get it, but I can see a lot of complications around getting it. You can't turn in those helmets they wear. Garlean armor looks generally chic. So I'm gonna have to catch up real quick, guys. Oh, hi, Deadpool. Lots of people are worried of light sexual. That's fair. As Y'shtola simp, I would agree most of her best moments are basically memes. Yeah, and like for a lot of people, that's enough, and that's good. Is there something between Gaius and Livia? Because I played as a female Mikote, because of course I did, and in Praetorium she makes some weird cheating hussy reference to me, or so I interpreted so. She kind of does that to everyone anyways, but basically, yes. Estinian has no hobbies. damn right, most of us spend hours in the mirror after all, is just that Livia has some strong thirst. She has strong thirst for Gaius. It's kind of all over the place as to whether he's aware of it or not. Like that line about my room 1 hour makes it kind of imply that she does, but elsewhere it's kind of implied he didn't. So we'll have to go over. Livia is yandere obsessed with Gaius. Absolutely. I think Gaius is well aware of it, that my course 1 hour bit was anything to go by. Yeah, exactly. That's what's, but elsewhere it's suggested less so. So we'll look at all the evidence and make an opinion as we go along. Stinian does have a hobby. He's become something of a gourmand and just travel. Yep. All that dried squid. And apparently he's also getting better at spending coin. As of 6.1, he's better at spending money than 6.0. Like, Yoshi P specifically stated that, and we see it. My purpose here in the Recontier Garlean is to Recontier Garlean activity along Abalathia's spine. Owing to this, I have the honor of being acquainted with your Stola. Now sounds like a lot of you. Now the report of the Imperial airship's emergency landing came to us by way of Zmael Darkhold, situated to the west. Our man stationed at the entrance, a knight named Berlicht, may be able to tell you more, so as to expedite your mission. I shall furnish you with a letter of introduction. I pray that you will soon be reunited with your comrades. May the Fury grant you strength. Which Shine would be the worst father, and which would be the worst? Which Shine would be the worst father? Which would be the worst in your opinion? I'm assuming one best father. Best father's probably. So here's the thing about like Thancred's a really good actual father, like actually being a father. And what his struggles with Minfilia are from like some really complicated shit. So I think Thancred's a great father. I think the you know, in spite of all the like trauma and thing he's suffering from, he still manages to be a really great father. In the end, not that there aren't struggles in the process. Arenvald, I think, would be a really Arenvald. I think Arenvald's the best father, especially after what he went through as a child. But from both his father and his mother, I think Arenvald is probably the scion that I would think of as being the best father. Worst father might be Estinian. Graha would be a great father, but also he'd be more of like a great mother. Who would be the worst father? I think Urianger would struggle in some ways, but I think Urianger would be a really good father. I think Estinian, it might be Estinian. Especially if his child was not like battle competent or desirous of that. You stood before Zmael Darkhold, the subterranean fortress excavated by the great Iscardian house of the same name. None but the authorized personnel may enter. I'm gonna pretend like he's been to Limsa a lot lately. A letter from Portaling. So you have come about the Imperial airship. According to our scouts, the vessels have scarce touched the ground when a pair of men, captives by all account, burst forth and bolted. Imperial soldiers have since been sighted in the area, seeking to recapture them. What? The captives are like to be your friends, you say? Then let us pray that you are yet to step ahead of their pursuers. The emergency landing reportedly took place near the Orem Vale, situated south and west of here. I suggest you take your search there. Seek out a knight named Piermons. He should be able to assist you. Best father, Arenvald. Worst, Hoary Boulder. I don't know that Hoary Boulder would be the worst. I was just going to say Hoary Boulder. I mean, yeah. Graha does that have a maternal vibe to him. Hey, Etho, glad you could join us. Good to have you. And yeah, like that's the thing, Eden. He does have like a maternal vibe, so that doesn't mean he's not a great father. And fathers can be, you don't have to just be masculine to be a father. But like, there is that a maternalness to him that makes me, you know. Although there's some to the Crystal Exarch that is paternal as well. Does Luis count for best father? He's grandpappy, right? Like AC's best grandpappy, not father. Grammy mammy. Urianger would be really good with children. I mean, for the way he handles the pixies and labyrinths. Yeah, Atelier, exactly. I think he might, like, you know, struggle with certain emotions and stuff, as we know, but I do think Urianger would be a great father. Estinian, you want to be a weaver? No, son of mine. Yeah, exactly, Chris. That is exactly what I was thinking. Hoary Boulder seems like the type that would think bringing his kid along to a fight a Chimera is a great idea. You know what? You might be wrong. Also, Louis Sois, best father, there's also a lot to unpack there. Also, yeah, Louis Sois... Okay, to be fair, though, the ways in which Louis Sois struggled to be a father to Forchanel were also a lot of Forchanel's fault, not as just Louis Sois. But definitely best grandpappy, that's for sure. Estinian would be a cool older brother figure for other Scion kids. 100% agree. Hoary Boulder, that guy would make a good dad. Raoban is also a pretty good dad to Pippin. Yeah, I mean, he's not a scion, but yes, Raoban is a really good father. Eorzean would be a horrible father. Eorzean, though, would be... Oh, I thought you were saying Eorzean. And Eorzean, though, would be pretty good. I mean, the thing is, though, is that, like, if Eorzean had a kid during A Realm Reborn, he would have grown into his role as Endwalker Eorzean, as I think still. So, like, to my mind, he may have, like I say, he may have struggled at first, but I think he would have been ultimately a great father. So I think even A Realm Reborn Eorzean, if you start from there, would get to that point. I feel like Eorzean Tataru would be good wine aunts. Yeah, that's totally Jellybean. Mimbrina would be a great aunt, 100%. Luis was that person that their kids look up to them and go, where the hell was this person when I was growing up? Oh, that's true. I feel like if Estinian had a kid, he'd just poke at it until it either picked up the lance or made him food. But not even made him food. He would have to make sure that he, like, send them to the store to get it. Because they wouldn't be allowed to, like, make it. They'd have to, like, go on an adventure to get it. Eorzean is a great uncle to Rin. Yeah, he is. He really, really, really is. Yeah. Imperial airship? Aye, I saw it approach the land with my own 2 eyes. I hastened to the landing site, arriving just in time to see the vessel take to the skies again, but not before I deployed a detachment of troops. Gruff orders were being barked, and there was an air of consternation about them. I don't need better armor. I look like a warrior. There were prisoners aboard the airship. It seems that they seized the opportunity to flee when the vessel was forced to land. The Garleans who were deployed formed search parties and proceeded to scour the wilderness in order to alert our forces. I returned to my post. To find evidence that someone had been here in my absence, whoever they were, they tried the door to no avail and decided to go elsewhere. In all, I marked 2 sets of footprints, one large and one small. If you search the area, mayhap you'll be able to follow the prints to their owners. They would have to kill the antelopes and the 12s wood for their food. You know, I think Thancred and Eorzean should raise children together as bros. They'd be an awesome job. Yeah, Crotorize, I think they would be great at it. I do. I totally agree. I think of all the warrior artifact armors, the AR looks my absolute favorite. I think it's all over the place for me. It super depends expansion to expansion. I think all the warrior artifact armors... The warrior artifact armors. Yeah, warrior. Sorry, I misread that. I think you meant all artifact armors. Now, warrior, totally agree. I think warrior is my favorite. Is probably definitely Realm Reborn as well. But I also can't tell how much of that is also a byproduct of Curious Gorge, Arbert, and like association at this point. But as to which ones are my favorite, it's expansion by expansion. If you can dodge, if you can dodge a lance, you can dodge a ball. If you can sew some pants, you can dodge a lance. There we go. There we go. Eorzean and Thancred raising a child as heterosexual life partners. I mean, like, one of the things I really love is that they're... And me and Naniri talk about this in End Talkers, which if you haven't watched End Talkers, you should go listen to our End Talkers. Speaking of, we're getting our podcast set up as well. So I will have all of Lore Talks and End Talkers will be posted online to all your favorite podcasting websites. Apple, hopefully. I may have to figure some stuff out that. Google, Spotify, Podbean, all that. So if you prefer listening to those on a podcasting while you do cooking, cleaning, all that stuff, you'll be able to there. On top of that, they will not have the music in the background, so they'll just be the audio dialogue of me and Neri talking. But I love how much Eorzean and Thancred are just friends and like really like spend a lot of time just being 2 bros together. It's like a really background element that's easy to miss, but it's a pairing that I really appreciate. Well, that's not good. Learn to dodge, kid. Dodge! Okay, so apparently Estinian is just Piccolo. Estinian is totally Piccolo! Like, Estinian, if there was a kid that Estinian needed to take care of, it'd totally be Piccolo and Gohan. Like, just no question, that is exactly what happened. It is totally because Curious Gorge and Arbor and just in general look super good ones. Yeah. On Rose, yeah, totally. I love Estinian is effectively our narrative Lancer. It's just so hilarious. Yeah. I forgot if I did deep or high. I think I did high.
So cold. Want to go home.
Hey yo.
Ah! Please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as succulent as I look. It's all skin and bones underneath. I swear. What? Elio, it's you. Thank goodness you're here. It's been awful. The Garleans were snapping at our heels like a hungry pack of wolves. I was so hell-bent on evading them, I almost ran headlong into a monster's gaping maw. Thrice! And when I finally found cover, it hit me how cold and hungry I was. Biggs? He isn't here. He went off in a different direction to lure our pursuers away.
Link Pearl, baby. Got pearls in our ears. It's me, Sid. Have you any success? Found Wedge. Tracked down Wedge. That's wonderful news. Now what of Biggs? Well, he's too bigs to miss. I see. Well, it hardly surprises me that as a big fellow went off as he did. For all the tongue lashing he gave Wedge, he's always taken care of him. I've scoured the area surrounding the Darkhold, but have nothing to show for it. At any rate, we know for a fact that Biggs headed west. With both Yida and Hydaelyn helping out, I'm sure he'll turn up soon. Now then, I'll make my way over to your position while keeping an eye out for Biggs. If memory serves, there should be an Ishgardian fortification not far to your west. Monument Tower, I believe it's called. Let us meet there.
Dare I hope? Was that Master Garland you spoke with? After 5 long years. Oh, thank goodness he's alive. I'm feeling better now, Elio. Let's go to Monument Tower and wait for the chief to arrive.
Man, this would be a great time for them to have retroactively included the follow along feature. Maybe one day they'll do that. If you can dodge my lance. If you can dodge my lance, you can manage my finance. Does Eorzean have equivalent to Mother Father Day? Not really. Not really. But that's also because there's not all cultures celebrate that. And so there's not really not all cultures celebrate everything, but not that I can think of. But I'm also not a master of all the lore around every holiday. So I'm gonna, if someone could make a note of that, I want to make sure to double check that. If you can dodge a lance, you can have a weekly allowance. Alfie knows Gohan. Holy shit, I didn't even make the Piccolo parallel. It makes so much sense. Yep. Oh my god, that's a great comparison. He and Alphino are totally Piccolo and Gohan. Alphino would be Gohan. Yep. Yeah, oh my god, best comparison. Yep. Why are there no fat Eorzean? Is that a lore thing? Or, why are there no fat Eorzean? I'm gonna theorize. Here's my hypothesis. Twofold. The Eorzean metabolism and physiology is such that, like, it makes it hard for them to become fat. But I think number one is that Eorzeans as a whole are constantly having such a hard time that it's pretty hard for them to become fat in the first place because they're always constantly doing shit so much. Like, there's a reason that the only fat people we've seen really are in Yulmore, because, like, Yulmore is, like, generations of people allowed to have decadence. Because elves in general are almost never portrayed that way. So Eden, I agree that, like, outside of game, elves are never portrayed that way, but that's not a justification within the world why that's the case, right? So, like, while we never portrayed them that way, and that is not a representation of what the Eorzean, like, silhouette is supposed to be, that doesn't explain why they aren't in the world. So we have to, like, at least hypothesize why that could be. Wedge is an onion. Wedge is an onion. He cries all the time. There are no fat Eorzean, but there are fat Eorzean. Maybe one day Wedge will finally get that terrifying secretarial girl. I thought Wedge looked like an acorn. I always thought it looks like an acorn too, but I don't know if it's just an acorn. There's another reference point. I'm trying to remember what it was. There were no fat elves in Yulmore. Right, I'm talking about fat people though. I'm talking about we don't experience any fat people at all. It doesn't matter if it's Eorzean. We don't experience any fat people of any race until really Yulmore. For very specific reasons. No excuses, no excess food in Eorzean. Yeah, very well could be a mix of things. Headcanon is both social need to be tip-top shape, combined with them always being in some sort of conflict. Also just metabolism, physio, like I said. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing is that if you think about the fact that especially Ishgardian Eorzean, which says nothing about Gridanian Eorzean, are constantly at war and either dying or starving, you know, it's kind of hard to become fat. On top of that, you know, Eorzeans as a whole very rarely have a surplus. If anyone was going to have that surplus, it would likely be someone like on the Syndicate or Gegeruju. But the problem is that those people are also constantly having to work and do things anyways, so. Eorzeans store fat in their necks, not in their tummies, it just extends. Really the only fat characters in 14 are Miss Chai and the leader of Yulmore. Yeah. We also don't have fat humans, Lala, etc. Only fatties, where the Mikote and Yulmore. I mean, we can also argue that maybe potentially in the world of Final Fantasy 14 it's actually pretty hard to get fat. Thornton wasn't fat, but that armor made him look thick. I mean, speaking of juicy booty, I mean, we all know who's real juicy. Stormblood Xenos. I'm sorry, I have to read that one out loud. The only fat people in Final Fantasy XIV are Miss Chai, Vothri, and me playing Final Fantasy XIV. I'd love to play as a chunky Mikote. Yeah, I wish the problem is armor. You'd have to redo all of the armor and everything, and that'd be a problem. Is Vothri technically a fat hume? Yes, effectively. Now, is that a byproduct of his nature or other reasons? You could argue. I would argue that effectively, no, he is just a fat hume. And that there are then further extenuating circumstances to that. Well met. Welcome, adventurer. What brings you to these neck of the woods? Oh, it would seem your companion has caught a chill. Come and warm yourself by the fire. I will bring you hot broth. What is this reminding me of? There's like a Japanese either nut or thing that his hair reminds me of. How are we feeling now? Now then. Stay there where you can get warm. The same goes for you, friend. It is plain you have had a hard journey ahead of you. You may find rest when you can. Blah, 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 blah. Their head seems doable. I have no idea. Oh, their head? No, because if you have anything that comes down around, unless the helmet fully hides, if you have a helmet that frames, you then need to make sure that the helmet can, like, come out. And the thing is, it's not that that's not doable. It's the problem of that means that's a lot of work. And if they do that, it means they can't put those same people on doing Viera hats, Hrothgar hats, new armors. So like it's an opportunity cost issue. And I think that's a big thing. The other thing is if you make it so you could play chunky Mikote, then you kind of have to rationalize, well, we should allow everyone to play chunky other races, which means they need to do that for everyone else. And, you know, spirals out of control. A chestnut? I think that's what I'm thinking of Atelier, but I have no idea. Vothri is a thin and pretty man trapped in a fat man's body. Technically, he's a thin, light warden trapped in a fat man's body, but back to the story. I'm fine now, thanks to you, but I can't bear to think that Biggs is still all alone in the cold with Garleans on his heels. He lured the enemy away for my sake, and now he's suffering for it. I hate to have to rely on you again, Elio, but I do think you could search for. Do you think you could search for Biggs? I haven't the slightest notion where he might be at the moment, but maybe, just maybe, the people have seen something. Okay, you know what? Really quick, what we're gonna do, because Brooke, I want to make sure I do it before you happen to like leave or something. I'm gonna go to emotes. I'm gonna buy that tea for Elio. Tea emote. Watch like the tea emote go on sale like a month from now, and we could for like $3, and we could have bought like twice as many. We want it to go to Elio Forcheron. Ba, 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 ba. Why am I doing Star Wars? Where the fuck did that come from? How did I get to Star Wars from accordion? Like, yeah, yes, Soken doing accordion. Soken doing the organ makes me think of John Williams, of course. I should have known. Cool. Cool. We have the emote. We're getting the emote. We'll get to that later. A Rogan gentleman dressed in the same manner as your companion. I'm sorry, but he did not come by here. Let me think a moment. It would not raise your hopes unduly, but there is a cave situated a short distance to the south. We call it the Fury's Gaze, and it may be worth a while to investigate. Ooh, yeah, I get to show you guys another stone. I make this suggestion only because your friend seemed like a selfless sort. Rather than drawing the enemy to this tower, mayhap he elected to pass us by. Every time I do that, I have to do the, oh no, he's hot. I just, one of my partners got to Innocence for the first time, like 2 or 3 days ago, and that she had the exact same reaction. Chunky Lala would be the weapons for the new Blitzball. Jesus Christ. Wedge's hair kind of reminds me of About. Yeah, it does kind of look like About. I mean, there's a lot of things you can associate with. True enough, it would be difficult to rationalize why only Fat Mikote were being added. Yeah, like that's the difficulty, Eden. It's like lore issues, practical creation issues. Okay, so also before we do anything else, as I've pointed out elsewhere, there are stones to each of the 12 all around the world in Final Fantasy XIV, and the stone to Helone is here. However, it's very hard to see her sign, but that is where. Here, let me see if I can do like contrast or something. No. I wish I had a flying mount. I'd be able to fly up and do this either. Let's see if... Nope, that made it worse. You can't really see it very well. Oh, you know what? This might help. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Oh, yeah, Ray, I did give that shout out to Brotherhood at the start. Thank you for the reminder, though. But yes, again, thank you, Brotherhood, for the idea for the what are they called? Titles for the no. Okay. No, that's none of that's gonna work. Okay, no worries. Let's just do this. I want a hairless Mikote. Can you not do bald Mikote? Although I guess you don't mean bald, I guess you mean like hairless everywhere. Soken is such a compositional chameleon. He really is. Hairless Mikote would be terrifying. I mean, to be fair, if there were Mikote that existed during like Karn or something, and with the Secrets in the Sun and stuff, I mean, hairless Mikote would kind of make sense. Just saying. Hey, Aubrey, good to see you. Glad to have you. And yes, I agree. A travesty. I do love seeing when some of you guys who are either lurkers or like just don't message that often do pop in to message something and it's out of like horror because someone has presented an idea or something of that vein. It's pretty funny. Give us an Egypt-like place that sinks Mikote. I mean, to be fair, you could see something like that end up a little bit in either the southern New World if they want to like add a little bit of Africa into that. I would think though that if you want to see Egypt, you're either thinking about Karn or you're thinking about parts of Mericidia. Could arguably maybe be parts of North Africa. We'll see how that pans out. Do you think Butler made an underrated or overrated job? I think that's I'm going to be honest, and I'm sorry if this upsets anyone, and please don't take my paranoia to heart if you're really excited for it. I think that's a super overrated idea. I don't think that that's a good idea for a combat job in any way. I think it'd be a really fun like mini game thing. I think it'd be really fun like whole quest series. I don't think that's a really like that doesn't feel like a Final Fantasy like, especially a Final Fantasy like 14 like job to me. That is my opinion. If you're excited for it, I have been wrong a number of times on guesses and ideas, so do not take that to heart. But yeah, I think that's a super overrated idea, personally. Hey, Dragonstar, good to see you, glad to have you. Raiho, good to see you, glad to have you. Ponders what John Williams' rendition of Lahi would sound like. Does anyone here make music? I know some of you make art, which I need to get in contact with you guys about. But if anyone makes music, boy, do I want to hear an orchestral version of Lahi a la like a Williams-style score from like 1970s, 1980s style Williams. You finally see that Mikote have no ears on the sides of their heads like more human races and how unsettling that would be. That's a good point. Also, Maine Coon Mikote would be funny. Oh, I love Maine Coons. If I get another cat, I'm getting a Maine Coon. I haven't had a cat in a couple of years. Is there a reason why the stone is such a slate? Did the Calamity mess things up that is in such a state? I mean, no, that's what the 1.0 stone looks like pretty much. Here, you know what? Why don't I, because I have the power to do this, let me pull up something real quick. Because I've been meaning to reference this a bunch of different times. Videos. Oh my god, everything's sorted really well, but my server is getting crowded. So like, there's so many things to sift through. Combined, forever taken, future. Sorry, I'm gonna have to take one quick second to try and find this. No, it's not in combined. It should be under. Oh no, it's. Wait, should. Give me one quick second. I played with you. Don't leave. Don't leave me. Where is it? Oh, okay, there we go. There we go, okay. Here is what it looks like. Okay, so you know what? No, that's Thaliax. Oh, no, that's Thaliax. I thought that was Holones. No. Okay, no. Oh, there was Holones. So, yeah, comparing to 1.0, let's pop it up. Let's pop a Lapidopolis. OBS. Display capture. So, Holones. So here, it was destroyed. I mistook it, because some of them actually got swapped around. Why is it in this state? There's two possible arguments. One of which is a calamity really fricked things up and that someone mounted it there and that's why it's like that, to your point. Alternatively, because some of them have just been straight swapped, there's also a certain amount that you could argue that these stones are supposed to have always assumed that they were looked how they did in 2.0 and don't worry about it. How you choose to look at it is up to you, because some of them, like limb lanes, is, and this is 1.0 footage for those of you who aren't aware. Like if we continue on, limb lanes is almost is the same as it was. Oh hey, 1 second, guys. Oh, Deadpool, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, could you set them down for me? Thank you. When my partners got me some food, and Deadpool's very excited. Oh, you staring at it? Huh? Huh? Hi. Hi. Can you say hi to the stream? No, you really want that food, don't you? You can't have it. That's poison. Okay. But back to the point at hand. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh no, that's me. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's catch up on you guys quick. Limited job, best for Butler Maid, in my opinion. Yeah, if they would do a limited job, could be a fun thing to do with it. Wait, Butler Maid was combat jobs. How would that even work? Some people have pitched it. Corduroys. Fire Emblem has them. Yes, Fire Emblem's a very different series, but JRPG, you know, a lot of carryover. Butler's combat job. It's honestly the first I've ever heard such a thing. What would their weapon even be? We've had a conversation about this a while ago. I'm trying to remember what stream it was. I think it might have been a community stream. Who can whistle? Need to get a proper visit if I'm going to try to pull off John Williams, though. Their weapon would be mop. Their weapon would be a mop. Okay. I'm going to have to skip forward a little bit through the maid discussion. Speaking of, I need to go to script. Renaming anything that is only to name the folder. Yes, thank you, Issa, for all of your hard work. To Ninja, there's one better use razor weapon. Paparino, everyone, yeah, what is that? How do we see that? That is 1.0 footage that I have saved to my server, so I need to make 1.0 content out of it. That's how well. Deadpool's like, no time for high, there are snacks. Literally Jelly Bean. That's one Butler that uses high caliber. Chunky Doge. He just looked chunky because I was holding him as time. He's actually very, very in shape, and he's just like corgi sized. Might an idea for Patreon be the access to 1.0 footage? So the 1.0 footage is not mine personally recorded, so I don't feel comfortable having people pay for that. I should be able to give access to people who ever recorded it. My only worry is whether or not the person who did it would be okay with that. But hopefully they will be. So, but I'll try to get that set up. The other thing is that the site that I downloaded them from, the files break when you try to watch them usually, and I've converted them to MP3s. So I'll figure out something, Brotherhood, because you're right, that is really important for people. But I wouldn't recommend downloading them because there's some issues with it. I'll figure out something. ACA made his entire arsenal of firearms in her skirt. Hey, Professor, welcome back. Just came back from where I left. Awesome. Just to check, is every single one of the 12 stones still in game, or did some of them get destroyed? Another one? All of them are. And maybe at the end of the stream, we'll go around and wander and check all of them. Now, Speakers of Hydaelyn have a ton of 1.0 content. Yes. I need 1.0 content in my life. Hey, Jumpy Bird. Good to have you. Glad to see you. One of the things I want to do next is I'm going to do a recap of a lot of 1.0 content. Not next. It's coming up. I'm in the middle of writing scripts for it because there are other people who have done it, like the Speakers of Hydaelyn, but I'd also like to do our own take. Archivize. Oh, that might be a big... Also, we've had a lot of people keep asking. What about Sword Saint as a job? Sounded kind of legit. You'd have to pitch me on what it is, AC, for the Sword Saint.
Elio, were you able to learn anything? Not in this area. Well, that stands to reason. I suppose seeing as it was trying to lure the Garleans away from me, but where within the vast sea of snow and ice could he be? We can't give up, Elio. We must find Biggs before he succumbs to the cold or is recaptured. There must be someone in the tower who can help us, even if it's only to tell us where else to look. Ask them for me. Ask anyone who will listen. And hurry! Biggs' chance of survival grows slimmer by the moment.
Do you guys mind if I eat some on stream? Because my partner brought me onion rings, I think, and ice cream. And I'm worried about the one going cold and one going hot. Isn't there a group that kept a 1.0 server alive? I think so. That's Project Dalamud, Project Meteor. Oh my god, I'm forgetting what it's called. But yes, there's people trying to get the 1.0 servers up and running to some extent. Not so that they're online, but so that they're well, they can be online, but so that they're usable. And my plan, one of the things that held me off from doing 1.0 content was wanting to wait till that project was more stable. But I definitely, it's not functional. It's more like the bare bones of it, some of it. Like a lot of interactions and dialogue and things don't work. Sword Saint sounds like it would be a holy version of Dark, which is pretty much Paladin, yeah, except without shield, although they could do it as a DPS. Yeah, that's like, you have to pitch me something that's got more of a distinct identity, right? Mukbang. I would suggest Oracle as a potential job, but I think it's too similar gimmick to Ast. Yeah, like that's always the thing, is it always has to have an identifiable, fundamental, interesting mechanic, needs to have a fundamentally interesting and identifiable weapon, and it needs to be discernible from all the other jobs in a meaningful way. Sorry, I can't share them with you, Demins. Go for it, mate. Okay, awesome. I'm gonna grab that. Don't mind me. Eat your food while it's good. I posted my milkshake and food in Discord. It's delicious. Awesome. I've got an ice cream shop like a block away from where I live. Nice. Now I want Sonic Blast. Sword Saint, the name where it kind of makes me think of OG sword singers in Elder Scrolls lore. Yeah, there you go. You, friend, your friend is lost in the wilderness, you say? If he's not to be found around here or the vicinity of Darkhold, it's possible he made for Whitebrim. To reach it, one must travel through the Denifin Pass, the southern end of which lies to the north and east of here. While I make no guarantee that your search will bear fruit, it is surely better than worrying in idleness. I wish you luck. Oh, and one more thing. Do tread warily when climbing the stairs here. Not a moon ago, I near broke my neck when I slipped and took a tumble.
It seems the fate of a monument tower to watch the Watcher, which was built to guard the Fury's gaze, and the stones beyond price hidden in its depths. It now keeps vigil against the Garlean outpost for the jewel that is the Ishgard's must never fall to the Empire's unclean hands. Oh, actually, so before I tell a joke, there's an interesting thing I want to point out that many of you, I'm almost certain, have never noticed. Other way, other direction. There. That is a castrum that was meant to be built in Kurthis. This is not a castrum from a different region. This was a castrum that they began to build in Kurthis that never got finished, and I think it's castrum Aquilia. I think that's what it is. Let me pull up real quick. Castrum Aquilanus. That's what it is. Castrum Aquilanus is what it was, and a lot of people don't realize that this is here. From the top of Monument Tower can be seen the silhouette of a Garlean castrum in the distance. Though it bears an unmistakable likeness to Castrum Marinum, its true identity is Castrum Aquilanus, an imperial outpost abandoned midway through construction due to the prohibitive harshness of the region. So literally they started building a castrum and like, nah, fuck this is too cold. Which is pretty funny to me. It kind of reminds me of people trying to attack Russia. By the way, I want to remind you all, he just talked about breaking necks by falling downstairs. With that said, I am invincible! I got a question. The heck are the Gigas? The Hekaton Kyries are a type of Gigas? I'm trying to remember if they're a type of Gigas or if they're distinct. Let's pull up my entry on them. Because they're usually referenced and so co-harmony with them. I'm trying to remember if that they're technically taxonomically classified as under the same branch. Here, I have, where is it? This is why I have notes on everything.
No, okay, so there's the Gigas, the Giants, and the Hecatonkairies. They are all three distinct. They're similar to the Giants. The Giants are similar to the Gigas. We're also one of Thrall. They were once thralls of the Gigas, so yeah, so there are specifically three distinct groups. You might be able to treat them, because they're all gigants, they all fall under the same taxonomical branch, and so in one way you could kind of look at them as kind of like different clans, like you've got your Seeker of the Sun, Keeper of the Moon distinction. Also, always remember, if you have questions, I'm happy to figure them out or answer them, or at least try to point you in the right direction. You think the Garleans would be used to the cold? Yeah. I mean, remember though, a lot of their warriors, especially in Eorzean, are conscripts. So many of them didn't grow up in Ilsamar, or in Garlemald. Lore Castrum, anyone? Speaking of building, I still think the builder's combat job is a good potential idea to use. Would be an excellent tanks class. Yeah, AC, I think because we were not going to get a tank, I think it's less likely, although I do really like the concept, but I do think there's a good chance we could get a Allegan-centered DPS class. Okay, forgive me, I must eat now. You know what? This ice cream is totally gonna melt. I'm gonna be right back. Shall we then? A lot of gum corrupts are from Alamigo! Slope! The two lines I can do correctly with a Manchester accent. Alamigo! Slope! And for some reason I can't maintain it anywhere else. I'm still trying to practice. I literally have been trying to like pull up like YouTube videos of people just talking with Manchester accents. I can't get it. And I'm running out of time because when we get into 2.x, it's gonna start hitting. What kind of ice cream are you nomming on? I am nomming on a vanilla Oreo concrete, I think is the terminology they use, from Culver's. By the way, while he's ice creaming, side note, I'll be attempting one. Oh, wow. Really nice, Issa. I've been, I got to level 98 of Heaven on High solo before Endwalker came out, and I lost, and I was so brokenhearted that I haven't tried again since. But because we're gonna start doing potentially low-key streams on Twitch of just like maybe doing lore research notes and streams of stuff like that, like just content of like me just playing, which if any of you are interested in, feel free to join in, but it's just meant to be just like a low-key off-the-cuff thing. That might be a good place for that as well. Builder class and Vuln cooldown is just a wall of goobers. Our orders are to take you back, dead or alive. Which will it be, engineer? What? Why do you come and find out, Tinhead? Ah, Elio, it is well that you are here. The situation is grave.
Bex is in a bad way. We need to do something right now.
Lease being lease. Ida has the right of it. He will perish if we delay. With me! Elio jumpscare. He's not alone. Kill them all. I want to find an ancient Allegan cryo-frozen somewhere. I'm just thinking of,
How did you know where to find me?
I'm just thinking of Mass Effect 3. Hold the ground. Reinforcements are coming.
The more the merrier. I'll pound y'all into the next Umbrella era.
Yida, less provoking and more pummeling, if you would be so kind. Vanguards, destroy them! Elio, stay close to Biggs. Byrgot becomes the new job trainer for the builder.
Look! How many of them are there? This is the last one.
More than are conductive to merriment. Next time, Ida, have care what you wish for. I think RNG can be made to work really well and be fun. The problem is you need to make sure you're balancing RNG so it evens out appropriately, and you provide your you need to provide your user some amount of control over the RNG. Like, the dancer's main problem is you have no control over feathers. That's why it's bad. It's not that the feathers are RNG, it's that you have no control of, like, oh, even if you're getting bad RNG, you have some control over trying to stack them.
Methinks another moment and he would have had.
He has been too long in the cold. We must find shelter for him. Well, we got the tower. Monument Tower, you say? Very well. Ida and I shall bear him there with all haste.
Sid will be so happy to see Biggs and Wedge again. Oh, I love reunions.
Oof. A heart. Think about it. Having elegant engineers and builders making instant battle constructs on the front line is very useful. Having power suits lets them handle each squadron alone. I mean, the problem, AC, is that we don't have a lot of historical record to know that that's how they fought, especially with the fact that they seem to be chimeric creations, summon Void Sense, and even occasionally create Forgekin rather than augmenting themselves in that way. They tended to make things for them, and the problem is that also then gets in the way of, like, what the machinist already does. So I don't know that that fully works out. Like, again, doesn't mean that they can. Doesn't mean that there's not, like, some crossover between lots of jobs. But it's just, you know, for the sake of discussing the pitch. The scene where Biggs throws Wedge on the magic armor was funny. That looks practiced. Yep. Cross between Monk and Machinist and literally the Tinker Gadget class from FFT Advance. I'm all for that. Yeah. The careful thing is making sure that there's a little more of an extension. It makes it more... It's Yeet the halfling. Hey, Des, good to see you. Glad to have you. Grabbing coffee. Good, okay, Brooke. Just replace the dumb RG base skill with something more tangible, interesting. Yeah, I made a point on that with Atelier. ME3, yeah, with Javik. Yeah, Mass Effect 3. I think that was his name. Yeah, his dialogue options were interesting. He's a really interesting and good character, and I think he adds a lot to ME3. It's really sad that he was a DLC character. Remember World Mode and the Maelstrom had issues with the Magic Armor 1.0. We can easily body them ourselves now. Yeah, I mean, we're also supposed to be scary. Yes, the Garlean grunts really are not that bright. Yeah. Solarian Zape flies. Milkshake Mech Infantry. Milkshake Mech Infantry Assault. Thank you, Issa. Oh, and I meant to say luck based because the Tinker's skills in FTA were technically coin toss. Ah, yes. Yeah, definitely rework that. What about a class of casters based on the Aboriginal Dream Time? A job that uses dream magic to fight sound interesting? I think it sounds interesting, especially with the way in which Meristidia seems to be coded as part Africa, part Australia, and especially Australia in my mind. I think that could be super, super interesting. And we know dreams are a major thing in 14. Monk machinist weapons could be called gauntlets. I like that idea. Chocobo Knight, I want a proper mounted combat. Yeah, I don't think so because of... We'll talk about that later, but I hear you. And I don't say yeah to think so to poo-poo you. I more just think, like, from a design perspective, I think that struggles in a lot of ways, especially you already have companions, you already have mounts, and, like... How do you make that interesting that isn't a bunch of movement-based stuff, but movement-based stuff breaks a lot of things? So, we could look to D&D 5e subclasses for inspiration, absolutely. Wild magic classes, anyone? Yeah, what does wild magic, though, really mean in terms of aetherology? I mean, like, things like blue magic exist, so, like, to say nothing that there's not a good point there. Manifest dreams, nightmares with aether. Yeah, or something like that. We know that that's a huge thing, both from Shadowbringers and elsewhere. I totally think a dream-based class could be something, AC. That's a good idea. You could play that a couple different ways. You could also do that with New World as well.
I cannot thank you enough, Elio, and the same goes for the rest of you. Thank you all so much.
Oh, don't you mention it. We are family, are we not?
Well, yes, it's just... I just didn't think I'd ever see him again.
I owe a lot of you my life. And you saved Wedge too, Elio. I lose in count of how many I owe you. Biggs, Wedge, God, it's good to see the two of you again. Sorry, I need a moment. I just really love Sid's theme. For any of you who watched my most recent video, you'll notice that I use Sid's theme as the outro. I also really like to have like outros at the end of the videos that are hopeful and like kind of consolidate the whole ideas that have come up during the video. So, but love that shit. Yeah, Atelier, I love Sid's theme too so much. It's so good. I was talking about that last time. Or was that 2 times ago? No, last time I think. Chiefs, it is you. It's really you.
In our hearts, we knew you were still alive, but to finally see you in the flesh.
Oh, actually, I think I flip-flopped that. Whoops. When Elfino told me of the raid on the Waking Sands, I feared the worst. What happened? The enemy struck with nary a warning. We didn't stand a chance. Wedge and I were in the workshop when they came. Before we knew what was happening, the Imperials had us at gunpoint. It must have been awful. There's one thing I don't understand, though. How did the Garleans get there so fast? I mean, the Immortal Flames should have had seen them coming, right?
Cape Westwind, people! Cape Westwind! There's a literal Garlean installation, like, a block away!
I myself asked the same question that day. When I returned to the carnage of the Waking Sands, I noted naught amiss in the horizon. Nothing at all to suggest the passing of Imperial force. From this I conclude that the Garleans came neither by land nor by air. Nay, they were born there by potent teleportation magics. Magics of the kind used by Ascians. Carry on.
We were bound and blindfolded and bundled into a cargo bay with a waiting airship. I can't readily say how long we were aboard, but when the time came for us to disembark, we found ourselves in the midst of an Imperial stronghold, Castrum Sentry. Upon arrival, we marched off into the main complex. Biggs and I were thrown into a detainment cell together, while Minfilia and the others were taken elsewhere. That was the last we heard of them.
Castrum Sentry. What happened next?
Well, we were held in isolation for what felt like years. It was probably moons.
Interesting. So I was right. It has been weeks, or many days, or no months. Oh no, or maybe only weeks. So okay. So that means it's been weeks. So if that weeks, well, if we assume that he's telling that he's right and not just really off about his period of time, we do know that it's probably been at least a month in between the attack on the Waking Sands and this moment, roughly. Which seems odd. Well, it doesn't seem odd, it's just interesting. But we shouldn't also trust his gauge of time.
And then without warning, the Imperials collected a pair of us and put us on another vessel, which we found out was bounded for Garlemald, much to our dread.
I'd also point out that I'm pretty sure in terms of chronology, the longest period of time in an expansion takes place over is a Realm Reborn by far. Especially 2.0 to the end of 2.x. I would say it's probably a year, almost maybe in and of itself, if not including Heaven's Word, in my opinion. We're not wrapping up, no. We still got an hour at the least. The problem about a Void Mage is either A, a Reaper, or B, a Black Mage, like you say, Professor. Because the thing is that Void Mages just use Void Scent, and the only way to use Void Scent in a way that is, like, not reprehensible is basically the way we use them as a Reaper. So I don't know that we will see a Void Mage, partly because it literally, even the Void Mages were effectively just Black Mages. I don't know that it's different enough to warrant creation. It literally cuts too much into 2 identities, and even in lore. Just bring out the G-Fighter as a mount. I also love 3 goofs, Sid, Biggs, and Wedge, yeah. FFXIV version Necromancer of Diablo. No, so Chris, I think you've been here, you might have been here for this discussion. I know that, okay, so if it's voodoo-style necromancy that's, like, not dealing with the undead, maybe. There's just no way we're gonna have an undead summoning class, because literally, like, everything in this world, like repeatedly nails on the head the idea of anything to do with necromancy is either evil, immoral, or misguided. So I don't, like, you are literally, the things that it requires to create necromancy is by nature evil in this world. So I don't think we'd ever see a class like that. However, maybe like a voodoo priest stylish thing, maybe we could see something like that. Range can be blitzball or long-range whips, like the Belmonts from Castlevania. Everybody's been talking about that for forever, AC. I think those are possibles. Oh, whips could be fun. So many cosplay opportunities. Michelle Pfeiffer, Catwoman. Michelle Pfeiffer in a Catwoman suit. Are we wrapping? No, I think it's based on a similar principle the mages of Balja did in the old days with the memories crystals. As a backstory, the Dream Mage could use their job to help excise malevolent dreams. AC, I'm going to be honest, of the jobs that we've thought of so far, I think this actually, well, I mean, not some of like Geomancer or maybe even Corsair. This might be I really think that could work. Like, really. There's a lot to support it in lore and a lot of support it in the real-world reference points for those geographic locations. Yoshi doesn't seem a fan of jobs with minions. Yeah, which is why we Necro Beast Tamer has jobs. Yeah, at least that's the talk I've heard of the Grapevine. So yeah, that's pretty true. I would say that's why we haven't had a main job. And it's not just a dislike for him himself. There's a lot of complications and annoyances that come with trying to create them and balance them. I do think that we see a Beast Tamer that's basically a Pokemon trainer as a limited job. Because limited jobs can be more broken. They're made to be weird. But yeah, good total full point, fair points eaten. That's a plot hole for me. We know that Lucia calls the Warrior of Light the Slayer of Titan, but she arrives right after Minfilia gets off the phone, but she still expects to find us there. That's a plot hole for me. We know that Lucia calls the Warrior of Light the Slayer of Titan, but she arrives right after Minfilia gets off the phone, but she still expects to find us there. I'm confused about your confusion, Professor. Also, I point out that, like, I'm assuming you don't mean Lucia, I'm assuming you mean her sister, but, I'd also point to the fact that us killing Titan is like a widely known thing. Void Mage would be hard to implement, then I guess that means the devils will avoid. If I get a leather catsuit, I'd dye it red and then never see me coming. Never see me coming. Oh god, that was terrible. Closest association with the Void Mage to this day might be the limbs of Dalamud. I'd rather not be associated with them. Yeah.
Back there, we weren't like to leave again. So risky though it was to sabotage ship in altitude control and thereby force an emergency landing. And in the midst of the ensuing chaos, we managed to slip out our captors. The rest, as they say, is history. If I didn't know better, I'd call that a likely story. Sabotaging the altitude controls of an airborne vessel? That will have been Biggs' handiwork. Like as not. You'll always were resourceful in a tight spot, my friend. Elio, thank you for returning my dear assistance to me. It would seem I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. There are still many questions in my mind, but the answers can wait. Minfilia and the others are still want for rescue. All right, you lot. Garland Ironworks is back in business. Let's go and give the Imperials what for. Hurrah! So Professor meant that Livia should be realistic, should have realistically waited a bit for the Warrior Life to arrive at the Waking Sands properly if she wanted to ambush them. Yeah, it's possible. Okay, it's also possible that they weren't worried about it, and they're like, okay, we're gonna take this crew, because we know that they teleported in, right? So like they were worried about maybe reinforcements coming, things coming. They're like, okay, we've got them, we're taking these people, we can deal with the Warrior of Light later. I think that's what I suggested when we got there, because as long as they have the people to study who know about the Echo, their main goal was accomplished, because their main goal was not capture the Warrior of Light. Their main goal was get people who know about the Echo. I think Reaper is as close to moral ambiguity as the dev team is willing to go for a playable class. Yeah, and even them, they are relatively, like, I mean, the Lemures are a little bit more morally ambiguous, but even like the purpose to which we put it is pretty effectively just straight good. But yeah, I think you're right, Demons. I think there's a good chance that we won't see a lot of extreme moral ambiguity. If anything, I think there's a lot of more moral ambiguity in the Dark Knight quest because of the way, in some ways. Thanks to you, Biggs and Wedge are with us again. Now we must find a way to rescue Minfilia and the others. Gods know we've kept them waiting too long already. Based on what we've learned, I believe it's safe to say they're being held at Chasm Sentry. What gave you that idea? So let's convene at the Revenant's Toll in Mordona. 'Tis a good place as any to prepare, and better than most. The road leading east and south will get you there. When we arrive, let us seek the advice of local adventurers. We're bound to learn a thing or two that will benefit our mission. A river. Have I fallen for the money trap if I want to buy one of the lacquered Moogle's masks for my ninja glam? I don't think it's a money trap. I'll say, like, I don't mind paying. I hate micro. I'm an ardent person who has a distaste for microtransactions in general, and like most MMO schema for money collection. But I mean, not even just MMO really. I don't mind giving Square my money now and then. Mainly because it, the things are very innocuous. Much of the time they come about as things that existed for a limited time period, but
hey, this limited time stuff is no longer available in game. However, if you want to give us a couple bucks, here you go. Like that, to me, that's a perfectly fair compromise for having some limited time things for like event stuff. I do think that there's some cases that are egregious, like Cruise Chaser. Cruise Chaser to me is a problem mostly because Cruise Chaser would have made so much more sense as a Rival Wings mount that it really sucks that it's not for that. And also $30 is a bit steep. But that said, I think that's perfect. I think you're not falling into a money trap because you buy one thing that's gonna be worth it and fair and support a game that you love. I don't think nor is morally ambiguous, just legally ambiguous. It strikes me as more edgy, chaotic, or neutral good. But there is moral ambiguity in the way that you and Frey end up treating people around you. Like, the anger and sense of righteous indignation and injustice means that you end up treating a lot of people negatively or cruelly, especially in the Heaven's Word part of the quests. So that's more what I mean. I think there is some moral ambiguity. And I also think that you're not just legalism, but also you are effectively acknowledging the system is broken, might makes right. I don't care whether people say I'm wrong or right. My sense of injustice is correct, and I will inflict my sense of moral righteousness upon the world. And that is morally ambiguous to me. That is complicated. That is nuanced. Now, it doesn't mean that we're not right pretty much every time, but it's worth denoting that I don't think it's much compared to many of the other quests. And there are other ones too, as well. I think there's always a lot of complication and nuance. Well met, friend. What brings you to Revenant's Soul? Did I hear you rightly? Your friends are being held captive of Castrum Sentry, and you want to rescue them. I don't mean to discourage you, but that might prove difficult. This stronghold has been on high alert of late, with armored patrols seen about the perimeter around the clock. Not even a fly could get within 100 yalms of the walls undetected. If the Garleans were alerted to our coming, we cannot know what they will do to Minfilia and the others. We must act with the greatest stealth. Aye, it's a good old-fashioned infiltration.
But with the security so low, how are we going to smuggle ourselves in?
Why, I have a mind to walk through the front door.
Huh? The front door?
Aye, we'll disguise ourselves as Imperial troops and march right in. For this, we'll need a few sets of Imperial uniforms, a suit of Magitech armor, and impeccable timing. Huh, that's a bold strategy, but it just might work. Where we are, there's certainly no shortage of opportunities to borrow the equipment. Knowing those Imperial bastards, they won't even suspect that we savage Eorzeans would think of it to use their technology. Then it's settled. If you're determined to go ahead with this, I'd recommend you speak with Galmont. The fellow's got a personal grudge against the Empire and happens to know a deal about Castrum Sentry besides. I've no doubt that we'd want to be of aid. Yida and I shall go to reconnoiter. Why are they reconnoiter? Okay, let me... like, just say go do reconnaissance. Jesus Christ. It's also interesting because I don't see that localization elsewhere nearly as much. I wonder if that was like an early Kojiism or someone else. Reconnoiter. Really? It's reconnoiter? Reconnoiter. Okay, it's reconnoiter. We shall go reconnoiter Garlean activity at the stronghold. It would not do if something were to befall our comrades before we had a chance to act.
Come and join us when you're ready, Elio. Let's do this.
Sometimes I wonder, Yida, are there ever times where you're not enthused?
I'm nothing if not enthused. Yashola and you are beginning to remind me of Papa Limo.
I don't... Hey, Remziel, glad to see you. Good to have you. I feel if you think it's worth the money to get it, but I also agree that some of the pricier items are egregious. I think the mounts that are 30 plus are egregious. Other than that, I think everything's fair. I do think emotes like the T emote shouldn't be $7. They should be like at most $5. Like, there's quibbles I have, but on the whole, because the amount of stuff this game has, the amount of stuff that this game has in game to get is the vast majority of skins from mounts to everything, and those things that you can get usually are not like better. They might be different, but usually they're not better. Like not just technically, but also like literally, like design wise, not that much better. Like yes, there's like Cruise Chaser's cool, and yes, like the it's not called Cerberus, what it is, Cloud's motorcycle is cool. But you have things like Mecha Bahamut. You have all sorts of cool mounts you can get in game and only can get in game. I mean, the one time that they did something that was like, not egregious, but it was they acknowledged was like, this is probably not a good idea, is making it so that if you buy the motorcycle, you get instant max speed on a map. But like you can easily get max speed on all maps really easily. So that's not even a problem. Even not as a Dark Knight, we have been through some serious emotional damage and have been wrong before. In some cases, we shouldn't care to do what we feel is the right. In some cases, we shouldn't care to do what we feel is the right thing to do. Oh, the reason why Black Mage is intrinsically taboo in Ul'dah is because Black mages have been outlawed by Sharlayan due to the Sixth Emperor Calamity. I mean, it's not just that they've been outlawed by Sharlayans. It's not just that. They're like everyone. It's not also Sharlayan outlawing it. No one would give a shit. Like most people don't know what's going on. It's widely people have a really negative view of them because of their association with Void Sense, because of their associations with Sixth. It's not so much an outlawing mandate by Sharlayan. It's more like a taboo across. I mean, especially the tribal groups would not have given a shit if Sharlayan outlawed it. It goes beyond that. But effectively, yes, due to the Sixth Emperor Calamity. I will say Gaius was making a lot of sense when he said that Eorzean needed a strong hand to guide it. No, because that's a strong man theory. What Eorzean needed was people to unite to be able to lead themselves and to be able to cooperate. They needed to unify more than they needed a strong hand to guide them. Because even the Warrior of Light isn't guiding them. We inspire, but we do not guide. We do not guide Eorzea. We are a North Star. Our story is something to which people aspire and look to. Like that's a big part of what Shadowbringers is about. But I think one of like as much as Gaius makes a lot of interesting points, as much as there's roots of truth in almost all the things he presents, I think the part of Gaius's big flaw, and I think part of the thing that the game repeatedly acknowledges and points to, is that Gaius's obsession with great man theory makes it is not correct, and ultimately will only lead to more conflict because people are not infinite. I mean, so what happened? Alag has the same problem in a way when you get to what's his face? Oh my God, Xande. Guys want to dictate, not just guide. Yeah, and that's the problem. Is that like I guess also it depends. Like everything he's saying there is he's talking about the strong must lead. It is dictation. It's not guiding, and it correctly demands exactly, which is why I was stating that Black Mage also should fit in the same category as Reaper and Dark Knight for chaotic inclined jobs. Yeah, and my problems with it though aren't whether or not it fits that, but like also Black Mage isn't. Part of the Black Mage quest is about undoing those social taboos, and so they're removed. Reaper is about being in the background, but again, my problem is not even necessarily that. My problem is that the archetypes already exist that cover both halves of it. What new or interesting or meaningful thing are you doing there? Because if you're just summoning Void Scent, you're evil. Because if you're willfully summoning Void Scent through the Terrors and making pacts with them willy-nilly, you are effectively just a Lamb of Dalamud, other than not trying to cause the apocalypse, but also literally you are doing something that could cause the death of many, many people willy-nilly. Whereas the Reaper is incredibly constrained and limited in what it can do. Also, if you're not just doing that with Void Scent, there's literally no difference between you and a Black Mage. Can Donar theoretically wield two greatswords? One is the one on our backs, the other made from dark magic, just an idea. I mean, you already do wield Aether Infused. I mean, the thing is what's the benefit of that? You already infuse your greatsword with dark magics. So, like, could they? I guess, but it's, like, it's not all of The Witcher where there's a benefit to both kinds of swords. There's literally, you already do that with your one greatsword as your focal medium. Pretty much Sharlayan laid the entirety of the Sixth Emperor Calamity at the feet of Mock's armies of Black Mage. Yeah, but, like, that's not just Mock. That's, like, also a byproduct of, like, most other records, of the written records of those people who came out of the Sixth Emperor Calamity. That's, like, Red Mage does that and has nothing to do with Sharlayan. That's not just Sharlayan. That's everyone. Everyone feels that way and pretty much treats Mock as, like, while Amdapor is not blameless, and, like, for instance, the Elementals and stuff were frustrated with them, and so Gridania has some negative associations with them in the past. Historical records across the world lay the blame at the Sixth feet, at the Mock's feet. You can listen to our lore talk; we talk about that some, but I don't think that's super Sharlayan specific. One for men and one for monsters. I mean, but yeah, there's no reason to not just have it. Yeah, okay. Even though Shitoto invented black magic for good reasons. Yeah, I mean, but like also you have Cessair. There were good people in Mock. You have Cessair Blackwind who's trying to do the right thing and literally only summoned Diablos because he was desperately trying to prevent the War of the Magi from getting worse. So like. There are a lot of people who do things for good reasons, though. Makes me think of the melee magic user. Dark Knights can summon a stim with a dark sword. Why not temporarily summon a second blade to do high damage? I mean, that's effectively what you're doing when you're summoning yourself, right? Like, when you're summoning your shadow, that is what you're doing. You're summoning a second sword. When do y'all realize Frey had a hidden side to him? For me, it was when he mentioned Leviathan. It wasn't immediately, it was almost right away. The 1 to 30 Dark Knight story was incredible. 1 to 50, yeah. I'll say this: the 1 to 80 Dark Knight story is phenomenal and a full journey and a full arc that is amazing. And my favorite 80 story, like capstone job story ending by far. There's some really good ones. There are some amazing ones. The Dark Knight one is so powerful and so resonant. It's so good. It's so good. If you haven't played the Dark Knight quest, you should. It's written by Ishikawa. That should tell you something. Lord Galmud, are you? Well, you found him, wherever you are. You're looking to go inside Castrum Sentry, and you need my help? Huh, something tells me we're gonna get along just fine. Man, we're doing a lot of talking today. I'm gonna have to figure out a new system. It's lovely. I thank you all for joining in. It's wonderful to have these conversations with you guys, but holy man, it's taking our time. So you have friends at Castrum Sentry, what went for rescue. The Slathborn knows me too well. Aye, you can count on my help. I've got a score to settle with the Imperials, and I never pass on an opportunity to get back at the Horse Sun. But enough of me. Let's talk strategy. Rescuing folk from captivity, right delicate business. A single oversight, just one little blunder, and it's all over. You can't leave my room. You can't leave any room for uncertainty. For starters, you need to confirm beyond the shadow of the doubt that your friends are where you think they are. You don't want to risk your neck only to discover that you've been moved elsewhere. But how can you find out, you ask? By following these instructions. If you approach Sentry from the east, you'll see a swampland to your left, called the Tangle. Get in there, never mind all the morbles, and navigate your way to the southwestern corner. You'll come upon some drainage pipes coming down from the stronghold. Don't ask me how I know, but one of them leads back to the command tower. If you listen closely, might be as you can eavesdrop on some of the happenings within. Once we know for certain your friends are there, we'll move to the next stage of the operation. Now get going. Godspeeds. Godspeed. Picked up on it when I noticed the quest logs were written in the first person. I didn't know the quest logs were written in the first person until late. I realized it first, and then I was reading I read the quest logs by accident, because I often miss out on them for a bunch of stupid reasons. But like, yeah, the quest logs are amazing. Am I dark? And once I noticed that with those quest logs, I now like always try to check them, because you never know what might be there. My Dark is at level 52. I'm having trouble tanking as him. Warrior feels better. Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Yeah, Dark Knight really doesn't come into its own until sadly, really, in my opinion, 70, because that's when you get the Blackest Night, and that's when the Dark Knight starts to feel really good. But Chris, if you want any help with that, let me know. I know that some of you guys are trying to try out new jobs, and if you want any recommendations or thoughts, I can try to help out. I had an idea for the Dream Age teacher being entirely nonverbal, like they teach you through transfer of memories, though magic through experience, but otherwise nonverbal. So it's not that I'm against that. We already have the Zayla tribe that kind of already embodies that idea, now that multiple groups can embody that idea. And I think that also deeply limits the type of storytelling you can do for quests. So it could be that I think what I would prefer, personally, is having your, like the mega main guru teacher guy, who may not even be your main teacher, but that one person no longer speaks through language and only speaks through dreams, rather than collectively all of the people doing that. My Dark is sexy. I love the story with Sturgu and his charge dealing with his mother. Yeah, those characters are great. Oh my god, food is good. Oh god, food! Ah, Chico. These guys spread disease everywhere. Yay! Make the whole world deaf from all of your screams. Doodly doodly doo. I wish I found this channel before I finished my quest to get all classes to 90, man. Your advice would have made things so much easier. I'm sorry, Demins. Well, I would have loved to have helped you then. What of the captives? Does she still refuse to speak? She may well be deaf-mute for all the information we've gotten out of her. The others are much better. The Eorzean gets on my nerves most of all. Every time he opens his mouth, it's only to spout gibberish. That's many of the community. I do wonder why is the Tribunus so obsessed with this Minfilia woman?
They say she possesses some mystical power, something we Garleans don't have.
Mystical powers? Like the kind that beastmen use?
How am I supposed to bloody know? If you're so curious, why don't you ask the Tribunus yourself?
As well try to tumble her. I like my head where it is, thank you very much.
Our break is over.
Best we get back to our stations.
Which class felt better earlier? Sick monks. Monk is by far and away the class that feels the... Okay, I'm talking about 60. I don't think any class feels fun at 50. None. Not one of them. I've played all of them. I've played all of them and not one of them. I mean, they're all fine. Don't get me wrong. They're aggressively fine, like a lot of ARR, but none of them are fun. Some of them are good at 60, and Monk is one of them. I think once you get lilies with White Mage, White Mage is fun. I think that's, so I would say White Mage is pretty okay at 60. I wish class felt better earlier. I think one of the long-term issues they're going to continue to struggle with and that they're going to have to figure out is jobs do not feel fun. Like, it's okay if jobs don't feel fun from 1 to 20, 1 to 30, whatever. You get through that pretty quick. But by 50, they need to feel fun. And they just don't. There's not a lot to engage with. Now, it's really important that, like, okay, as someone goes through ARR, if you're used to MMOs, like, okay, yeah, maybe we need to struggle a little bit because it needs to be important that people who are new to MMOs, which a lot of people, Final Fantasy XIV is their first MMOs, or they don't even play MMOs other than Final Fantasy XIV, need to be able to, like, get onboarded. I've had partners who started playing, and they needed that time to be able to get comfortable, otherwise they would have dropped off the game. But by the time you're at 50, man, like, 60 now, I would want to be what 50 feels like. I don't know for sure, but aren't the Aborigines nonverbal? It could be mistaken as for quest narrative. I can't speak to that, and I also there's multiple Aboriginal tribes, so I can't speak to that very strongly. As for quest narrative, it would be trying to say a strong amalgamation of 9 shares. But the problem is that you're making it so that anytime you want to tell any narrative story with these characters, you need to have your character asleep, which means you need to pause action. Right? So, like, if you want to write a narrative, if you want to write a story, unless you have, like, one figure who does that, you can't have a group of figures who do that, otherwise you're taking away all the tension from the story. It's kind of hard to answer. Let me think. Manifests itself in the corporeal plane. Well, but, like, once you're dreaming, it manifests in corporeal plane, like, then that becomes, that's... maybe? There's some problems with that. Rianche is immune to interrogation. All right, that took way longer than it should have. I have coffee now. Welcome back, Brooke. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't mind playing class of 50, but I wouldn't necessarily say that was fun. Yeah, I don't hate them. They're just not fun. Scholar was fun at 50. I mean, I'm glad you feel that way. I do not, but I'm glad that it's fun. Like, when I say I don't feel that way, but I'm glad you do, I mean, sincerely, if I dislike something, I want everybody else to still like it. I don't need people to agree with me. My preference, if I hate something, is that everyone in the world actually loves it still and that it is something that is enjoyed and means something to people. Just because I don't find it does not mean I need other people to. Monk is absolutely fun at 60 and up to 72 and all this trick. Yeah, Monk is just fun at 60. It's ready to go at 60. Like, it keeps getting stuff, sure, as it goes along, but it's ready to go at 60. I would have them give other jobs the 6.0 Monk treatment where they reintroduced the little job gauge mechanics much earlier. Yep. Yeah, and I think, Attilio, that's the main way to solve it. I think we might see something like that with Dragoon, because I think Dragoon needs a rework, frankly, for a bunch of reasons. Not because it's bad, but because it doesn't have anywhere to go, and it's, like, kind of becoming really static at this point. And so a Dragoon rework would help fix that. Then there's jobs that play so differently every 10 levels that you never want to level sync with them. Ain't that the fucking truth, Power? Hey, Roria, good to see you. Glad to have you. All right, so just to watch another short stream during this, and it peeved me. I'm getting a Sonic Blast, damn it. It's been fun, folks. Go enjoy, Issa. Good. Thanks for the money to go get some food afterwards. I'm gonna definitely take that to try and get some nummies. 'Tis good to see you, Elio. I'm given to understand you have conducted some reconnaissance. Tell me, what were you able to learn? So Minfilia and the others are indeed at Castrum Sentry. The presence thus confirmed, we may proceed with the mission. While you were afield, Sid took the liberty of devising a plan of action. Pray, have the details from him. Hey, dressing up the soldiers and sneaking out the front door, eh? Well, if you got the guts to go through with it, then so do I. Then so do it. Oh boy, I always wanted my own Reaper. I would wash her, and wax her, and name her, and... Okay, Wedge. Good work, Elio.
As Alphino has already told you, we've plotted out a course for the rescue. The gist of it is unchanged. We disguise ourselves as Imperial soldiers, infiltrate the stronghold. Galamont is looking into the ways to procure a suit of Magitech armor. In the meantime, I need your assistance for some preparations of my own. Menfilia and the others are counting on us, Elio. Let's not keep them waiting any longer than necessary. While Galamont goes about devising his plans, we need to see some preparation of our own. It wouldn't do if the Imperials were to discover that they're short in armor. To prevent this from happening, I'm going to put together a makeshift communication jamming device. The explanation is like to get a bit technical, so bear with me. Imperial forces communicate at distance via electromagnetic waves. Simply put, voices are born upon etheric lightning energy that permeates the air. If you haven't, you should go watch our old video on how link pearls work. Now, the hill-sized cluster of corrupted crystals to the west have been observed to amplify the selfsame energy, making us use this property, which should be able to drown out the Imperial voices. To ensure that we have enough amplification, we must identify the most potent crystals among the cluster. For this, I need you to go there and use this device to take readings. I'll make the likely places on your map. Oh, and just so you know, plasmoids are drawn to lightning energy. Don't be surprised if you run into a few. Hey, Super Narwhals! Good to have you! Good to see you. I love the nighttime theme in Revenant Stole. Yeah, it's a good song. I love Emperor's New Fist for Monk Glam. Same. I've never used anything else. And I don't think I ever will. That's all what I've used the entire time, Chris. Nothing more satisfying than beating primals to death with bare knuckles. Totally. And like, I almost feel kind of sad that all that work goes into the monk like weapons because there's just no way I'm never not just gonna straight punch those expletives. I used to tarnish Makai Fist. These hands of mine glow with awesome power. Yeah, looks like, yep. Looks like we're all on the Bare Fist train. It's also funny, I feel like a bunch of, like, I make a glam for every job. And I feel like my glams for the jobs I don't play very often are actually way better than the ones I do. Part of that is because it's really hard to make a good tank glam that isn't just, like, armor epicness TM. It's like I don't like just street clothes, so I don't want to do that. But I also like a lot of the tank armors only are single dye. Like you dye them and they have no contrast too, or don't go well together. So tank glams are hard to get right if you want to still do armor but mix and match. Take this, my pain, my anger, and all of my sorrow. Shining finger! Oh, fuck you. Fist bumping Arbro as a monk, accidentally breaking his wrist. I mean, it's not like he's corporeal. My job glams are just whatever the relic armor is for the expansion because I'm a basic bitch. Look, Demins, I will give you no shit. My Dark Knight glam has been, since I got to Stormblood, the elemental armor. With the relic from Heaven's Word, and I will not apologize for that. And I adore that glam. And a lot of people who have the elemental armor use it, but I adore it, and it works perfectly, and it makes me happy. On top of that, I have a great memory of that because I got the elemental armor. I did all of Eureka and got enough points for the elemental armor in 1 week of playing nonstop, and so I have very fond memories of getting that armor, and all solo too. Like, I mean, I got some random groups who were doing the fates, the bosses, but especially because I was playing late at night and because none of my friends were doing it, and I didn't have a lot of friends who were playing at the time. Eureka was it was an interesting time. I did make a friend while doing it who I have like done nothing with since, but because I'm friends with them, I can see their name whenever I'm in Limsa, and I see them around from time to time, and it makes me happy. I don't play Monk, but I would use any of the Tomfa because of Talon from Soul Calibur. Talon! It's funny, she's like one of my least favorite to play as in Soul Calibur too. But I'm glad, yeah, but I always think of the same thing when I see Tomfa. That's who I think of. Conversely, Tank and Bunny Girl costume for Gold Saucer is cool. If you like that, I don't like meme armor. I'm too self-serious. So like none of my glams are jokes and probably never will be. So like for me, I would never do that. I'm super glad that it brings a lot of joy to people, but yeah, I am, that's not for me. Oh, Eureka is so fun. I'm not sure that's how I describe Eureka. Personally. I enjoyed my time there. I don't find the content fun. If that makes sense. Put a lot of effort into them for each job that fits with their identity my character states. Yeah, Atelier, I do the same. I relate to that. Idea for unique monk arm. Instead of giving it on their hands, it's on their feet in the form of armored greaves, maybe with some blades and studs in them. Problem I see is that then you need to change all the animations. So that doesn't really work very well. My Dark Lamb is the Dark Divinity armor with Flame Lieutenant helmet with a long stop greatsword. Yeah. Yeah, Soul Calibur 2. Nightmare. Link. I'm not ashamed to say that I got through the entirety of Soul Calibur 2's campaign as Link by throwing people off the stage. And the, like, 4 matches in that entire thing where you can't throw people off the stages really fucked me over. Also, can we just take a moment to appreciate Voldo? I love making random friends like that, even with the most communication you have them now might be an emote here and there. Yeah, exactly, Jellybean. I don't have, like, I really enjoy things where you have your time with someone. Like, you appreciate a moment that you have with this person, and, like, maybe you go your separate ways, maybe you don't even really talk anymore, but, like, that memory lingers, and, like, you pass each other by, and you can, like, just smile. Because not everyone has enough time to, you know, or an inclination to maintain connections constantly. You have a reading? Excellent. Here, let me see the numbers. Yes, 4 of these crystals should suit our purposes, though I pray that we won't have need of their power. My thanks, Elio. Needless to say, I'm pretty proud of what I made. I'm not one that would wear such super casual clothes in RPGs, same, but I did made at least a more appropriate casual outfit for them. The only one I have who's kind of casual-ish is a little bit my monk, but not really, and my black mage is it approaches that, but I really love my black mage clan, and it really works for like my idea of how my character does black mage. So appearance-wise, it doesn't change the moveset; it just only shows the logo over here. Right, but I'm saying that then like your animation is you just punching, but you have stuff on your legs, and that's no different than armor really at some point. Like there's no difference than that and just having greaves. And also, are you going to put those on top of greaves? Because you then either need to hide the greaves, in which case, like. I think there's technical complications, not in that it's hard, but it's just like I don't think it's wise. I only use joke lambs in old MSQ roulettes to make it more interesting. You're one of those people. I mean, look, power to you, but I can say okay. Not to take away from anyone's fun, but I did have someone who was dressed up as a shiny green frog the first time I did the Dying Gasp, the final trial of Shadowbringers, and it did actively diminish my enjoyment of the moment and took me out of it. So, I'll say that. But power to you for doing what you love. I love making random friends. Appearance. I don't like joke lamps because when I spawn into dungeon, see 3 expressionless giant chickens staring into my soul, I feel a deep primal fear. I want to try and do some historic lambs, but it's hard. When I dress my machinist as either American Revolution and militiaman or an American Civil War Union soldier. Yeah. I don't want to appreciate Volta though. It's on a similar idea with Lee Sin's Stormblood outfit. She just had gloves and armored legs. Yeah, I mean, but then like there's already the armor for the legs to do it. Might as well just make armor, new leg armor that looks like that rather than an armor weapon that is for the legs. My paladin glam is like the pink lady's dress from Greece, so she's running around in pink varsity jackets. During the All Saints Wake, I was Reaper with the clown outfit. Just no makeup or nose. Don't fear the Reaper. Look, there's a lot of humor to be had and a lot of great moments to be had from humor. I'm not saying don't do joke clams. I'm just saying for maybe high emotional moments, maybe, you know. I guided a group through coils dressed as Hildebrand and gave exposition as a tour guide. Yeah, and that's also like very specific thing, right? Really guys can figure out how to do it. Yeah, we're also going to be doing Eureka and Baja sometime soon. For community streams, so don't forget that. So we may do Eureka because that's closer to. We don't have to worry about people having short Shadowbringers done, but also it's going to be hard to get very far in on Eureka. But maybe as long as we're getting people started on the community stream, that's still of value. Clean the wax out of your ears now, because there's something I want you to do by way of preparation. The plans I have yet enter Castrum Sentry, all decked out in Imperial duds, but disguised in more than just clothing you're wearing. You also got to act the part. At the very least, you need to know how to perform a convincing Imperial salute. First impressions are everything, as they say.
I could teach you the salute myself, of course, but it's best you learned it from the experts. So get yourself near as you dare to Castrum Sentry and watch Imperials doing what they do.
Like, this quest could just be cut, as far as it... I mean, there may be something important that's interesting, but, like, that you could just have him teach it to you. Maybe it works better for a Garlean with a gun boots idea. I appreciate the pitch, AC. I will stand by the idea that I just don't think it's... I think weapon on legs is a bad idea because it's prevented. By doing that, you must either have them completely cover up the other leg armor, thus invalidating any of the leg armor stuff. And you've also spent time to produce that rather than something else. And I think it makes more sense to stick with the classical archetype weapon of the job itself, rather than doing something like that. I think the problems are too numerous and the gains too few. I think a better idea would just be to make leg pieces for like monk style. I forget, it's not scouting. What, there's scouting, aiming, and slaying? Is slaying the one that monk uses? I think. Anyways, that just looks that way rather than making it a weapon. Which I think there already are some glams that of boots that look that way. Oh, Galaboots, the dude with the horrible past regarding his mom and sister. Fuck, that was dark. I totally don't remember that, Brotherhood. Thanks for bringing that up. I'll make sure to look for that out. It's so wonderful to be doing AR and have like little things that come up later that I've utterly forgotten about that are easy to have missed your first time around. Like Menfred, him showing up. I totally forgot that happened. Really brought me out of the game as it felt left field for me, even after making sense and stuff. I don't remember it, so I'm gonna have to wait until I get to that point to be able to talk about it. I also point out that dark background elements is a constant thing in this game. How about an iron fans as weapons? It doesn't fold open, the monks just hold it closed and fan like Beton. I'd be down for it. I think you could even argue that like there's ways to make that the weapon of a different job too. But no, iron fan, yeah. Like as long as it's within the hand, I'm probably for it. And again, I will always try to articulate and point out opportunity costs. And I think opportunity costs should always be kept in mind. Is if they are doing one thing, it means they cannot spend that time doing another. Is that thing worth the trade-off? Nothing to report, sir. We've received an anonymous warning that insurgent forces are near. We must redouble our vigilance. I shall recommend the patrols be increased. I guess that's probably why it was important that we witness this. Although it still doesn't really change that much. Also, why was the camera like so... because you couldn't have just panned it? That was a really weirdly shot. Pancratist for monk? Pancratist. It's pancratist. To the internet! Oh! Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess could you do wrestling? I guess the thing is that so much of wrestling, though, is about entangling your body, like, control over your opponent's body, rather than, like, punches or anything. So, you can't do that with a foe. So I feel like a lot of the identity of that becomes null and void because you can't manipulate your foe's bodies. Iron Fans would be a good dancer weapon. Yeah, that'd be a great dancer weapon. That's what I was thinking of. I mean, we effectively have a version of that. I was like, wait, there's a job that this would work for. Why can't I think of it? Thank you, Dimiz. I'm trying to do the AR relic stuff because I never did. 9 books, each one with a bunch of fate loves. Fuck my life. Yeah, Chris, you and a couple other people have been doing them. Someone, yeah, it's crazy how many of you are trying to do the AR relics. I've done 2. I'm gonna have to do at least half of 1 for Elio, or half of 2 for Elio. But the reason I don't think we're going to get hammer class is because some marauder weapons are just hammers. Yeah, you're possibly right, Professor. I would point out to the fact that we had them with scythes. We had scythes before we had Reaper, though. I don't think that invalidates your point, and I'm actually more on board than not with you, but I do think that there is a lot of record for them being like, here's a thing, we're gonna give as a thing to the other jobs. Oh wait, we want to make this an actual thing. So you did manage to learn the Imperial Salute. No. Best you don't demonstrate. I'm liable to fly into a rage and crack skulls. I'll just take your word for it. Time was I took out on every odd job offered me, running messages and calling pesky fauna like a good little adventurer. But I'm well past that now. There are days that there's the only one thing in mind, and it's what brought me here. Okay, it's Lala time, so. You are called Elio Durand, yes? I've heard of your plight from my friend Galamund. As fellow adventurer and son of Eorzean both, I would offer you my assistance. In order to infiltrate Castrum Sentry, you and your comrades must disguise yourself as Imperial soldiers. The question is how to go about acquiring the uniforms and helmets. There are places a man might purchase them, but individuals who deal in such wares are not the sort whom you must entrust your secrets. It would be more prudent, I believe, to procure what you need via traditional means from the bodies of the recently deceased owners. The fortified area before Castrum Sentry never lacked for Imperial patrols. It ought to not take long to obtain 3 sets of gear, one for each member of the infiltration team, Biggs, Wedge, and yourself. When you have what you need, please return here and allow me to inspect the spoils. And back to the quest. Can't get the fans to be held in the hands of dancers' battle poses. Too loose. I mean, there's already, though, like, fan-type weapons that they have. And also, there's, like, a lot of there's a lot of ways that they could, like, fix that. Be it, like, literally making iron fans, but then having a handle on the side or something. There's a lot of ways that they can animate that to work. I still wish dancers use strips of cloth to fight like FF Tactics. I don't mind the chakras, though. Yeah, the strips of talks would have been... So, like, the strips of cloth had, like, 20 bajillion issues. One of which is cloth physics, to make those interesting. And all, like, not that they haven't done some, like the fight in 6.1 and the dungeon fight in 6.1, but like that would have been a pain in the ass, incredibly limiting for weapon design types. Yeah, there's just a lot of restriction that would have come along with that. That would have been a pain, and made it less interesting. Claws can't really do damages to enemy unless you're going to choke them with it. I mean, I would point out, look, we've seen all sorts of things be ethereally infused. It's like, okay, like literally we get like bodied by cloths during the 6.1 dungeon in Al-Zadal's Legacy. So like, we know cloth can do damage, just has to be under the right context. Can a crystal ball be an ass weapon? Just replace the astrolabe with a ball when it drawn into skull flames to replace the moving ring. I mean, you kind of have stuff like that. I don't think I don't think. They could do something straight what you're saying. Typically though, we see, like, you know, let's pull up, you know, why don't, I got an idea. FFXIV design contest. Yes, keep fighting, Elio. So for those of you who haven't seen them, here, let's finish this up first. Oh, this fucker is... Oh, this fucker. Let's pop check. Thinks it suits the tarot cards well. I mean, yeah, and I'll get to that in just a second, AC. Meteor Hammer class. Meteor Hammer class. I mean, that's the other thing, too, is, like, they could make variants of hammers. Like, it's important to note that, like, the Reaper Scythe is also, like, an extreme modulation of historic scythes as well. Hey, Catherine, good to see you. Glad to have you. Greetings from Orlando, Florida. Just got supper served after work. Glad I can catch up on your gaming. I'm so glad you can join us, and I hope your supper is quite well. And I hope it is not too hot over there in Orlando, as it has, I'm sure, been too oft of late. We just had a heat wave over here. It was like 100 degrees, 100 plus degrees. Which, I know if you live in the South or many other places like Texas, stuff isn't that bad. But imagine like when it snows in Texas, you know how no one's not prepared for it and the infrastructure's not ready? Same in the Midwest with when it gets really, really hot. Dual wield hammers. Yeah, like smaller hammers? Double-sided hammers. Darth Maul the hammers. But yeah, like dual wielding mini hammers. I guess mini hammers can't... it's too close to ninja. I think you might need to move it, like tilt it just a little bit. Like just a smidge. Needs a little bit more. Just give them the Kirk hammer from Bloodborne. Okay, let's pull this up real quick. Nope, wrong. buttons. Where are the buttons? Dragon Ball buttons. There we go. Oh no. I've had display capture on this entire time. Well, that's not good. Well, I'm sure nothing bad happened. Okay. But, so these are the weapons for the contest that are coming out. So like, oh my god, look at this paladin weapon. This should be so good. I'm gonna make an entire glam just around this. Like, this is gonna be, like, this is my favorite, like, I love blue. I love light sky. I love white, gold, silver. Like, this is like, it was made for me. A lot of great joke weapons. But the point I was making about astrolabes is also, if you haven't looked at these weapons, you should. They're fucking phenomenal. As you have these, so this is still an astrolabe in a sense, but to your point about crystal balls, right? Is that we have many things that are, again, like, it's a sphere within it's tracking the stars. It's still the same purpose of an astrolabe, but we see things like this where it's a ball at the center, and there are other examples besides. So I would say, AC, what you're saying is not impossible to see. In terms of the design sensibilities. Though I do think that, to their mind, they would still probably try to keep the astrolabe aesthetic to some amount. Let's turn off the display capture and open back up the chat. Could enchanted whips use Aether to magically send them to compensate for their range, theoretically, in the case? Yeah, theoretically, yes. How that manifests? But yes, in theory. Yeah, I do think that, especially as if we assume that there's about 5 expansions left in this game, which I think there could be even more, but I think there's at least 4 or 5 more expansions left in this game. I think there's just no question at some point we see a whip class, be it Beastmaster for a limited job or for an actual job. Quarterstaff class. So, Professor, I thought about that too, and while I like it, here's my 2 problems. One, it ends up crossing over a lot with the, like, spear and animation types and stuff of the Dragoon. Now, because you're not piercing, it's completely different animations. I think, like, that barely matters, but it's worth noting. The second is that typically the iconography and representation of a quarterstaff class would be with something like the monk. So creating the class around that and having it have a distinct identity we'd have to, like, pitch something that is very distinguished from monk, but also would still use a quarterstaff, which I don't know. I don't have off the top of my head. Same here. I love the blues in that sword shield design. So good. I'm gonna have that for Ingus Blad Palinglam. What about castanets as a weapon for dancer? One that uses the chakra model. Would it work for them? I think you could get away with it. I think you'd have to make them like castanet. Yeah. I think you could definitely do like maracas, or not maracas. Oh my god. Not castanets. A tambourine. You could definitely do like a tambourine. Like, that would be a great joke skin.
Were you able to obtain 3 sets of Imperial equipment?
Oh. Standard issue light infantry battle gear, reinforced with carbon and cerment fibers to provide maximum protection from with minimum loss of mobility. The scars of war cover both back and front of this piece.
Damaged, as I had suspected. In their present condition, I fear these uniforms and helms are like to draw suspicion. They must be repaired, if only superficially. Fortunately, the blacksmith Ingolf at the Diamond Forge in Rowena's House of Splendors should be able to hammer them into shape in no time. I've already sent word ahead, and have been assured that he is expecting you. Worry not. We have already impressed upon him the need for utmost secrecy as the nature of your mission.
How do you think they're going to deal with the fact that we're fast approaching level 100? I think they just go to level 100 and level 110 and level 120. I think that's the boring, easy answer. I think that's actually quite possible. Because remember, they are not... There's 2 things to remember. They're not expecting you to Omni. The expectation is not to Omni. Like, people place that on themselves, but the expectation is you only need 1 job. You only need 1 job. And the rest is for fun, and you do it at your own leisure. Well, okay, so 3 things to point out. 2, leveling up is becoming easier and easier and easier and easier. You can get to 50 in a day easily. Not just like easily. Everyone is expected to go through story, and story gets you to your max level. Ergo, they can assume that any 1 job you play will get to your max level just by a process of playing the game, playing through the MSQ, which you need to do to unlock content anyways. And if you're skipping, well, doesn't matter then. So, in my mind, they don't have to worry about it the same way that other games need to. Alternatively, They could do something like cut it so that every expansion is 5 levels rather than 10. Now, problem is that throws off a bunch of pacing of all your MSQ and job quest stories, and like it's a little weird and off. But I think honestly, if I look at it as it is now, I think the easiest solution is they just keep going and going, get to level 110, level 120. Hey, Dig Boss, glad you could join us. Good to see you. Glad to have you. So you're the adventurer Saint Merrick sent, are you? Sark Malark sent, are you? I've been waiting for you. Now let's see what you've got for me. I don't know how you forge carbon fiber cloth, but whatever. I feel like we need a seamstress more than anything. Ah, I see, yes. I reckon I can hammer these back into shape for ye. After I owe your friend Sark Malark a favor or two, took good care of old Ingolf back in the day before I fell in with old Rowena, he did. Did you know he's the son of one of the wealthiest families in the Sultanate? Wouldn't expect someone like that to end up the life he did, but I suppose he always felt the adventure life calling him. But here I go, blabbering on when there's work to be done. I just hold your horse birds for a moment or two, and great Ingolf will have your gear looking good as new. Ray, okay, Ray, when I say easy, my definition of easy may be different than other people's definitions of easy. I don't mean like, I AFK'd it and I got there, but I mean like, if you ever did 1 to 60 in World of Warcraft, like tried to do like the classic version, original version of World of Warcraft, tried to 1 to 60 in like a week, even that was insane. Like trying to get to 1 to 10 could be a pain in the ass. So like, I mean easy from my standpoint. Maybe that's not how other people would define it though. And there we have, oh, hey Jalali. And there we have it. Won't do me much good in battle, mind ye. But from what I hear, that's not your priority anyhow. Ye send Sark Malarkin my regards, will ye? I think the problem lies more in damage calculations rather than just difficulty to add onto leveling. Well, no, because they already did the stat squish. Like, they did the stat squish for Endwalker that's already fixed a lot of that. And, like, they said when they did it, hey, we're going to do this again if we need to. So, that's already solved. That part of it is already explicitly solved. Class that just uses a wood plank with a nail stick. Yeah, but didn't they already do it? They did a major stat squish at the beginning of Endwalker that they told us about and explained exactly how it was going to go down. And when they did it during that announcement, they also explained exactly why and how they would do it again in the future if they needed. Yeah. So like, I don't think there's actually any problem. I think literally the level is getting higher and higher isn't a problem, and I don't think statistics are a problem. And also they have ways to adjust. So for instance, if like them doing stat squishes messes up a fight, they can add extra echo or take away extra echo from that fight to make it more balanced as well. So they have multiple tools to balance things. When I was saying levels, I meant the abilities. We've already got a major button bloat for some classes. Oh yeah, so there's a couple ways to deal with that, and then I'll get to that in a second. Have you had your uniforms and held repaired? I'd also point out that some classes are way more elegant than others with button bloat, but I'd also point out that like button bloat, they've like, every time they've been adding abilities, they've been removing them too for expansion. So that's been a consistent problem for a long time. There's just a certain amount that you get to a point where if you want to have the class be interesting, you need a certain amount of buttons. Yes, these will serve beautifully. The great Ingolf never fails to impress. The quality of these repels would fool even the legated. Thus equipped, you should not have any trouble blending it amongst Imperial forces. Lest you fear the Garleans might detect your foreignness. A foreigner is in fact from the greater part of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea. You see, when empires subjugate a new territory, it assimilates the people of the land into armed forces. In turns, these conscripted forces are sent to subjugate faraway lands. In this way, Garlemald nips rebellion in the bud and expands his territory in one fell stroke. With that, my part in your mission is done. I am full glad to have been assistance to your cause. Why would I, a wealthy merchant, wish to help you? I know not where you heard such a tale, but believe me when I say that I am but another humble adventurer, one who desires only to act in the best interests of the realm. Oh my god, what was he saying? Maybe a reading chat will remind me. So the thing is like, there are jobs like Paladin, right, where you have, and some of my friends have argued vehemently with this, but like, for instance, cover, you don't need cover. You literally can take away Shield Bash because Shield Bash is effectively useless in almost all circumstances. You can do things to reduce certain abilities. You could if there was a way, and you can't because they're different abilities, they have different mitigations. So intervention and Holy Sheltron are not the same ability, so there's a reason they're split. But if you could find a way to make them balance so that they were one ability, and that if you don't select anything, it uses Holy Sheltron, and you select an ally, it uses intervention. That would be one. Like, there's a bunch of ways to refine things, and that's also why people joked about Endwalker being called Trait Walker, because we got a lot of, instead of getting new abilities, we got a lot of traits that upgraded old abilities, and so that's one of the ways that they're dealing with it as well. Another thing is I'd looked at things like Summoner, or all the jobs that they've been reworking, and how they've tried to future-proof them to give them a lot more room to grow as well. Like, if anything, Endwalker deeply, deeply addressed a lot of button bloat. Things were way worse in way worse in Shadowbringers. Like, I tried to Gunbreaker main for a while, and I couldn't because Gunbreaker was in, like, if you think Gunbreaker has a lot of buttons now, it was way worse in Shadowbringers. Good work getting them Imperial duds. You'll be getting those Imperial duds. You'll be pleased to hear I ain't been idle myself. It took me long enough, but I finally hatched a plan to get us a suit of Magitech armor. Now, from what I've seen, Castrum Sentry deploys a Reaper for most of its patrols. Troubles is, the patrols themselves are irregular, meaning random routes and random deployments, and hardly any of them, of course, come anywhere near the Revenant's toll. So hoping to coax the Imperials out of their shell, I took the liberty of offending them a bit, the old false intelligence. Told them insurgents had designs on their stronghold. Taint far from the truth, now I come to think of it. Then he wrote, we should start seeing more patrols than we have up until now. What you need to do is approach one of these patrols, dressed up in your shiny tin suit, and alert them to the enemy's presence. Having done that, you'll want to lure them near to Revenant's soul as you can, like as not, though they'll be wary of venturing far from their own walls. If they do need a bit of extra encouragement, use this smoke signal here. Filch fresh from an Imperial Scout. They'll come running when they see that, and when the cavalry arrives, you hit them hard and make off with their Reaper. Simple as that. If I ain't mistaken, the patrol sweeping the perimeter right now. So run along, eh? Oh, don't forget to salute. Yeah, more buttons that turn into other buttons. Yeah, trait. Yeah. Upgrading the existing abilities. Yeah. Cries and Samurai. I miss my Hisatsu Kaiten. Yeah. I can say I don't miss old samurai, but I know a lot of samurais who do. Many samurais who do. Many share your suffering, Demins. But I don't love playing DPS, and I don't love playing samurai anyways, so it's not like I lost a lot. I'm just glad I knew. I just had this feeling that after Shadowbringers, when we were going into Walker, I'm like, Dark Knight's something's gonna be janky about Dark Knight. I just know it's coming. And so I was really glad that I was ready for that when it came. I wouldn't want upgrading or retooling existing abilities to enhance. I would want upgrading or retooling existing ability to enhance or add more interesting properties for the rotations. Yeah, and the beauty is, Atelier, that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing since AR, but especially like Endwalker proves that that's like a lot of what they did do. And I think they have the same idea. I think they think the combat currently is in a really good and stable place, and they're trying to adjust and add depth and nuance and interest and tweak rather than... The other thing to remember is, so for instance, let's say they design all the bosses of 7.0 to have some like movement stuff going on with them. They could make it so most jobs that don't have a movement ability, their big thing is that they get a movement ability. So like a bunch of different jobs get a type of dodge, a type of something. So like all the tanks maybe get a, they have a leap in, but maybe they get like a side dash or something. And therefore you're only adding, like there's a lot of ways to add zest and interest, and because that would be a 90 ability, a 100 ability, you then don't need to stress about it retroactively being a problem too. Like that's the other thing, is you can make the things that come later more specialized because, well, you can, because they don't have to worry them retroactively. The thing though is that if once you introduce a movement ability like that to tanks, you then always have to remember that every time you design a boss from then on. Like that's the other thing to remember. I need sleep. What do you want? You have no business being here. Be gone, or I'll take you for an insurgent. One of our informers, I take it. Do you have any idea what will happen if you're seen with us? The insurgents will have your head. Trespassers will be dealt with severely. You have been warned. One of our covert operations, I take it. In or out of uniform, you will do well to remember your courtesies. Alright. Give me strength. If that was your idea of a salute, you can wave goodbye to that promotion right now. Right. You need to use the Garlean salute, and I have no no recollection of what. Imperial Suit, yeah, my god. One of our covert operatives, are you? Carry on, soldier. Insurgents gathering to the east, you say? Judging by your description, they are well beyond the perimeter, but I will not have it said that I was remiss. You, return to the scene and keep an eye on those insurgents. Should aught go awry, use your smoke signals to call to us. Placing the PvE classes with PvP, that's what I'm going to do with when I've got Emperor. That's the thing, though, is like one of the big things I said all throughout Shadowbringers. My main thing about Gunbreaker was Gunbreaker had, the way it is now is how it was in PvP, but it wasn't in PvE. And I was like, just make the PvP Gunbreaker like consolidation the same in PvE. And they did that, luckily, by Endwalker. But the fact it wasn't was like wild. So there's a lot of consolidation things that they can do without also reducing technicality. But there's also a certain amount that if you start removing abilities, you then have the problem of distributing those abilities out throughout the levels and also balancing content. Yeah, Gunbreaker and Shadowbringers had too many buttons. I'm glad they reworked the continuation combo to be less of a hassle. Yeah, the fact that they finally made the continuation combo like it was in PvP is godsend. I now enjoy playing Gunbreaker a lot more. Still not one of my favorite tanks. Still, like, I think probably third. Well, not currently. Currently, it might be second because, well, I do like Dark Knight still, but Dark Knight's just so janky to me. I miss Kaiten. Yeah, a lot of people miss Kaiten. Would using macros that put your rotation on one button turn it? No. Never, ever use macros for combat abilities. You will actively decrease your DPS by a lot. Would using the macro to put your rotation on when it turns into ability after each 2 seconds. So, no, because macros, because of like their delay issues, don't. It will slow down your ability to use those abilities. Don't ever use the macros for damaging stuff that is in any way time sensitive. Captain Kirk dodge rule. I don't think so, Panther. I've personally never tried it, but I heard using macros combat doesn't work well because the inputs aren't quick as yeah, you will actively lose a couple of milliseconds on every cast of the ability. You can do it, you shouldn't. Yeah, PvP Red Mage was great, yeah. I think the main thing people use macros in combat for is doing the insta-cast reses. Yeah, that's like, if it's not time sensitive, it's okay, but if it is, especially with like something you're using repeatedly, never, ever use a macro for combat abilities. I hope you don't mind my joining, seeing as we're seizing advancing weaponry. I thought it best be you on hand. Ah, there she is. This is the place, but where is the enemy?
Sir, over there!
Send in the Reaper. Let us make an example of these insurgents.
It's Maggie!
Like, the only thing I use... the other thing is, like, I have my macro set up. The only macros I use... Keep hitting the Reaper until it stops moving. My macros are all for just about, like, switching jobs and stuff. Put down all the foot soldiers that... I would want the Imperial theme here, played by... Hostiles detected. Engaging. Ha! That did the trick. It's not so easy being an engineer. Damn it! The armor's gone into overdrive. If you value your life, stay out of its sights. I'm a warrior. You can't kill me. Don't fear the Reaper. Yeah. You should go grab the level 41 dungeon axe. It looks hella better than an ugly Bardiche. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Level 41 dungeon axe. What's level 41? Is that Zmail? Zmail 41? Thanks, Ray Ray. It'd be hilarious if there's an actual person with the Reaper job here instead of a Magitech armor. At last, our very own suit of Magitech armor. Not wishing to look a gift chocobo in the beak, it does seem rather the worse for wear, doesn't it? Biggs, Wedge, what's your honest assessment? Well, there's the fact that she's spoken, of course. But looking past that, I say she was structurally sound. I don't like the way that these legs are buckled. I hate to say this, but the servo mechanism may be damaged. Eh? But aren't those things protected by thick armored plates? They are, yes. It's odd. The casing doesn't seem to have taken a blow. I suspect we're dealing with a faulty part. Well, whatever it is we're dealing with, we're not starting until it's fixed. Not 1 week of sleep. You got that, Wedge? I give up, motherfucker. Cart chocobo. I heard that. A hall has been set aside for our use in Revenant's Toll. That's where we'll carry out the repairs. Look for us there, Elio. Kya! Aw. Yeah! Here he goes! Now I just want that shot with like, especially with like Wedge up in the air, but it's just like, it's John Cena! I don't know why. Join the Milkshake Mechanized Infantry today. Fun poor dietary decisions for Elio and crew. Is been bind in Stone Vigil. Okay, in Stone Vigil. Well, maybe we'll go run that then. Maybe we'll do a run. Oh my god, it's 6 already. Well, we're running late. This is gonna be a late stream because we're getting to that bread. We're getting to the bread. Ray has always been only macro I can use is cast Asylum on my target self for White Mage. Used to do the same with Dark AoE. Yeah, I did the same with Dark AoE. Was the other thing I used Brook too. Brook. That was the one combat thing I did because it didn't matter and because Salt's. Look, I know a lot of people misplacing it, but boy, that was a pain in the ass. I wonder if there's an Imperial Will floppy disk cover. I need that as a GIF. We can make it a GIF. We'll go record that cutscene and we can make it a GIF. Someone want to like get me the "It's John Cena" sound effect and post it on the Discord so I can combine it. To relate to Wedge because I also shit talk my boss under my breath and then get in trouble because they hurt me. And his name is John Cena. I'll be back. Desperately need food. Okay, Rory, I see you soon. At least we weren't loading around before getting to the bread. It's a good thing I didn't like spend probably an hour of this on diatribes and side comments. The Magitech armor. Sid and the others took it inside. Go on and join them. Oh, speaking of, I need to make sure that I drink my tea before we finish for Brooke. Thanks, Brooke, for buying me tea. Ever seen an ironwork engineer at work? Well, you're in for a treat then. Stand back and enjoy the show. What do you think, Elio? She's a beauty, isn't she? We've now had time to take a closer look at the Reaper. Our preliminary diagnosis was correct. She's structurally sound, but her servo mechanism is faulty. You needn't worry though. Biggs and Wedge will see her restored to her former glory in no time at all. Give those two something to mend and they will think of naught else till the job's done. 'Tis a marvelous thing to behold, provided you remind them to visit the privy. Ooh, I wonder if this new axe will be any good. Oh, come on, it's another Bardiche. It's literally the same Bardiche. Son of a bitch. The repairs are proceeding apace. It shouldn't be long now before Biggs and Wedge complete their work. There is, however, one small problem. As you may recall, the Machina's servo mechanism was discovered to be faulty. Wedge has subsequently ascertained that the magic core which drives it is worn and beyond use. Such cores are rather fragile devices, which must be replaced at regular intervals. Thanks to the negligence of... Actually, you know what? I want to write that down in my... I want to write that down in my lore notes. Okay. Magitech cores need to be replaced at regular intervals. Okay. How common is the name John in 14's world? It's not super common, but some people do have it. First playthrough. Hey, Slow Roll, good to see you. Glad to have you. No, This is definitely not a first playthrough. Yes, I have a lore channel, but I've never played a Realm Reborn. No, this is an MSQ replay through, though in some ways it effectively is a first playthrough in how little I remember, due to my being where I was at that point in my life. So some of it is fresh, but such cores are rather fragile devices, which must be replaced at regular intervals thanks to the negligence of Imperial Cognities. However, one used in the Reaper was long overdue. Alas, we do not have access to a ready replacement here in Mordona, but all is not lost. Wedge thinks he may have identified an alternate solution. Go and see him, would you? He'll explain the details to you. Ever seen an iron ring? Oh no, it's just him saying the same thing.
As I believe the chief has already informed you, the Magitech core is worn beyond use. We need to find a replacement. I thought about having you appropriate more Reapers, but even if the Dunderhead maintenance engineers of Castrum Sentry had remembered to replace the cores, we'd risk arousing Imperial suspicion. But do not despair, for I believe there's a solution. To substitute the Magitech core with a Mammoth Heart. In case you don't know, a Mammoth Heart can be used to grant sentience to automatons. By my reckoning, such a device should be more than capable of regulating the armor server mechanism. We just need to make some minor modifications to the housing unit. I've already placed an order at the first-rate Mammoth Heart with the Goldsmiths Guild. All that remains is for someone to go to Ul'dah and collect it. Oh, and to pay for it. Did I mention how much they cost? No? Well, they typically cost something in the order of $1 million. I hope you don't mind footing the bill. It's for a good cause.
Too much cutting corners. The line is cut costs without cutting corners. Do not even cut corners in life, people. Tea time soon. Tea time soon. As much as I'm loving this, I cannot wait to get to Heaven's Word in the beginning of all the feels. Yes. I will say, I do think feels do start in 2.x. I don't think you have to wait as far as Heaven's Word, but yes, feels start in Heaven's Word. And even Heaven's Word, while having some highlights, doesn't hit me as hard as some... I think there are a lot more small moments in Stormblood that hit me harder. The big moments are definitely better in Heaven's Word, but there's a lot of moments that are going to hit me in Stormblood as well. But the moments that really start to hit you real hard are in Shadowbringers. And you're going to see me with tears quite a few times during Endwalker. There's just I cry when editing footage for Endwalker. I see you picked my favorite OP class. I mean, Mori's good, but like we're picking based off of what the canonical job for the expansion is. But yeah, I tank main. Warrior's actually my least favorite tank. Warrior's the best healer class. Actually, to be fair, it's like while you're good at self-healing, you're actually a shit healer. You know who the best tank healer is? Paladin, because we got Clemency, boy. That's why Paladin's the best tank class. And there's a bunch of reasons why that's also not true. But so we are in consensus that Mammoth Heart is what gives Maggie her soul. Yes, that is my assumption. Imagine establish a lore channel doing a first playthrough of a game. Definitely wouldn't be possible, but sure would be an interesting scenario. Yeah, Eden, it would be fascinating, right? Get your mail. Oh, right, there's the mail. We'll go get that in a second. Fuck Clemency, you're healer. Look, the amount of healers I've had to save using Clemency, they can say fuck Clemency all they want. I only use it when it needs to be healed. When it needs to be used. I watch your reaction to the walk in Endwalker and just follow along with the player. Yeah, like I have seen every cutscene in Endwalker, save for some in Elpis and some in Map 6. I have seen every cutscene between 5 and 20 times due to collecting footage, editing things, all sorts of stuff, and possibly even more for some of them. There are many of them that still make me cry. I cried literally onto finishing that flow video. And I literally heard the song and watched those cutscenes like literal maybe hundreds of times.
Hello there. Come to collect a Mammoth Heart, you say? Then you must be here on behalf of Garland Ironworks. I've taken the liberty of picking the finest examples we have. A heart fit for a prince among mammoths. Oh, serendipity, I love you. Payment? Oh, that won't be necessary. The heart is for Master Alphino's personal use, after all. He notified us a short while ago that his manservant would be coming to collect it. Tender in years though he may be, Master Alphino has been a benefactor of ours since my predecessor's time. The Goldsmiths Guild wouldn't dream of charging him. But here's the Mammoth Heart. May it serve you well. Oh, and please do pass on my compliments to your master.
Fun fact, if you do Air Force 1 in the Gold Saucer, one of the people you can see cheering for you is Serendipity. Oh, right, mail. Well, oh, hey, there's mail. I totally forgot there was a mail place in Omerdona. We'll just grab it there. I wanted, oh yeah, no one said anything. Oh man, it's so weird. It's a weird feeling to come back to chat and no one said anything. And some part of me is like, oh, thank God I can stick to the game. Because we're already over time. But that's okay. That's okay. I did this to myself by being overly ambitious on getting to a place. Okay. Wait, what even is it? Is it drink tea with no spaces? Nope. Okay, well, we're just gonna open up emotes and find it. What did I get? It's just /T. Okay. Okay, Brooke, this is for you, so thank you for donating the $7. Actually, here, let me put it on. Wrong one. Thank you so much. Beautiful. I'm gonna eat a little bit of my food real quick. Remember that, like, one Alphino has been reaching out to Eorzean contacts, but on top of that, she may just be thinking about the entirety of the Levier family and thinking about the money that they've supplied them. Brooke, thanks for reminding me. To everyone, don't forget that we have an FC on Curl. If you'd like to join our FC, we have a lot of good times doing content together. You should definitely come join us. If you can't join our FC because you're not on Crystal Curl, you can join our Crossworld Link Shell.
Want to go in? Hardly need saying, but try not to be seen.
For a long period of time, maybe not necessarily years, though, he had come back and forth from Eorzea. He came back and forth between Charlene and Eorzea many times, so in a sense, years, Brotherhood.
Do you have the Mammoth Heart? I can't wait to see if it works.
Yeah, I definitely think we're supposed to understand that the Mammoth Heart is the reason that Maggie is like she is.
Hurrah! Thank you so much. But this is magnificent. It must have a cost and an emperor's ransom.
Yes, but the Leviers are rich as shit.
Free of charge? Courtesy of Alphino. Coming from an influential family certainly has its advantages. But without further ado, let's give it a try. I've already modified the housing unit, so it should slot right in. There she's ready. There she's ready. Magitech armor, engage! Or not. She just needs a love tap, I'll wager.
It lives!
Yes, she's alive!
I'm adding the Makana, yeah.
Let's take her outside and put her through her paces, Elio. Would you care to do the honors?
I have something stuck in my throat.
Hop into the pilot seat and we'll begin as soon as you're ready. First, I'd like you to try climbing that tangle of crystals yonder, as far as you can go, if you please. Oh, and if for some reason you need to dismount, simply come back here and we'll start again.
I'm curious how the Levier family got their money. What business do they get their funds through? So let's think. They've had 2 members of the heads of households who have been leaders of the forum. But the Levier estate being what it is, I would have to assume that their families hold positions of prominence for a longer period of time than even Louis Soir's lifetime. We know that all of their heads of households have been like forefront of their fields and capable of extreme. And we know that like studies, and we know that your studies, your work, and being a member of the forum and stuff does pay you money. So I would assume that it's just that they've been influential and hyper competent in all their fields and keep producing people like Louis Sois, Fortunal, and Alfino, and those people then also accrue wealth as a byproduct of that. We also know that Emeliance is shrewd in using money as well. They also make a lot of connections. That's also worth pointing out. I don't know why I keep forgetting that this part's here. I just noticed the guy. Yeah, Xenos. Yep. Oh, fun fact for all of you who are not aware.
Now, no anomalous movements evident from either leg. Good. Next, jump back down and sprint north quick as you can.
Worth noting, the voice for Twintanya, you know, like Twintanya, the like,
Sleep when you're dead.
and that Twintanya, in English, is voice acted by Y'shtola. Same voice actress. Oh, whoops. Gain profits from all the gil they used for Aether travel. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, north, I see. Like Wedge, I'm also fond of percussive maintenance. Generational wealth. Yeah, exactly, Chris. It's basically generational wealth. Dankrid is the source of Levier wealth. What? So that's why her voice when she said, froth and foam. Yeah, sounds so familiar. Yes. Exactly. Huh. She's got range. Indeed. Although I love how, like, Estinian's voice actor, when he voices Ralger, is literally just Estinian, but what if we added more grit? So it goes from, like, I'm Estinian Wormblood, to, I am Ralger the Destroyer.
The torso remains stable during vigorous motion. Excellent. And that concludes our test. Thank you for your cooperation. Here's a summary of my findings. The drivetrain is in sound condition. With some fine-tuning, we can expect a noticeable improvements in performance. As for the servo mechanism, I'm afraid it's not nearly as responsive as it should be, and I'm at a loss to explain why. The Mammoth Heart is in pristine condition and should be installed correctly. Perhaps its inner workings are simply too different to operate harmoniously with the armor's other mechanisms? Well, whereas the Magitech coursers only conduct impulses, Mammoth Hearts enable automata to process the information collected by their sensors as feelings. Maybe she just didn't feel like part of the team. In which case, we should all do our best to make her feel welcome. Yeah, so it explicitly is the Mammoth Heart, not just implicitly. Click. Nick. Yeah. Yes, we did send out all the T emotes. We haven't sent out the emotes for the quiz night that I'm setting up. I'm in the middle of setting up. I haven't had time to finish all the questions and things, but we did send out all 10 emotes that were won. Also, hey Nick, good to see you. Glad to have you. Just love sending love to you all. Gonna rewatch this in the morning. Awesome. I hope you end up enjoying the rewatch. Do we know the last name titles of the Scions? Yes. Yes. Give me one quick second to triple check that. Yes, we do. Estinian sounds so weird when he lets the gruff, serious facade drop and the girl grit and his voice goes away. Yeah. Daft as it felt. I've given my best and I welcome myself to bloody standstill. And what were you expecting to do anyway? Oh. No doubt you're wondering why the servo mechanism is so important as to warrant the silliness. Without it, the pilot would be required to control the armor's every movement manually. This would be an onerous task at the best of times, and wholly impractical during battle. Using a Mammoth Heart in place of the worn Magitech core seemed a promising solution. Alas, the device does not appear to be compatible with Garlean technology. Wedge, are there no other ways that we might demonstrate our appreciation to our friend here? I'm at my wit's ends, Chief. She just doesn't seem convinced. We could try a little dance, perhaps, or cheer our heads off. Imperials! They've come for the armor! Damn it! They have us cornered.
There's the Reaper.
Maggie, now's your time to shine.
Taken by the traitor Garland? And is that the Icon Slayer? Ah, bollocks.
Called for reinforcements.
The hells you will.
Ooh, that's a cool effect. I should make sure to get some B-roll of that. We've located the stolen Reaper. Request an immediate assistance. Respond! Respond! It's no use, sir. There's some sort of interference.
Curse you, Garland.
No matter if we can't reclaim it, destroy it! Bloody hell, Zelio. Protect the armor at all costs. Yep. Thank you, AC. Thank you, Bar. Thanks, guys, for listing them. I was going to, and then I realized we gotta really focus on getting through this. We cannot suffer the enemy to use our weapons against us. You're not doing my hard work. At the top of my head, I know Y'shtola doesn't really have a surname since it's a patronym. I mean, that's still a surname. Just because it's a patronym doesn't mean it's not a surname. I love Jessie from the Guy Ironlord. She's the only one who seems to have her head on straight. Yeah. Oh god, I keep trying to drink tea while battling. They're their own. We can take them. I can't remember. Estinian Varlano. He's the only time you really get it that I can remember is during Endwalker. He's usually referred to as Wormblood during most of Heaven's Word and elsewhere, I believe. Yeah, it's just Varlano. I think the first time he mentions it is at the beginning of Endwalker. When the Karen-ass Lalafell asks for everyone's names and titles. GG. Thanks, Catherine. Come on, Maggie.
Chief, look, she moved.
Ah, now she deigns to grace us with her presence. It took us a good while, but we're finally ready. It's time to infiltrate Castrum Sentry and rescue our comrades. Let's get that bread, boys. And ladies. And neither. And theys and thems and thous.
There's the finishing touches.
Cute. Yeah, Wormblood is a title, yes. Yeah, like Horsefont is Greystone due to being a bastard, but he's also Silver Fuller. Yeah. Best two parts in Endwalker, Estinian staring contest with the Lala Karen and the staring contest. I'm not sure I'd say best, but definitely one of them, that's for sure. Would have made more sense if it was Albert? I'm not sure I understand why. Oh, here. Speaking of names, since reminded, gotta love Ardbert's source alias Arbert. There's also some question as to whether or not those are also going to be like when they put out EE Volume 1, the remake, the like version 2, whether or not those will be fixed and whether or not those were just considered mistakes at the time. Because it's apocryphal, because a lot of this information there is in universe. It's like it's not really a retcon, but it'll be interesting to see if they choose to change that or not. Albert instead of Arbor. Well, the thing is that if you're coming from Japanese AC, that like so Arubato could be Albert or it could be Arbert, and you could localize it either way. And the thing is that Arbor, I think, was a slightly more fantasy take, so I think that's probably why Koji would have chosen to do that. That or someone else chose to localize the name. But because you have Aru, it's spelled like R and L, which is also why a lot of Japanese people have hard times distinguishing between R and L, like Rairubari. So because of that's where that came from. I feel like it was meant to be Albert instead of Arbor. I don't know that it necessarily was supposed to. I think the thing is because you're coming from the Japanese, you could do either way, and they just one of the people working on it made a choice. How many pieces of this soul does the Warrior of Light have now? Is it 8? 9, because you have source plus 7 rejoinings plus the first. The server mechanism is now fully functional, and all it took was a simple fight to the death. Remind me not to install a Mammoth Heart aboard the Enterprise, would you? Much as I love her, I would rather not be required to profess it before boarding. But enough of that. Let us see our final preparations. Thanks to Biggs and Wedge, the Reaper is as good as new. We prepared as we're like to get. So putting a Mammoth Heart in Enterprise keeps Sid from telling the airship that he loves it. I don't know that it stops him. I just think it means that he wouldn't have to. I think if he put it in, he'd have to profess every time. I think he already tells it that he loves it. It's also a lot funnier to imagine that Ardbur is much of a goober to not have put much thought into it. I mean, also, he doesn't care. He's on a suicide mission. So, but like, to your point, yes, that is funny. But also, as overly serious as I am, my thought is like, to some extent, who cares? You know, if you're him, because you're on a literal suicide mission. How go your preparations, Elio? We'll leave as soon as you're ready. I'm ready now. Let's get off friends. Guillemot, you came. I thought I'd give you you all a roar and send off. 'Tis the least I could do for the fine men and women we're about to make my lifelong wish come true. Well, we'll do our best. It occurs to me, for all the help you afforded us, we know little unless about you. What did the Empire do to earn your ire? But I fear I've put curiosity before consideration. I quite understand if you'd rather not relive those memories. No, I don't mind. Really, truth be told, a part of me is itching to tell you my tale. Mind you, 'tis hardly a novel. I ain't the first to suffer at Imperial hands. Like most folk, I've used to have a mother. She was sweet, caring woman with a smile, never far from her face. There was a sister too, pretty little thing. She was as gentle as a lamb, but tough as nails. We were poor folk living simple lives, but we knew happiness just the same. And then the Imperials came and took all that away when Alamigo. So yeah, before we continue, Guillemont's really important because they're really trying to make clear how important Alamigo is. All of these touchstones about, like, there's a reason that you get Alamigo here, Alamigo in 2.x, Alamigo in the background of job quests, and so like I don't think this is purposeless. This is just to like really hammer home because they haven't up to this point. Hey, Alamigo's a thing. You should probably try to be mindful of that and aware. Like, okay, you have those quests earlier on with like Memphis and stuff, but they want to have you understand the lengths to which Alamigo is and Little Alamigo is important. And all the different people that interconnect and intertwine, and the legacy of impact the Empire is leaving in its wake, which helps to further demonstrate the bullshit of Gaius. Being a lad, I made to do a hard labor, while my mother and sister were forced to do far worse. And also, there's a constant, like, just to be real, there is a lot of stuff about, sorry, trigger warning, but like forced rape, people being forced in sexual slavery. Like, that is a thing that is constantly in the background of a ton of Final Fantasy XIV. So this isn't not like one dark moment that never comes back. This sort of thing is brought up, like Arenvald's parentage, like literally his father assaulted his mother. And like he wasn't born, she didn't wantingly have him. Like that's a constant thing and especially around Alamigo. So I would say that this actually is very important rather than just being out of left field. And we've also seen earlier some prior setup for Alamigan stuff. They hid their suffering from me best as they could, but I knew, and the thought of it drove me mad. And one of the things I appreciate is that they have like sexual background themes and stuff, and real world horrors and tragedies that happen. It's not just like, it's not a sexless world to escape. And so I hatched a plan to get us out of the city. We were picking our way around the gorge not far outside the walls when they caught up with us, and rather than allow themselves to be taken again, my mother and sister leaped over the edge before my very eyes. Heartbroken as I was, I didn't put up a fight when the Imperials clapped me in chains and dragged me back. 'Twas some years after that I escaped in the time I got away. I swore then that I'd get revenge on the Empire and become an adventurer as to hone my skills and earn the coin I needed. But nigh on 2 decades since gone by, and what have I achieved? Bugger all, that's what. Not like you, lot. You ain't been here 10 minutes and you already done more and managed in 10 bloody years. You give us too much credit, Galamont. We seek only to rescue our friends. Well, what's more important than that? Any road. After you got your friends back, you're planning on going after the Empire, and don't pretend you ain't. I've helped a few folk take on the Imperials over the years, and every time it's helped strive off my appetite for revenge. But something tells me I won't be going hungry for a while, what with everything you've got planned. And you're sure that will satisfy you? If you wish to strike back at the Empire with your own hands, you need only say the word. We would be glad to have you with us. Tempting though your offer is, I'm afeard I must decline. I swore I'd get revenge on the Empire, 'tis true, but I've long since realized that the front lines are no place for a man like me. Aye, there's some would call me craven, but I prefer to think of myself as realist. My talents lie in scheming, you see, not swordplay. Helping folk like you is how I can make the most difference. But that's quite enough storytelling for one day. Best not to keep your friends waiting any longer. I'll be praying for your safety and success. May Ralgar give you strength. Al amigo! Al amigo! For al amigo! Slope. You're welcome, Professor. Wherever the Empire goes, misery invariably follows in its wake. For the sake of all who call Eorzea home, we must put an end to Gaius' ambitions. But first we have friends to rescue. Biggs, Wedge, and I will lie in wait east of Castrum Sentry, just outside the stronghold, and patrol the perimeter. Join us when you're ready. Oh, and don't forget to wear your disguise, or this will be the shortest rescue mission in history. People are theorizing Reaper avatars are 13 reflection. I've been ACI literally since the moment we first Walker Unlocked. I was one of the people positing that theory. Like, not to be like a hipster, like I was positing before it was cool, but literally I've been saying that that's a possibility for forever. Like literally since onto knowing how the Reaper functioned. Any thoughts on likelihood? I don't think it's necessarily too soon. I think it's also just as possible that the Reaper, like Xenos' Reaper, is the 13 reflection. I think Goldbez could also be a reflection. I think it's I don't think it's likely. I don't think it's unlikely. I don't think it's likely to be the case, but it would make certain senses. And the fact that it's so astrally corrupted would prevent it from rejoining with us anyways. Does everyone in the source have 8 now, or did only certain souls recombine? It's complicated. Basically, kind of, maybe. We're not entirely sure about the metaphysics. Probably, but also just because you have a denser soul does not straight make you more powerful. It's not just like source people are just straight up always more powerful than reflection people. It's complicated. Although the Warrior of Darkness, they did the whole suicide mission thing backwards and did the suicide. You're not wrong. Everyone on the source that has reincarnated souls from the world uncensored has 8 pieces except for the Warrior of Light who has 8. Probably. It gets complicated with how rejoinings work. But yeah. Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. The source people the Warrior Light has do 9 due to armor. Blah, 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 blah. For the first time, I noticed that's why. But all people in the source have reincarnated souls from the world uncensored. Yep. But only people reincarnate. But also, in theory, there should be more ambient aether on the source. It's complicated. The metaphysics of it all are a little complicated. And not maybe shouldn't best be thought of as like mathematic equations, more as general guidelines. For me, this is the first time I noticed it, that's why. But only people with reincarnated souls can get the echo. It's not about reincarnation, it's just for soul from the unsundered world. You can have a reincarnated soul without having a soul from the world unsundered. Souls can reincarnate regardless of that. Didn't get the Stasha, for example, until you pointed out in your videos. Well, good, Brotherhood. I'm glad this has been useful. Everyone has a sundered soul, though. No. Not everyone has a soul of the people who are sundered. No. Everyone's soul is a sundered soul, sure, yeah. Except the dragons. Yeah. I forget, is the live stream shared via all the shards of Aetheris? No. According to Endwalker, and the specific lines that we get from Hydaelyn, the ethereal sea of the first is a separate ethereal sea from the ethereal sea of the source. Because Hydaelyn had to bring the soul of Mr. Flamboyant Boy from Shadowbringers and the soul of Menphilia to the source. She specifically states that she did that. So that implies that no, they are not. Who of the people that you recruit to the Crystal Parade do you regret letting due to causing of their deaths? I mean, it's that whole Tolkienian idea. Jesus Christ, come on, stop. Is that whole Tolkienian idea? It could have been better. It could have been different, but it couldn't have been better. I don't know that I can say specifically regret anything because it all worked out in the end. The same way that we see with Dragonsong Ultimate, Dragonsong's Reprisal. If you save someone, it can make things worse. If by saving Horshaphant, we end up making things much, much worse. I'm not sure I would specifically say I have a specific regret around that. Should be it, right? Not even gonna wear the helmet. Alpha has a soul. Yeah, souls can be made. Souls are, remember, like, if you've done the anime quest, you should know this too. Like, souls are just a constituent thing made up of a byproduct of an extreme amount of aether and memory aether and like a lot of different things. Souls are at one time a specific thing and also can be created from nothing. Well, from ambient things. I think they're separate. Easy Wilrid. That man had a legit redemption, and he was cut down before he got to see Alamigo liberated. At least there was a small side quest that gave closure to that. Yeah, and that was the second question. But the thing is that Wilrid died doing exactly what he believed in, and that's all you can really do in the end. Hey, Rin, good to have you. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I imagine that there's a generation that as the generations go on, the source people's lives will begin to increase and their inherent aether will become stronger since they've been rejoined. I disagree. Personally, I disagree. The reason for that being is that was the case. You would immediately see that already between the difference between people of the first and people of the source, because there's been rejoinings that have been happening since time immemorial. Is there more ambient aether on the source than there is on the first? Quite possibly. On the first definitely because of it's complicated, but I don't think it's as simple a mathematical equation of more souls rejoined, more aether on source, ergo everyone there be stronger. I think there's more complications to it than that, and I think that the symbiotic relationship that the reflections have with the source, for instance, we know if the source falls, the reflections fall, is such that I think that whether it be that there's a feedback mechanism or something, it's more complicated than just source people have more aether, and we see that, we see that, and that's why. Alpha has a soul. Yes, Alpha got a soul as a byproduct of it being formed. I don't think the lives would start to lengthen due to... Yeah, definitely not lengthen. Lives... I assumed you meant quality of life. Lives in terms of length, long could? No, I don't think they will increase at all. It's also important to remember, your body is a part of what dictates yourself, not just your soul. It's not just, I have powerful soul, ergo, I live longer, I'm more powerful. You can have a very, very powerful soul and still not be very powerful. One, your body limits you. We know that from both literally with people, but also with Void Scent. We also can look to the fact that you can have an unsundered soul and not be able to tap into any of its potential unless awoken and it's the same with soul crystals, right? In that you have to learn how to be able to maintain and use things. So, but does Emmett still imply that the party will be as equals to the unsundered Asking Chamber, assuming they're finished rejoining in the Warrior of Light managed to subdue the Light Wardens? He wants that. He doesn't know that that's the case. He implies that if they rejoin the world, they'll be able, if everyone had all 14 shards and Aetheris was restored to the way it was, it might go back to how it was with the ancients. But we don't even know that. We don't know that the people of a world rejoined would actually have unlimited lifespans like the ancients. We don't know that Hurs would actually necessarily change, though they might have more access to power. There's a good chance it's the case. It's almost certainly the case, but it's everything, every piece of evidence in the game thus far, beyond the Warrior of Light, suggests that it is far more complicated than just source reflections rejoin, ergo source more powerful, because if that were the case, you would see every single Scion whoop the ass of every the Scions should be able to just manhandle Ranjit, if that's the case, as a specific example. Is it possible that the other shards might be hostile? Yes, and I have it's quite possible. I have a theory that one of the shards is actually going to be ruled by an Allegan by an empire, and once they open the gates to the other shards, that may cause problems in the future. That's possible. I'm not saying that that is likely. I'm not even saying there's evidence to suggest that. I would just suggest that there's a lot of evidence of repeated stories around Empire and the legacy of Empire that keep coming up in 14, and the idea of letting a reflection onto another one causing potential conflict and drama and issues tracks with a lot of their storytelling. Implies the Warrior of Light would be equal. Yeah, but like also the Warrior of Light is Zem. Like don't use the Warrior of Light for anything. Like the Warrior of Light is a bad example. Warrior of Light is not representational of people in general. Yeah, King the Conqueror, Multiverse War. Basically, exactly, Chris. Forgive me for saying so, but I can't quite cut the... But you cut quite the diminishing figure in Imperial Black and Crimson. But now is not the time for jests. Let's review the infiltration plan. Castrum Sentry lies just beyond. A short while ago, the Imperial Patrol left to do its rounds. Alfino and I will create a diversion out here and keep them occupied for as long as we are able. Meanwhile, the three of you will enter the stronghold, posing as the patrol returning from your duty. Should Alfino and I prove less distracting than hoped, I will contact you via Link Pearl. Be ready to beat a hasty retreat. John Cena! Bum, ba, ba. Wedge will lead the way to the Reaper. Stay close to him. And I hardly need to tell you this, but don't do anything suspicious. Oh, and lest you wonder, Yida and Y'shtola left shortly before you arrived. We had planned that they should linger in the vicinity to cover our retreat in the event that Alfino and I attracted too much attention, but the approach of an Imperial vehicle forced us to improvise. Don't be too disappointed. They did at least leave a message for you, something along the lines of, don't do anything reckless, if memory serves. Wise words. I'm assuming things about Azem. No, well, I'll get to that. All right, Imperial Patrol should be returning any moment now. You best be off. Good luck, Elio. May the 12s keep you. I view the reason why there's stuff, materials to gather, AI and copper data rejoining without them, there is no reason for there to be new civilizations that don't directly live it. I view the reason why there's stuff, materials to gather, right? I'm not sure I follow your point, Professor. We know one of the shards is hostile, at least since it's the void. Yeah, yes. You are technically correct, but it's not the spirit, I think, of the question.
You have spirit. That I will allow. Yet you struggle to the benefit of none, least of all, yourself.
Look, not to be overly crass, but I really think that Livia...
We desire only to understand it. And for that, we need your help. You
defines don't
to
stick
be
your dick
rid
in
of
crazy.
the icons, do you not? You would have saved yourself a great deal of torment had you accepted our aid from the beginning. Tell me everything, and I shall end it quickly. Refuse, and though you beg for death, you shall not have it. Which will it be? As you wish, my dear Minfilia. Unpleasant though it will be for all concerned, you leave us no choice but to employ more rigorous methods of study. Be so kind as to deliver the prisoners to Castrum Meridianum.
Yes.
Oh, hey, I've been saying it right. It is Castrum Meridianum. I guess I shouldn't take the AR pronunciations as a good indicator sometimes, though. Yeah, Catherine, I don't know offhand that that is the case. That has always been my speculation, though. Okay, let me... Yeah, Word of Light is always the exception, not the rule. Exactly, Remziel. Not sure if we know much about Magic the Gathering, but it sounds like... Yeah, I do know a lot about Magic the Gathering, and it is a lot like planar shards, which we're doing because we've seen the sources of catastrophic damage before. Yeah, Eden, there's a lot of similarities between some of the cosmology of Magic the Gathering, if nothing else, even than just the colors of mana and the aetherological elements. Do you think we'll ever get to meet, or if not me, at least see content with the Zeminate? If you ask my opinion, I think no. If you ask my opinion if they should, I still think no. Could? Yes, could happen. there's a lot of complications that come about because of that, and there's also a lot of more tragedy and irony and a lot more beauty to them being this ephemeral figure in the background of it all, with people that we meet people who were their friend. I think is more powerful. I hope we never directly meet Azem, get stories to them, fine, but no direct means. Yep. Meeting Azem could pose some problems, both in story and development, since they need multiple models. Yeah, exactly, Chris. That was one of the things I had said elsewhere with someone. Yep. I totally agree on that point. I don't think so, since a few live IQ gave the impression that Azem just gotten to be a background thing in order to better for everyone's perception of the word. I tell you, yeah, and that's the thing is Yoshi P has, you're right, I totally forgot about that, but you're right, Yoshi P had implied that. I would say that is usually evidence to suggest, usually that's not evidence though that it can't, but yeah. They could use just the ancient model for Amaron. Well, no, because those are the shades of those. They don't notice that even like in the walk animation, they don't use those. Those are just for the memories and recollections of people. And if they did that, then that defies the point of kind of using them at all. I do feel Zem knows of us and may send word or something, but no meeting. I agree, Chris. I do think there's definitely a possible chance that happens. Why did they make the grapes so memeable for Azem? I think, well, so the thing is that the grapes, while they're memeable and funny, the thing that's really important to understand is that what they imply about Azem is that Azem is a lover, is like a little bit of a low-key, like a little bit chaotic and adventure, but also that he loves and appreciates the small things, which is such an important, literally becomes like a plot point for Endwalker, both for you and others. And so like I think there's actually a really deep narrative significance to not specifically what the grapes are, but that idea of him being able to enjoy, of them being able to enjoy the small things. Technically, I was gonna say technically correct, the best kind of correct. The thing is, they need at least 2 models. Yeah, notice Livia has an eye patch. I don't know, you can't judge her on the hot, crazy graph until she takes off her helmet, but then again, the graph, she would need to be hotter than the sun. Yeah. I mean, like, you could also just assume she might look like Lucia. Isn't Livia VA also Sylvanas VA? It does sound like her, Brooke. I don't know. You can feel free to check, but I don't know, but it does sound like her. We classify your content as video essays. I've been wanting to get to make video making WoW 14 learning lore is easy enough, but making a well-made video that just has zero confidence in. Look, here's what I'll say. Everyone does their stuff differently. I wouldn't describe them as video essays, frankly, because to me, video essays is, I would say that they are more lore, information, and analysis, maybe. But to me, a video essay would be much more in the cadence of analyzing the themes of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker and presenting a like 30-minute to 1 hour piece on that, which is not really what the channel has been about. And while I would like to do, don't necessarily have the time to do, and part of why that's why we have End Talkers. So I would not call them that. I think some people, based on their own terminology, might. As for doing them, look, all I'm gonna say is that there's a lot of complications that come around with YouTube and all that stuff, and it depends on what you want out of it. You're literally only best bet, just do it. Just whatever it is, you're gonna make bad stuff. Just start making it. You will get better, it will get easier, it takes time, nothing, even if you're extremely lucky, good for you. Most people, the vast majority of people, what's going to happen is it's going to be a grind. You have to work at it if you want it to succeed. You're not going to have confidence right away, and you may not have confidence for long periods of time, and you may even still struggle with insecurity, but you just got to do it. Like, that is the only way it happens, and it's the only way you get better, and it's the only way the confidence gets better. And if you hate the sound of your voice, the only way that gets better is just by doing it. You literally just have to say, I'm going to hate this process for a bit. I'm going to struggle with this, and just do it. Like, that is the only way. You can't think yourself out of that hole. You can only do out of that hole. I'd best get myself back to the duties. The supplies aren't going to move themselves, and neither are the prisoners, come to that. Oh, Imperial Salute. Ah, of course. Would you go to today? Oh, my apologies. I didn't notice you there. So engrossed I was in my task. You'd be engrossed too, had the tribunus commanded you to arrange the prisoners to be transported. The prisoners, do I speak? You mean you haven't heard? Only the infamous Scions of the Seventh Dawn, captured by the Tribunus herself. If you don't believe me, have a look at the storage tower when next you pass that way. Her being unable to defend herself here is fine, but there's no reason for her not to have picked up some form of self-defense. She's capable of self-defense. She can fight. The problem is not... Minfilia, if you actually know the lore around her, is tough as nails and can fight. The problem is that every time you see her go up against an opponent, there's someone who, like, she can't fight an Ascian, and she's not as competent as others, but she is tough and strong, and her strengths lie elsewhere. But yeah, no, the problem is the narrative around her, putting her in situations where she gets damseled rather than her capability as a character within the confines of the world. Greetings, comrade. Forgive me for asking, but you haven't visited the storage tower recently, have you? I only asked because I dropped something in there and, oh? Who am I fooling? I've fallen for one of the prisoners, all right? I dare say you know the one I mean. The silvered blonde. Goodness, no. It's the Lalafelian lass. Woo! Of course, right after I make a fucking video on romances. But anyways, yes. Speaking of what, if you haven't yet, go check out my newest video on romance and whether or not different races can have children in Final Fantasy XIV. It's the Lalafelian lass I'm smitten with. She's so adorable, it hurts. I want to sweep her up in my arms and squeeze her till my arms ache. That's most of you guys. What do you reckon it would take to convince the Centurion to lend me the key so I can see her? I at least want to see Azem's mask as reference for art. I wouldn't mind an official piece of art of like Azem's mask or something and nothing else. And you could see that, imagine like you see that because Vana is wearing it, you know, or someone else. You don't even have to have it Azem, the last Azem. It could have been a prior Azem. Part of the maintenance crew for Oxygens, are you? I don't know what they'll teach you over there, but being an engineer does not exempt you from salutation to your superior. Oh, right. With the grapes thing, I interpret that as them just joking with Hydaelyn when they asked why he saved that island. When they saved it, contravention, the convocation on intervene, apologies. No, so, Dimmons, I don't disagree that that's a reading. That's a fair reading. I would suggest, though, that there's other evidence around Azem repeatedly doing things, yes, maybe for an excuse, but an appreciation and enjoyment of small things as a part and parcel to that. You get that in 5.3, you get that in the short stories, you get that in some other places as well. I would pose that, but I think that is a fair reading. I guess I could always private videos that embarrass me too much online. Yeah. What if those grapes that Azem saved are the progenies of the Bacchus grapes? That'd be pretty funny, Professor. Don't private them, embrace the cringe, it's beautiful. Infilia did fight as the Oracle for years in the end of the first. We just didn't see it. I mean, but even beyond that, remember, she was a miner for years, like a literal heavy, like, rock miner, and she's tough as, like, she's swole. She's not so helpless, yeah. But also, like, the thing is, as the Oracle, she also, did fight as the, I don't know if you're talking about, like, Reen, but assuming you're not, like, the Word of the Mother is also a different role, and she also has a lot of extra power there. I forgot about the guard who loves Tataru. The Imperial Guard is thought for the Lolly race. Her main job, minor. She's tough. Yep. Remember Medion saying that she would sing. Okay, hey, Reen, let's, here, I need to hide that. Let's be really careful about, I can't remove it. Okay. Guys, so, I know we talk about a lot of things. Anything Endwalker, especially like major Endwalker reveals or major characters or statements from them, let's try to avoid a little bit. Please, it's not a full spoiler cast. We're still waiting for, and for those of you who didn't know, that's fine. But like, we can talk about stuff, but we're not to like assume that someone's like in the middle of playing Endwalker. Do you remember the whole most that I streamed? I couldn't even clip my VODs because. I mean, Tataru, he's cute, transcends race. I really should read the stories. Yeah, go read the short stories. I want to do more readings of the short stories at some point. I did one for like the AR one, but like it did so poorly with views that I just never did them again. I don't think so because we're probably crossbreeding over time. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, didn't realize. Yeah, no, Rin, you're fine. You had no way to know. You're totally fine. I only removed that because I know at least 2 people in chat who are not finished with Endwalker yet. Yeah, I mean, Phileas isn't helpless. It's just that she had to deal with unfair circumstances during the story. Yeah. What? Prisoners? Are you here? You've heard the rumors then. Yes, they're being held in the storage tower, but I strongly suggest you pay them no mind. You were summoned here to work, not to gob at Eorzean's defeated heroes. Now, show a bit of enthusiasm or I'll have you reported. Oh my god, we're about to be well over an hour over time. Why are you not at your post? If you have business, salute me before opening. God, I keep doing that. What's this? You need access to the storage tower? What business have you there? The Tribunus behest, you say. This is highly irregular, but it would not do to make my lady wroth. Take my identification key. See that it returned when your errand is concluded. Is there any interesting conversations to be had? I know I should not be doing that side. No, it's just the same guy. My badge assumes that we already mentioned some Endwalker stuff. Yeah, again, you're fine. No reason to feel bad whatsoever. What I would say is, think about it in terms of major reveals and direct quotes. So like I mentioned Vana, but that's very different than being like all the stuff about Vana. And the Azem stuff is more tied to Shadowbringers than it is. And even Shadowbringers we try to be a little bit careful with. We've been a little bit loosey-goosey today. Still in Shadowbringing here, like they have short attention span. Yeah, Eden, I'll try to avoid any like major things that will ruin that for you. Show some enthusiasm or I'll have you reported. Okay, they're upper middle class when a white woman in Target. It's in the morning here, so I'm gonna take a nap. Good night, folks. Hey, Brotherhood, you're not gonna miss much. We're literally like one cutscene away from the end. So, thanks for joining in. Glad to have you. Got to run as well. Thanks to have you, Chris. Thanks for the stream. See you next time. There's Gerd outside the gate. Northern Dandelion, a little play triple triad. Yes. So I'm gonna try to like speed this because we are an hour overtime. I was gonna do some work on video today. Oh god, I wonder how late it is for Ray Ray. I work at a Target that's 100% accurate. Okay, in that case, I have a question about Heaven's Rune Stormblood about Nidhogg and Cindy. Yeah, totally go for it. 100%. I may not answer it right away because I may try to get into this, get this done. But, too late? Hey, Ray, if you want, you can start doing the wrap-up. So if you do the wrap-up, like, links in case you need to head out, I'll try to finish up within the next 5 to 10. No! Minfilia and the rest. Oh, fuck. I'm the one you want. Leave the others be. If you harm my friends, I swear I shall take my own life, and if you shall answer to your mistress. I had too much inflection to start with. Tataru, we must do something. We risk letting the entire castrum know we're here. Guys, they're right there, just like, oh, boom, boom, boom. Aye, you're right. We may not get a better chance.
Is that the third squadron? What is it? A Reaper. Seized when? And they came to the light only now? The culprits will have left a trail. Take as many men as you need to scour the area. I want that Reaper found.
Now's our chance. Thanks, Ray. You're the best.
What? Strike my last. Firing cannons! Eliminate the intruders.
John Cena. Worked at Target till the pandemic forced me to quit. A lot of you guys working at Target. Fun fact, the city I live in is the capital, the headquarters of Target. You came. Unbind us, Elio. Together we may yet win free. Anyway, I need to figure out a voice for it.
Elio, get these shackles off us quickly.
Then why even blow them up? Gotta go. See you. Thanks, Power. Good to see you too. 10 hours. That's madness. Yeah. I worked until equipped because my store manager was giving 10 hours to most store employees, and I simply couldn't pay my bills. Yep. I've been in that situation, I feel you. I was wondering if it might be okay to DM you on Discord with my earlier reaction question since I'm so curious. Yeah, Ren, feel free to go ahead. You can also, preferably, you can also always join our Discord, and where you can put stuff like that in the Endwalker spoilers section, so that if you want people to have a broader conversation about it. That said, let me check out your Nidhogg. Nidhogg's Abyssinian sort of has his power, maybe what's going on with that. So, important to remember that souls and all of that, oh, fuck, right, cutscene. Anyways, I have an answer to this, so I will answer that. You came! Bow chicka wow wow. Note to self, if I go until 7, that's when I start to lose everyone. This is why we only go till 6.
Hey, Elio, I was so scared.
Scared? Don't. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to remember all these voices. It was foolish of you to come here. You might have been killed. But thank you. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not arrived when you did.
I say, did you not see Thancred anywhere? I'm beginning to fear for the fellow.
To linger here, thou shall yield us no answer. Let us away ere the window to our liberty closes shut. Eorzean and Eorzean.
Oh, awesome. Well, glad to have you, Rin. I'm glad you could join, and I hope you enjoy the videos. What did you say? Escaped? Then recapture them. Fail, and I shall have your head.
And what have we here? The Tribunus herself, just as you said. You have the eye of an Ahriman, Yida.
Oh, Ahriman, like the... Yeah, that's funny. Well, she's kind of hard to miss in the snowy armor of hers. Accursed scions, how did you slip our defenses?
With unexpected ease, if truth be told. There's chanced to be a commotion outside the castrum walls, which allowed us to avail ourselves of the comfort of your vehicle.
Your stole is just being polite. That was one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever stoned away in. It's no wonder it's called the Phantom Train. No passenger would be seen dead in it. Further proof that the stories of the Phantom Train exist. So you've scuttled and missed the freight like a vermin you are. I shall be sure to have words with our rat catcher. Such negligence is unforgivable.
This is far from your most pressing concern. First you must answer for your own wrongdoing, Livia Sausajunis. 'Twas you who led the raid on the Waking Sands. You who butchered unarmed men and women for the crime of being unworthy of capture.
You killed our friends and we'll never forgive you!
Nor shall we suffer you to plague Eorzea a day longer. Betake you to your god.
More intruders! Protect the Tribunus!
Confounded Yida, with me!
Me too, Demins. Me too. I'm sad that in Savage there was no mechanic for that. After them!
Where is His Excellency? In the hangar, milady, in discussion with our guests.
Alert him at once!
Yes, milady.
No! No! There they are! Fan out and surround them! We must protect Tataru!
You, most of you guys.
Biggs, I'm going in! No, Wedge, don't do it! Oh no, Elio. Hold them off. I'll only look after Minfilia and Tataru.
I'll look after Minfilia and Tataru.
Fool of a Lalafell. Forever disappointed. Yeah, I'm back. Hey, Rory, I'm glad you're back. We're trying to wrap it up before I go 2 hours over time. All units, emergency stations. Do not let the prisoners escape. This will be a good chance to answer that Nidhogg question. I'm sure Thancred is just fine and nothing untoward has happened to him whatsoever. I'm sure you're right. I'm still here. I love your streams. That was sad. Tuesday when there was no stream and I'm happy because you're feeling better. Professor, thank you. I really, again, to all of you guys, I appreciate the kind words a lot. It does a lot to energize me, and it means it makes me excited to do streaming rather than too excited to play this and be with you guys rather than apprehensive, because I am a very anxious person at heart. Hey, Chris! Good to see you. If you guys haven't, you should definitely go check out Chris and Brian's content from Work to Game, Gaming Kinda, and Ginger Prime. You can make a post that has a nickname for voices next to each of their names, but by Endwalker, that's like 100 plus people if you go beyond silence. Yeah. I'm still here. Love you. Love them. Yeah. I'm back forever. Yeah. But to your question on Nidhogg, so important to remember that souls are more than just, there's an imprint of
Nidhogg's souls, his emotion, his anger, his memories still linger within Estinian, and the aether of his eye is still bound to... Imagine, a way to put it might be that if you thought of the eye almost like a soul crystal, there's a remnant of a soul crystal that is all of Nidhogg's experience and life still within Estinian as a byproduct of like an ethereal imprint. So that's what's going on with that. Elio, you have to take out the force field generators. Oh. Where? Oh. Wait, where? Where even are they? Thank you for the reminder, Ray Ray. This is why I shouldn't AFK talk to people. There we go. I'd be happy to lend my voice from future videos, especially from any amigons. No, just keep hitting it with the axe. Surely it will work eventually. The true warrior way. And yeah, Rin, I hope that answered your question. And they do get, this is not just implicit assumption. They do get at a lot of these ideas both within the MSQ and within side content as well. So it is, it's more than just inference. Does the Dragoon Warrior of Light also have something similar going on with Hraesvelgr, perhaps? Yeah, Dragoons is not my strong... Like, the Warrior of Light's relationship with all of that is a little more complicated and is not my strongest suit, but there's basically, as people who have worn the Eye for any period of time, and as a connection to multiple dragons, including Hraesvelgr, yeah, I would say you could definitely tie it to that Reem. That's one of my weakest jobs, in specificity, so I couldn't, I don't want to say it declaratively. And I'm going to work on a job video for that as well as others soon. I'm actually in the middle of working on Dark Knight, so I'm going to hope to get the Dark Knight video out sooner rather than later. The problem is that, you know, real life work and all of that makes it harder to do as many videos as I'd like. And also I have to do all the back end stuff for the channel, and I also have to, where is the final one? And streaming doesn't really count to me because this is so revitalizing, and also helps me foster community with you guys, which is a major point for me. Like, just doing this into the ether is not fun or that interesting. I mean, on the note, if you'd like to help me be able to do this full time, you can always support us by joining our Patreon or offering a super chat here on YouTube. That said, I'm still working on reworking the Patreon. I have some fun rewards. I think I'm going to be switching over to them. Some may be involving, potentially at the highest tier, if you support, being able to be a background extra in a video or two from time to time. We'll see. We'll see how interested people are at that. The problem is that we have enough avatars of Thaliak that actually might be hard to do just logistically, but I also don't want to put in an even higher tier, so we'll see how that goes. Hey, Brian, glad you can make it. We're coming up on the end here. We're actually running very, very, very long, but I'm glad you can make it to the end. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Yeah, I really like Dragoons, my current main. I like Red Mage, Dragoon, and White Mage. I'll play myself. Nice. Yeah, all good times. I love White Mage. I don't love it as much as Sage, sadly, but have care. But I do love White Mage. White Mage was my main healer for a long time. I enjoy Red Mage, and I appreciate Dragoon. Part of it is just I'm a tank main, so I don't love DPS quite as much. Once I find a new job, I'll absolutely be throwing money at the Patreon. Thank you, Demins. Guys, seriously, I really, really, really appreciate it. My aim is to keep growing the channel and to get it to a point where I can do this full time. I would really love to do that. It's the true warrior way. I've not met a problem I couldn't solve by cleaving in twain with a comically oversized axe. Yeah, and connection to Midgard Summer. That's a great point, Professor. Oh, also, if you do super chats, you can make me say weird shit in different accents.
Like if I do my goblin voice, I could do anything. I could talk like this all day if I wanted to.
Oh, Rin, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Just so you know, that there will be probably some changes to the rewards, making them better, because, right, when we originally made them, they were kind of just, like, thrown into the ether, unsure of what to do with them. So if you have feedback for specific things you want for rewards, you can also add that in our Discord. We have a channel for merch and Patreon ideas. So if you have specific things you'd like, that's always a good place. Look at that, Conjurer. Look at it.
The Astola! Pray, forgive us our delay.
She all sounds like she's smoking.
Papolino, Minfilia.
took you so long?
Well, it's nice to see
Interesting,
you too.
Catherine. I'm definitely gonna do that.
The reunion must wait.
Right. First things first.
It's more than just the acting, it's also the
Being
timing.
heavily outnumbered.
That's a big part of the problem as well.
You ditched your Magitech armor. Fool of a Lalafell.
Fool of a Lalafell.
Excuse me. She's all yours if you think you can do any better.
Love those two.
But there's no one in there.
This is Sid. Can you hear me? I need you to count to 5, then jump.
Thank you, Rin. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and don't. If any of you guys like are worried about resources, I've been there. I've been in financially dire straits most of my life, to be honest. So like, I appreciate the support, but I also appreciate the realities of
2,
life for you guys.
3.
4.
Demins, if you paid like, okay, if you gave me like $2,000 to $3,000 a month, I would do the entire. If you gave me $2,000 a month, I would do the entire MSQ and Gabi voice.
Not which is more pitiful, the charlatans who rule Eorzea, or the masses that clamor for their implausible panaceas. I see that
It's so
which
sad.
they cannot. This realm founders for want of a ruler with true power, the power to cast down icons.
This vocal performance really misunderstands Gaius. He's sincere. Like this makes him sound evil, partly because of his performance, not just what he's saying. There's more nuance here than it's showing, and it makes me sad. Well, I know what my income is going for the next few months.
Continue to deny this truth. It is the people who will suffer. Embrace reason.
If you continue to deny this truth, it is the people who will suffer. Embrace reason. Can I do deep, Gabi? Okay, give me a second. If you continue to deny this truth, it is the people who will suffer. Embrace reason.
There's a taste for you. Maybe if I do a stream during April Fools, I'll do the entire stream in Gabi.
What in the 7 hells?
Come on, like, you're saying, what in the 7 hells? Like, come on.
No. It's here.
12 preserve us. They finished it. Ultima weapon.
So it has a name.
It is a relic of ancient Alag, excavated from its resting place deep beneath Alamigo. The Alagons used it to crush primal and foe alike, and now the Garleans mean to do the same.
Damn you, Gaius! Look! There, beside the Black Wolf. An Ascian,
Who's that Pokemon?
an overlord, no less. His garb attests to that.
Alamigo.
La Habrea. It could only be him.
Bread. Bread? Waters.
Thancred. He was La Habrea? No. No, this cannot be.
Oh no, Bread is cute. Thank Bread in the house. Bread? Bread? Bread!
We have
to go now. Hang on.
Thancred!
I'm so
No!
I'm so excited to get to Praetorium. And just to scream something about burning toast. Yeah, the Professor, I don't know if it was you who first posted that, but the crystal necklace. Yep. The black crystal, the crystal of darkness. Actually, I wonder if it... Yeah.
All that time, the enemy was beside me, and I never even suspected. And to think that it was I who suggested that Thancred investigate the Asians. How could I have been so blind?
Maybe you're the one who got them into this. We just find the tile. Yeah, exactly, Ray. We got to this point. We made it.
To find us. Confound it all.
Oh, good to know, Auroria. It's been so long.
No.
I totally
this
forgot
is not the time for self-doubt. The Alliance leaders stake their hopes on the Scions, but now they believe us all dead or missing. When they learn of the Empire's new weapon, we cannot be certain what they will do. We must go and offer them what assurances we can that defeat is not inevitable.
Cryle, this is Minfilia.
The situation
I
may
am
have
in
taken
some
an
haste,
ill turn.
So forgive me if I seem brusque.
But the battle is far from over.
Is it ready?
And so long as we stand together,
Wonderful.
there shall
I'm
ever
sorry
be
to
hope
press,
of
but
victory.
we
I have a response to that, Demins.
How soon can it
The
be
people of
delivered?
Eorzea falter for
I-
want
I'm-
of such hope.
I am in your
Let
debt,
us
my
provide
friend.
it. Let us bear to them the tidings that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are returned.
Rin, I have to do that manually, so we'll get that after stream. That's the problem, is
Matters are
sadly there's no way
coming
to
to a
link
head.
Patreon and Discord, but I'll get that for you.
I hope we can count on you.
Thank you, Ray.
My regards to grandfather. I am ready.
Grandfather.
Let us pay a visit to the Council of the Alliance leadership.
As for the Laha evil villain laugh, I think it could be just like, well, one, like it could be partly like localization, partly writing at the time. But I would point out that I do think that the story meaningfully, whether intentionally or not, does contextualize why he's like that, but with the mental decline. And I've argued very that I think it does so satisfyingly if you're paying attention. And I think Praetorium is also helping to further support that. Good to know, Auroria. Oh, fuck. What did I miss? Let's point out. Here. Ah! Rally all available troops. I want them ready to move upon my word. And relay to Slafferson the order to sail. That is all. Maelstrom stands ready. What of the flames? Ready as we'll like to be. I need only give the word to Ral. Well. Has there been no word from Ishgard? It's been so long since I don't know what my voice was for these guys. None of the dragons have none. The dragons have got their tongues. Silent to the last. I was unwise to hope for better. What would stir the Archbishop to open his holy mouth if not this? And he claims the fury for his god. 'Tis bad comedy. Getting references to Ishgard and Heaven. Like, there's so much setup for Heavensward and Stormblood already in A Realm Reborn. It's crazy.
The Holy See has made its choice. We'll proceed without its cooperation.
Yeah, I really do think a lot of it's voice direction more than anything.
I believe we are all acquainted with the terms of the Black Wolf's ultimatum. We must agree upon a course of action. Not less than the fate of Eorzea hangs upon the decision of this council.
We're gonna battle the bitch. Van Belsar claims to wield the power to smite primals. Should we yield to him, he pledges to rid the realm of its false gods, yet offered resistance, and he swears that we shall share the primal's fates. Pardon me bluntness, but I like not these choices. This is too great a decision for any one of us or our nations to make alone. Choose we surrender or resistance, we must answer as one, for if but one surrenders, the rest shall surely fall. Let us pray for the wisdom to do right by all our peoples.
Yeah, Eden, it really does go to show, like, direction and a lot, like, just pure talent is not enough.
Thancred's plight troubles us all, yet we cannot allow anything to come between us and our goals. So long as Ultima Weapon exists, Eorzea will never know peace. Let us go to the Alliance leaders, Elio, and help them make the right decision.
Oh my god, we did it! Okay, I think there was a really good, interesting point someone made a while back. Let me, Sage Weapons, once I find a new job, if I'm gonna get a chance. Oh yeah, the Livia thing. Okay, so the Livia thing. Okay, sweet. Man, this scene feels bad. Also, I finished AR on my quality of life updates, alt, and one of my FC mates said next time, and all I heard was, next time on Dragon Ball Z. Give me a second. Next time on A Realm Reborn. There were so many grade A quality, yeah. Everyone, my screen's gonna magically disappear for a second, and I'm gonna go on to an alt real quick. Give me a second. Don't mind me. Give me a second. I don't know why I feel the need to have to constantly reinforce that. NPC. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's pop that back up. So, we're looking at Livia's stuff to see. I don't see rings. Oh, or I see. There's this mechanism. Oh yeah, I see. Okay, I see. If she, yeah, okay, it's in her hand, so she can pull on it here. So it's a rod that connects up from her hand into here and pulls the gun mechanism. And she has them on both sides. So it's not quite a ring, it's more of a, it's the trigger mechanism can be pulled in her hand. So she can go like, or however she does it. I don't know if she pulls back, whatever she does to do it. So now we've got that solved. That's cool. Well, that's the wrong color, but let's put my normal armor back on. And actually, we can just, since I don't wear the helmet anyways, that's fine. And okay. And we'll maybe next episode do some side content. Or actually, we should do some. We'll wait till we finish 2.0. It's probably the best way to do it. So yeah, let's let's get a nice zoom in default here while we wait. Let's pull up you guys back up. Okay. Somebody mentioned La Habre. The Void. The Sadmin affiliate was saved by Thancred, and now they must save Thancred. Yeah, we're in the Void. What kind of Ascian magics is this? Are we going to turn purple? Oh wait, no, I just forgot I have my eyes closed. Such devastation. This was not my intention. It was her gauntlets. Yeah. Such archivization.
Okay, with that all said, hey guys, we're only, you know, an hour and a half over time. It's fine. And I want to say thank you all for watching, and we're coming up here on the end of 2.0. Probably might be 2 episodes away. Might be 1. Might try to make it 2. We'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Or no, tomorrow it's Thursday, so maybe not. Ooh. Nah, stick to the schedule. See you guys on Monday. But, with that said, don't forget that we have a Discord. Come join our Discord. It's where we do a lot of talking. It's the easiest way to find out when new videos are going out or when, you know, the streams are going out. And we have a lot of fun there and a lot of conversations as well that are usually often Final Fantasy XIV related, whether it be lore or general. Or on top of that, all sorts of other fun things. On top of that, feel free to support us on Patreon. It goes a long way to making this whole thing more sustainable and gets me to a place where I might be able to do this full time eventually. One can dream. On top of that, we will have merch and podcast stuff actually coming out pretty soon, so that's going to be exciting as well. Don't forget that Monday, Tuesday, Thursday is when we have the MSQ replay live streams. On Friday, we have Lore Book Club, which we go do in the Discord, which you can sign up for by clicking on the event button and saying interested. And what we do, we go through Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1 and we like read and talk about it. So if you have an interest, you should definitely go do that. On top of that, oh yeah, Saturday's community live stream. If you have a specific thing you want to get done in game or you want help doing it, we have a live stream where we get all of the members from the community together and go do that. Looks like this week might be Eureka or Baja. We'll see. But that'll be a fun time as well. Wednesdays when new videos comes out. If you haven't watched our most recent video on whether or not different races can have can crossbreed, that's the word I'm looking for, you should definitely go check that out. Also, feel free to check out older videos. It also helps to make those be sent into the algorithm, which is very much appreciated. I don't think I have anything else. Ray's doing the awesomes. Extra stream to make up for Tuesday. Extra stream to make up for Tuesday. I don't know if I might be able to tomorrow. It really depends on time. Thank you for streaming. Yeah, absolutely. No worries. Nom 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 time. Yeah, oh, I need to go get food, speaking of. It was fun streaming. I think can't wait to watch the next stream. Yeah, later. This has been lovely, guys. It's always lovely to have you. You've been made this whole thing so much more entertaining and such a fun experience and memorable. So I'm excited to. I know that from now on, when I think about A Realm Reborn, I get to think about it like this. You know, both in detail and what happened and the events, but I also get to think about these conversations and times with you guys, which I can't tell you how much I really, really value. And I don't know how to say that. It doesn't make it kind of sound insincere, but I mean it. The extra time made up missing stream. There you go, Aurora. See, there you go. It's a long stream this week. That's what made up for it. Thanks, Elio. Absolutely, Dragon Star. That's what today was. Don't sweat for tomorrow. Yeah, glad I could finally catch a stream live. Yeah, Demins. I hope you can catch future ones, and if not, there will always be the VOD. And also glad to talk to you elsewhere. Rin, I believe you had that question you want to talk about Medion still. So if you want to message me or message in the Discord, feel free to do that, and I will try to get your roll done right after this. It gets better after 2.0. Totally maybe. Yeah, well, you know, honestly, if the Realm Reborn has been this fun doing this, I can only imagine how much fun the rest of the journey is going to be with you guys. So, with that all said, going to create more fun. Yeah. With that all said, I should head out, guys. Thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you guys on Monday. And then, honestly, a little part of me is sad that I'm not going to be able to stream the MSQ before then. Well, I've decided to start a channel one day and hope to inspire me. Good, Rin. Best to you. And with that said, I've been Olivia Forcheron, and have a lovely day, week, lifetime experience. A Realm Reborn replay. There you go.